Chapter 907. Immediately, Fang Yuan did not hesitate. He used fixed immortal travel to Langya Blessed Land. Langya Blessed Land's appearance had changed greatly. On the vast sea, the three continents looked at each other. In the sky, there was a fourth continent made of cloud soil. The blessed land that had been destroyed during the intense battle had been restored to its original state by Tai Bai Yunsheng. Even though Tai Bai Yunsheng did not participate in the battle, he had reaped a lot of rewards from the restoration work. Of course, because some of the immortal goo that made up Refinement Cauldron were lost, the space inside the blessed land shrunk. Tai Bai Yunsheng did not have the ability to restore these lost spaces and the related losses. The 12 cloud buildings had been rebuilt by Land Spirit of Langya. They were evenly distributed on the cloud soil continent. Furthermore, around the 12 cloud buildings, many hairy man goo masters were building more buildings. I intend to use the 12 cloud buildings as the center to build 12 cloud cities. This cloud soil continent in the sky will be the new habitat for hairy man elites. Land Spirit of Langya explained to Fang Yuan after seeing him. Fang Yuan nodded, expressing his agreement. Because Langya Blessed Land lost many immortal goo, the space inside shrunk by a lot. But the hairy man population inside was huge, reaching the upper limit of the three continents. In this situation, there needed to be new places to accommodate more hairy men. But Land Spirit of Langya's next words shocked Fang Yuan. Other than this, I have also created Langya sect. The sect system is based on the current central continent. I am the first supreme elder of the sect. The hairy man goo immortals are the other supreme elders. My previous self was too inflexible. He used these precious goo immortal battle strength to refine goo. Humph. I want to realize the grand plan of hairy men ruling the world. There will definitely be bloodshed. Next, I will conduct collective training for these hairy man goo immortals, to nurture their battle strength. When they have the ability to protect themselves, I will send them outside the blessed land. I will make them complete all sorts of sect missions. Also, the three continents in the sea will go to war under my influence. 3 monarchs would be chosen, and 3 continents would be formed. The countries would then compete with each other. Every year, our Langya sect will be in these 3 hairy man nations. Recruit the most elite hairy men and bring these hairy men to live on Cloud Cover Continent, forming the foundation of Langya sect. Furthermore, he would choose a rank 5 peak stage hairy man goo master as the sect leader of Langya sect. The new Land Spirit of Langya was completely different from the previous one. Perhaps it was also stimulated by Qin Baisheng's forceful attack. The Land Spirit of Langya was determined to reform the entire Langya Blessed Land with iron and blood. His methods were forceful, and he had the appearance of a formidable emperor. Because of the change of the Land Spirit of Langya, the hairy men living below were going to be tortured and tested by the flames of war. The peaceful life of the past was going to be gone forever. The Land Spirit of Langya uses a cruel method like war to pick out the most outstanding hairy man seeds. But there was no such method. Isn't that a little too extravagant? Fang Yuan felt it was a pity. There were many people who died in the war. This loss made him feel heartache. It was better to leave it to him. To refine goo. But Fang Yuan only muttered this in his mind. He would never say it out loud. In the eyes of the Land Spirit of Langya, hairy men were the most outstanding species in the world. Humans and other variant humans were inferior. Fang Yuan raised hairy men as goo refinement slaves. The Land Spirit of Langya knew about this situation. He would never accept it. He would even fall out with Fang Yuan. Thus, even though Fang Yuan lacked the business experience of raising hairy men, when they were discussing the compensation for Langya Blessed Land's battle earlier, he knew that the Land Spirit of Langya definitely had the most precious experience in raising hairy men, but Fang Yuan did not raise this request. But at this rate, Langya Blessed Land will go through this iron and blood transformation. The hairy man goo immortals will work hard and their battle strength will rise rapidly. Maybe in my previous life, Langya Blessed Land also went through such a transformation. that was why it survived 7 waves of attacks. But Langya Blessed Land's situation is very complicated. Even though 2 hairy man Gu immortal spies jumped out, it is hard to say that there will not be a 3rd or 4th spy among the remaining Gu immortals. Qin Baisheng and the rest were actually able to develop such spies. Their methods are simply unimaginable. Fang Yuan pondered inwardly, while talking to the land spirit of Langya about the purpose of his visit. The land spirit of Langya was a little shocked. He brought up an old topic. Oh? You want to borrow my set of immortal Gu to relocate your blessed land? I remember I told you that this set of immortal Gu would not be cheap. Even in consideration of the fact that you helped me defend against the enemies, you will need to pay 2,000 immortal yuan stones, right? Fang Yuan took out 2,000 immortal yuan stones and handed them to the land spirit. Look, I have already prepared them. The land spirit of Langya was extremely shocked. He received the immortal yuan stones while sizing up Fang Yuan, his gaze faintly changing. He knew about Fang Yuan's foundation. He was very surprised. This kid has only advanced for a short period of time, but he already has so many immortal yuan stones. Thinking back to the time when he transacted with the previous owner, deducing immortal Gu recipes to earn immortal yuan stones, it shows how dire his situation was. It seems that most of these immortal yuan stones are borrowed. This is not good. He owes a huge debt and also favors. It will be hard to repay them in the future. The land spirit of Langya shook his head. He did not agree with Fang Yuan's actions. But he also understood. He knew that Fang Yuan's crime was too huge. Once the truth is found out, he would be finished. He would definitely be chased to the ends of the world. Thus, Fang Yuan had to relocate his blessed land. But this was also the main reason why the land spirit of Langya was prepared to gradually recruit Fang Yuan and attempt to turn Fang Yuan into his lackey. Precisely because of Fang Yuan's current situation where he was surrounded by enemies, he had no choice but to join a hairy man force and become a human spy. But the land spirit of Langya did not know. He was completely wrong. These 2,000 immortal yuan stones were truly Fang Yuan's private property. Fang Yuan was rich now, very rich. The first batch of Guts Gu he transacted with Spirit Affinity House gave him 180 immortal yuan stones. After the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, Fang Yuan displayed powerful refinement attainment. Fengyang personally invited him to Crane Gate to take a look. This was a clear change in the attitude of Crane Gate towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was now in control of Hu Immortal Blessed Land, sandwiched between the two super forces, Spirit Affinity House and Crane Gate. He could be said to be benefiting from both sides. After the external environment became unprecedentedly relaxed, and considering the dangerous situation of being chased, Fang Yuan increased the production of Guts Gu. This decision caused his monthly profits from just Guts Gu to rise to around 300 immortal yuan stones. Don't forget, after Fang Yuan subdued Langya Blessed Land, he also inherited Star Lord Wanxiang's 4 main sources of income. Furthermore, he personally made a deal with Western Desert's Shao clan for regretful spiders. A total of 6 projects allowed his monthly earnings of immortal yuan stones to break through the 1,000 mark. There were also dragonfish and eerie fire dragon pythons that had not been put into the market. If these 2 were included, Fang Yuan estimated that his monthly profits could reach 1,500. 2 months had already passed since Fang Yuan became the owner of Star Form Blessed Land. He naturally had more than 2,000 immortal yuan stones in his hands. Thinking back, from when he had just ascended to Gu Immortal, he had to haggle over every penny and even had to carefully calculate half an immortal yuan stone. But now, with a monthly earnings of 1,000, he had ample funds. Fang Yuan had successfully taken a huge step forward. This step was so huge that even though Land Spirit of Langya did not know the details, even though he thought highly of Fang Yuan, his guess was still wrong. Even though Fang Yuan had the lowest cultivation level and was still an immortal zombie, his earnings from immortal yuan stones had already reached the level of ordinary rank 7 Gu immortals. After paying 2,000 immortal yuan stones, Fang Yuan and Land Spirit of Langya used an information path immortal killer move to set up a contract. Finally, Fang Yuan mortgaged 10 immortal goo to the land spirit to borrow a complete set of immortal goo, a total of 16, to relocate the blessed land. Fang Yuan did not stop, he used fixed immortal travel to return to Star Form Blessed Land. Star Form Blessed Land had 3 desolate beast spine-fin star dragonfish. Fang Yuan had already inspected them, he did not hesitate and chose the strongest one. He first circled around the spine-fin star arowana, constantly using various methods to observe the spine-fin star arawana's shape, bones, flesh, and other aspects. After confirming that the spine-fin star dragonfish was in good condition, Fang Yuan sat cross-legged in the air, facing this desolate beast and closing his eyes. The spine-fin star dragonfish had already been tamed, it obediently floated in the air, not moving. A pair of carriage-sized dead fish eyes flickered with starlight, reflecting Fang Yuan's figure. Fang Yuan's mind was calm, but his mind gradually became excited. Countless star thoughts were like the stars in the sky, moving like fireflies as they danced and circled in his slightly narrow brain. These star thoughts soon split into 2 groups. One group occupied the right half of his mind, forming the 3-dimensional image of the spine-fin star dragonfish. The other group occupied the left half of Fang Yuan's mind, forming the entire view of Star Form Blessed Land. After completing this step, Fang Yuan breathed in deeply, activating his immortal essence and pouring it into a certain wisdom path immortal goo. He started to deduce according to the method that the land spirit had given him. The 2 star thoughts rapidly moved forward, colliding fiercely and creating a starry cloud storm. In the storm, countless star thoughts flickered, some were merging, while others were disintegrating. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, in Star Form Blessed Land, after a full 7 days and 6 nights, the exhausted Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes. The star thoughts in his mind reached 160,000 beads. Activating the wisdom path immortal goo also consumed 66 beads of green grape immortal essence. After paying such a huge price, Fang Yuan obtained 2 sets of goo formation diagrams. These 2 sets of goo formation diagrams, one large and one small. The large goo formation diagram corresponded to Star Form Blessed Land, it had 8 formation cores. The small goo formation diagram corresponded to the spine-fin star dragonfish, it had 4 formation cores. Each formation core required a specific immortal goo to control the formation. The 2 large and small goo formation diagrams together required 12 immortal goo. Chapter 908. Fang Yuan started to set up the formation. Swoosh. According to the goo formation diagram, under Star Form Land Spirit's lead, he found the 8 formation cores in Star Form Blessed Land, and set up the corresponding immortal goo. Star Form Blessed Land lacked space path Dao marks, the land spirit could not teleport. The 8 formation cores were in strange locations, some were near and some were far away. Fang Yuan spent a lot of time on them. By the time he finished, half a day had already passed. After completing this step, the meticulous and vigilant Fang Yuan inspected the 8 formation cores again. After confirming that there were no problems, Fang Yuan returned to his original location, and kept the spine-fin star dragonfish into his immortal aperture. Under his command, Star Form Land Spirit opened the Blessed Land's entrance. Fang Yuan walked out, arriving at Earth Abyss. The Blessed Land's entrance emitted light that could only illuminate the surroundings. Earth Abyss was very dark, it was silent. This was the depths of Earth Abyss. Even Ancient Soul Sect, one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, had not explored this place. But even though there were no humans here, there were countless desolate beasts and even ancient desolate beasts, it was very dangerous. Without further ado, Fang Yuan let out the spine-fin star dragonfish. The spine-fin star dragonfish was the size of a whale, but it looked like a carp. Its body was covered in a layer of blue scales. On its back, there were bone spikes growing out of its body, rising up and extending out. Fang Yuan placed the 4 immortal goo in different parts of this spine-fin star dragonfish's body according to the small formation diagram. One was in the fish's mouth, one was in a bone spike on its back, and one was in the fish's left eye. The last one was in the depths of the fish's stomach. Even though the spine-fin star dragon fish was big, it could not compare to star-form blessed land. Thus, Fang Yuan's arrangement this time. He only spent a moment to complete it. After inspecting it carefully again, Fang Yuan confirmed that all 12 immortal goo had been set up. He started to scatter countless mortal goo around him, even 1 or 2 immortal goo flew out, forming a powerful goo formation. Next, it was time for the most crucial part of moving the blessed land. Fang Yuan followed the method strictly, activating the remaining 4 immortal goo in his hands. The gate of star-form blessed land closed tightly and disappeared into thin air. Fang Yuan's entire body began to emit a pale yellow radiance. Although the radiance was bright, it wasn't the kind that was blinding. Instead, it was very gentle. The radiance lasted for a full 17 breaths. Then, it slowly converged and finally condensed into Fang Yuan's pupils. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply and willed. In the next moment, a weak yellow beam of light shot out from his right eye and hit the whale-like spine-fin star arowana. The spine-fin star dragonfish shook intensely, the small-sized immortal goo formation on its body activated and burst out with a red halo. The spine-fin star arowana was enveloped by this layer of red light. It was as if he was wearing a close-fitting red armor. The entire spine-fin star arowana was as stiff as a stone, motionless like a statue. Fang Yuan breathed heavily, before shooting out a yellow beam of light from his left eye. It hit the hidden area of star-form blessed land. Under the guidance of the beam of light, star-form blessed land was actually extracted, turning into a blue lump of light. The blue lump of light was only the size of a broad bean. It formed a sharp contrast with the whale-like spine-fin star arowana. The moment star-form blessed land was extracted, the green grape immortal essence in Fang Yuan's immortal aperture started to be expended at a terrifying speed. Fang Yuan's left eye moved with difficulty. It moved the yellow beam of light. The yellow beam of light moved the blue lump of light slowly. And that spine-fin star arowana that was like a stone statue was also moving towards the blessed land under the guidance of Fang Yuan's right eye. Rumble. The earth shook and the mountains shook. Roar, roar, roar. Countless beasts roared in fear in the darkness. The movement of the blessed land naturally caused intense turbulence in the heaven and earth chi. An intense earthquake was already unavoidable, it started to erupt in the abyss. Fang Yuan did not care about these minor details, he placed all his attention on the spine-fin star arowana and star-form blessed land. The huge rocks that came crashing down from above were also blocked by the means that he had set up earlier. Even if desolate beasts attacked, Fang Yuan was confident he could buy some time. He created a temporary and undisturbed environment. Like moving 2 mountains, Fang Yuan moved the 2 pupils in his eye sockets. At this moment, be it his body or his soul, they were using all their strength. Not much time had passed, the 2 finally made contact. But in Fang Yuan's eyes, it felt like a year had passed. The moment star-form blessed land and the spine-fin star dragonfish came into contact, Fang Yuan suddenly relaxed, as if a huge weight had been lifted off his shoulders in an instant. The 2 immortal goo formations that Fang Yuan had meticulously set up played a crucial role at this moment. Star-form blessed land was like a wanderer returning home, it was placed on the spine-fin star arawana's body, turning into its immortal aperture. This was the method land spirit of Langya used to relocate the blessed land. It had to use a desolate beast or an ancient desolate beast to transform the blessed land into an immortal aperture and transplant it into the body of an ancient, desolate beast. Then, when the ancient, desolate beast moved, it could move the immortal aperture around. However, time was very limited during the process of this transfer. The ancient, desolate beast that contained the immortal aperture could not be kept into other immortal apertures, and could not use any other immortal goo, otherwise, the immortal goo formation on its body would be affected. The specific situation was, Fang Yuan could not keep this spine-fin star arowana into his immortal aperture and quickly move it. At the same time, he could not use other immortal gu or immortal killer moves to help it. He could only rely on the spine-fin star arawana's own strength to float and move to other places. After all, even though the immortal aperture was stored in the spine-fin star arawana's body, it was only forcefully connected by the two immortal gu formations. Any external influence would cause the gu formation to shatter. Not only would the relocation of the blessed land fail, the immortal gu inside would also be destroyed. But even with such a huge disadvantage, it could not conceal the huge value of this method. The person who created this relocation method was not Long-Hair Ancestor. But in history, he was as famous as Long-Hair Ancestor. His name was Old Immortal Kong Ju. In the long river of Gu immortal history, one of the three refinement path great grandmasters, a legend of the remote antiquity era. He had research and knowledge of apertures and immortal apertures that surpassed the current era. Because of his hard work, the 10 extreme physiques could undergo immortal ascension and become 10 extreme gu immortals, creating a high-grade blessed land. This immortal killer move was named Immortal Aperture Transplantation by Old Immortal Kong Ju. This was the immortal killer move that involved the most core immortal gu that Fang Yuan had seen so far. However, this immortal killer move that involved 16 core immortal gu was only an incomplete move. Old Immortal Kong Ju's initial idea. It was to perfectly transplant a gu immortal's immortal aperture into a desolate beast or an ancient desolate beast's body. It was not like this, using the large and small gu formations and the intense expenditure of immortal essence to forcefully merge the two together. After Long-Hair Ancestor obtained this portion of Old Immortal Kong Ju's inheritance, he made many attempts based on Old Immortal Kong Ju's achievements, but they all failed. Under the guidance of the Ingman Wisdom Path Gu Immortal Yen, Long-Hair Ancestor found that this incomplete move already had shocking value. Gu immortals could use it to relocate the immortal apertures of those dead gu immortals. Time elapsed, and the world changed. Countless years had passed, and now, it was Fang Yuan's turn to benefit from this. Go, let's go there. Fang Yuan directed the spine-fin star dragonfish to move. Because of the disadvantage of immortal aperture transplantation, the spine-fin star dragonfish's speed was less than half of its original speed, the pressure on its body was huge, it felt like it was carrying a mountain. This led to this. Each time the blessed land was relocated, the distance was limited. Even if the land spirit of Langia had moved away from Langia blessed land. But it was definitely not far from the previous location. This was also one of the reasons why Fang Yuan did not relocate Hu immortal blessed land. Fortunately, the Earth Abyss is already an excellent hiding spot. In the future, when this layer of the Earth Abyss is exposed, carry out large-scale development. I can also use this blessed land as the most reliable frontline camp for timely supplies and recuperation. Furthermore, I know the drawbacks of immortal aperture transplantation, but others do not. When He Lulan discovered that the star form paradise had disappeared, she would probably think that it had already been destroyed. After all, this kind of blessed land relocation is beyond the common sense of Gu immortals. Just like that, Fang Yuan led the spine-fin star Arowana deeper into the abyss. The route he took was naturally a map that had been meticulously drawn after a large amount of probing. He continued to venture deeper, avoiding many desolate beasts. In the narrow gaps between the territories of these desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts, Fang Yuan slowly swam with the spine-fin star Arowana. Fang Yuan's destination was Star Form Blessed Land's original location, a certain place in the Earth Abyss 3 layers below. But after going down 2 layers, Fang Yuan's luck was terrible. He encountered a desolate beast, the one-eyed giant monkey. This one-eyed monkey was very lively. It often roamed around in the depths of Earth Abyss. After discovering the spine-fin star Arowana, it excitedly chased after it. Fang Yuan engaged in an intense battle with this one-eyed giant monkey, strenuously maintaining the safety of the spine-fin star Arowana. But in the end, Fang Yuan suffered a disadvantage because he did not have a battlefield killer move. He could not stop the one-eyed giant monkey's movements effectively. In the end, halfway through, the one-eyed giant monkey heavily injured the spine-fin star arowana. The spine-fin star arowana that carried the immortal aperture was very fragile. In order to swim, it had already used all its strength, thus it could not retaliate at all. Fang Yuan finally chased away this damned one-eyed giant monkey, but the spine-fin star arawana's injuries were too severe, it could not move anymore. Thankfully, the immortal goo are not in danger. Otherwise, if the immortal goo were lost, wouldn't I have to pay for it? After Fang Yuan inspected it, his heavy mood finally eased. This was a blessing in disguise. Since the situation had already turned out like this, Fang Yuan could only settle for the next best thing. He placed this star-form blessed land nearby. The moment the immortal aperture left the spine-fin star arowana, the latter completely disintegrated, turning into a pile of rotten flesh and blood. Even its beast soul dissipated. This was a necessary sacrifice for immortal aperture transplantation. Fang Yuan already knew the price of using this method. Even if the spine-fin star arowana was not injured, it would still die of exhaustion after reaching its destination. Eventually, star-form blessed land was successfully relocated, hiding in a new location. Chapter 909. Fang Yuan entered star-form blessed land. After star-form blessed land was relocated, heaven and earth qi shook. An earthquake occurred in star-form blessed land. Only when star-form blessed land landed again, did it absorb the endless earth qi and stabilize. The earthquake gradually stopped. At this time, Fang Yuan looked around, only to see that the vast land was covered in cracks. Flames burned, black smoke curled up. Fang Yuan's heart sank, he sighed deeply. There was no other way. Because he needed to transplant the immortal aperture, he could not interfere with the two immortal goo formations. Thus, even if Fang Yuan had immortal goo and methods, he could not protect and defend star-form blessed land. Land spirit of Langya had told Fang Yuan about this. Langya blessed land's losses were much greater than Fang Yuan star-form blessed land. Thus, normally speaking, blessed lands would not be relocated. Where is the land spirit? Fang Yuan summoned the land spirit. Star-form land spirit's eyes were red, he could not understand why his master was moving. Under star-form land spirit's lead, Fang Yuan started to inspect star-form blessed land. First, he had to inspect star-form blessed land's four main sources of income: arrow bamboo forest, Broken Star Lake, Meteorite Pit, and Star Fragment Grass Field. Broken Star Lake's water had already flowed out of a huge crack. There was a lot of seaweed at the bottom of the lake. There was still some water left at the bottom, it had not dried up completely. Landscape as before. Fang Yuan took out an immortal goo and injected his immortal essence into it. Landscape as before. Immortal goo let out a white light that swept across the Broken Star Lake. Immediately, the ground in Broken Star Lake healed, the lake water filled up. It had returned to its previous state. It was just that a lot of seaweed had been lost, and for some time to come. For some time in the future, the production of Star River goo would be affected. There was nothing in the lake, only seaweed, and seaweed were floating. The original palace at the bottom of the lake. It was completely destroyed. This man-made structure could not be affected by landscape as before immortal goo. But in this lake, the fish groups, insect groups, and goo groups did not die in the earthquake. Instead, it was moved to immortal blessed land by Fang Yuan a long time ago. Fang Yuan's immortal aperture was filled with the dead land. Living beings could not be kept inside for long. After that, Fang Yuan went to the arrow bamboo forest, the meteorite sinkhole, and the star dust meadow. To Fang Yuan's surprise, the forest of arrow bamboo was unscathed. Beside the arrow bamboo forest, there were two long ravines and crevices. He almost brushed past the forest of arrow bamboo. It was a close shave. The Arrow Bamboo Forest was Star Form Blessed Land's largest breeding ground. Fang Yuan had already collected most of the resources there and stored them in Immortal Blessed Land. He did not expect the Arrow Bamboo Forest to be able to escape this calamity. It was a pleasant surprise. However, the meteorite craters and the few star detritus meadows were not so lucky. The meteorite crater was so badly damaged that it was almost beyond recognition. As for the stardust pasture, some of it was burnt to ashes due to the earth fire. As far as the eye could see, there was nothing but ashes. Under the effects of landscape as before, the meteorite crater was completely restored. The stardust meadows terrain was also restored. Landscape as before Immortal Goo is really useful. With it, my losses have been reduced by at least 80%. And because most of the resources were moved out earlier, Star Form Blessed Land, which was heavily damaged, is now only slightly damaged. Fang Yuan had an overview in his mind. He went to many places and used landscape as before to restore Star Form Blessed Land's terrain. He spent a lot of green grape immortal essence. Not all areas were restored, Fang Yuan purposely left some cracks. He had a sudden inspiration, maybe I can use this chance. These cracks in the ground would be expanded and fixed into river channels. In the future, Star Form Blessed Land would have a system of rivers and lakes that would cover the entire Blessed Land. But Star Form Blessed Land's terrain is special, I will need to use the light of wisdom to think about this. Next, Fang Yuan used fixed immortal travel to Langya Blessed Land and returned the immortal goo he borrowed to the land spirit of Langya. The land spirit of Langya also returned the immortal goo that were mortgaged to Fang Yuan. Before leaving, he said, "If you need to relocate, you can find me." Needless to say, he had made a huge profit this time. In less than a month, he had earned 2,000 immortal yuan stones. The land spirit of Langya continued, "If you join my Langya sect and become one of the supreme elders, when you relocate your blessed land, you will be able to borrow goo at a discount." "I will think about it." Fang Yuan brushed it off. He only wanted to extract benefits from the land spirit of Langya. He had never thought of being on the same side as these hairy men. Once he joined, he would lose his freedom and be unable to leave. He would not do such a stupid thing. Next, Fang Yuan used fixed immortal travel to Tai Bai Yunsheng's immortal aperture, returning landscape as before immortal goo to Tai Bai Yunsheng. Inside the immortal aperture, Fang Yuan asked Tai Bai Yunsheng about Eastern Sea's information. Tai Bai Yunsheng told him that Song Yishir and the rest were searching for him all over the world. Someone had already found Tai Bai Yunsheng because of this. "At this rate, our relationship will be exposed soon," Fang Yuan muttered. "I suggest you contact Shark Demon now and join Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. Then rely on Zombie Alliance to resolve this matter," Tai Bai Yunsheng said. Fang Yuan was not anxious, he was not shaken by external pressure. He shook his head. "The time is not right yet, there are still over 10 days before the next attack on Yulu Blessed Land, let's wait and see." Immortal Blessed Land, tens of days later. Underground cave. Fang Yuan, who was bathed in the light of wisdom, slowly opened his eyes, letting out a breath of turbid air. "I still failed in the end," he muttered, standing up slowly. He was originally sitting down, sitting directly on a short jilin, using it as a stool. But this kind of short ji forest was already very rare. Right now, the underground cave was filled with ji forests. These ji forests were very different from before. Not only were they tall and sturdy, they were also blood red in color. It turned out that after Immortal Blessed Land's 7th blood begonia earthly calamity, the probability of encountering that ordinary ji forest had turned into a blood ji forest. Immortal Blessed Land's soil was originally not suitable for ji forests to grow. But after turning into a blood ji forest, it was like a fish in water. But for this blood ji forest to slowly expand, pushing away the soil and rocks to form a vast underground forest, it would take at least 1 to 200 years. Fang Yuan did not have any expectations for this blood ji forest, so he would not invest in it. These last days, Fang Yuan did not sleep or rest, he was focused on developing star form blessed land. Once his identity was exposed, everyone would know that he was the culprit behind the collapse of 88-point Jianghu Tower, who Immortal blessed land would have to be abandoned. Star form blessed land would become his only base of operations. At that time, if Fang Yuan had not broken free from his immortal zombie status, star form blessed land's value and significance to Fang Yuan would be even greater. Thus, Fang Yuan's focus had already shifted from Immortal blessed land to star form blessed land. As for star form blessed land's construction plan, Fang Yuan had already used the light of wisdom to think of it a few dozen days ago. According to his previous inspiration, he would build a huge river system in star form blessed land. After some calculations, the plan became even grander. The entire river system was not only on the ground, it also encompassed the sky, forming a huge three-dimensional river system. This made use of star form blessed land's unique terrain. Star form blessed land was protruding on the outside and concave on the inside, the terrain was high on the outside and lower towards the center, forming a bowl shape. If it was just a river system on the ground, it would cause the water to accumulate in the center of the blessed land. But if it was a three-dimensional river system, the water in the center could be drawn into the sky, and after flowing, it would fall to the edge of the blessed land, forming a grand circulation of water. As for how to carry the river system in the sky, Fang Yuan had already deduced the cheapest and most effective method, that was cloud soil. Cloud soil was also used by the land spirit of Langia, forcefully creating a cloud-cover continent in Langia blessed land. Fang Yuan planned to use the cloud soil to build a river system that could carry the river system. The fertile cloud soil on both sides of the river system would be used to plant countless star fragment grass. The best soil for star fragment grass was cloud soil. Star Lord Wanxiang had no choice but to plant them in the blessed land's black soil. He did not have the financial resources to purchase large amounts of cloud soil. But star form blessed land's environment was very suitable for star fragment grass to grow. As a result, the growth of star fragment grass in star form blessed land was much better than in Immortal blessed land. Fang Yuan's plan was huge and beautiful, but the reality was harsh. Fang Yuan lacked funds. The 2,000 immortal yuan stone that he had just accumulated were all given to the land spirit of Langia. Thus, these last days, he could only repair the 4 resource points in star form blessed land. The arrow bamboo forest had returned to its peak state of being covered in mist after being irrigated by a large amount of moon well water. The meteorite pit and broken star lake were completely restored. The star fragment grass field was a little troublesome, but after being irrigated by Fang Yuan's spring star rain several times, it was growing well. Ever since he inherited the star path inheritance and obtained star shoot immortal goo, spring star rain had already turned into an immortal killer move. Its effect was dozens of times better than before. As for the dragonfish, eerie fire dragon pythons, regretful spiders, and Dang Hun mountain in Immortal blessed land, they had not been moved yet. Firstly, he needed to construct the river system first. It would be best to move these dragonfish and others after that. Secondly, star form blessed land was facing a heavenly tribulation. Why was Star Lord Wanxiang so anxious to explore Starry Sky Grotto Heaven? It was because the heavenly tribulation was approaching. He was a rank 6 rank 1 Gu immortal, he was facing his second heavenly tribulation. Because in the battle with Song Zixing, his foundation was injured and he lost the confidence to pass the tribulation, he had no choice but to expose the secret of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven and bring Shirley along to explore Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. Fang Yuan was still hesitating. Should he move these resources before the heavenly tribulation arrived? Coming out of the underground cave, Fang Yuan returned to Dang Hun Palace. Guyue Fangzheng, who had been imprisoned by him, seemed to have accepted his fate. His eyes were dim as he sat paralyzed in the cell, not moving. Evidently, the truth behind the Crane Gate's attempt to kill him and his master Tenchu's attempt to possess him was a huge blow to him. As per usual, Fang Yuan stood in front of him and said a few words. Chapter 9-10. Fang Yuan was not anxious. As long as Guyue Fangjing could eat prison food, it meant that he had the will to continue living. As for how to change his mindset and view of the world to get closer to Fang Yuan, that was a long process. There was no need to be anxious. Next, Fang Yuan went to another secret room to check on Dongfang Naganori's soul. He had many immortal souls: Dongfang Naganori, Featherman Gu Immortal Jingling, Snowy Mountains Shui Song Zi, and Eastern Sea Lone Cultivator Yao Gupai. These last days, other than constructing star-form blessed land, he had been plundering these immortal souls. At present, he had already thoroughly searched through their souls and memories and obtained a lot of benefits. What truly left Fang Yuan with endless aftertaste was still Dongfang Naganori's soul. Every once in a while, Fang Yuan would search his soul. This time was no exception. After the soul search, Dongfang Naganori's soul suddenly spoke. "My memories have already been searched by you, but recently, you have been searching my soul again every once in a while, and each time, you are looking at the memories of deciphering battlefield killer moves in my soul. It seems that you have encountered an inheritance or a strong enemy, and need to decipher battlefield killer moves." Towards Dongfang Naganori's sudden words, Fang Yuan was slightly surprised, but he answered frankly, "That's right. These last days, I have been studying your wisdom path inheritance, the contents of deciphering battlefield killer moves. Combining my experience and looking at your memories, I have gained more insights each time." Soul searching could be understood as reading a book. It was looking at the memories in the soul. However, it was impossible to remember every detail clearly when reading a book. Soul searching was like reading the book from beginning to end. One would at most know the contents of the book. So one had to review the old to learn the new. When it came to the specific content, one had to read it again. That way, one could learn more. Dongfang Naganori's soul smiled. "Have you ever thought that I can help you? You are only a wisdom path novice." No matter how much he practiced, no matter how much he saw, the temporary effects were extremely limited. "And my wisdom path attainment is much higher than yours. As long as you give me a body, I can use my mind to help you deduce and think of a solution. Wasn't that a good thing? You can use information path methods to restrict me and I will treat you as my most capable assistant." "That's a good suggestion." Fang Yuan nodded and smiled. "But I won't do that. You should just give up on it. You've already become a soul, yet you're still so restless. It seems like I haven't taught you enough lessons." The faint smile on Fang Yuan's face slowly turned into an evil grin. Dozens of goo worms were activated according to his will. "Ah!" Dongfang Naganori's soul twitched violently, and his miserable howls filled the cell. This punishment would last for 2 hours, and the pain in his soul would be even more intense than before. He believed that it would teach Dongfang Naganori a good lesson. Fang Yuan naturally would not waste time here. He left early and went to the other 2 secret rooms. In one of the secret rooms, it was the soul of the rank 7 Featherman Gu Immortal Jingling. The other room was Shui Song Zi's soul. Even though these 2 Gu Immortals were not Wisdom Path Gu Immortals when they were alive, they had memories of facing battlefield killer moves. Even though they did not have Wisdom Path methods, they had Wind Path and Snow Path. They had their own unique methods and achievements in unraveling battlefield killer moves. These memories were of great value to Fang Yuan. They had great reference value. What was worth mentioning was that these 2 souls had already been searched by Fang Yuan several times. From Shui Song Zi's soul, Fang Yuan learned that he had left behind a fortune in snowy mountain blessed land. On his snowy peak, there were also many snowmen and many cedar trees. But Fang Yuan did not dare to take them. Old ancestor Shui who was unfathomable, Fang Yuan did not have much confidence in vaguely familiar face. He could not tell Fairy Li Shan about Shui Song Zi's death either. Why? Because Fairy Li Shan and Shui Song Zi were both part of Snowy Mountain, they were allies. Knowing that Fang Yuan caused Shui Song Zi's death, even if Fairy Li Shan did not deal with Fang Yuan, she would inform old ancestor Shui Hu due to the alliance agreement. And in Zhengling's soul, Fang Yuan had great gains. He obtained a complete wind path inheritance from Zhengling, the immortal killer move Heavenly Wish, as well as many precious information about the immortal Gu Hao Sacred Feather City. There was also the Green Heaven fragment world that the Feathermen relied on to survive. This world was huge, the resources inside were rare and abundant. After learning about it, Fang Yuan almost started drooling. Even though he already knew the scenery of the Green Heaven fragment world, Fang Yuan could use fixed immortal travel to go there. But that place was already occupied by White Sea Shatua and other Gu immortals, it was a tiger's den. Fang Yuan would not take the risk. Walking out of the secret room, Fang Yuan received Tai Bai Yuncheng's letter. It told Fang Yuan he had already met up with Shark Demon and the rest. Fang Yuan used fixed immortal travel to teleport into Tai Bai Yuncheng's immortal aperture, before coming out. At the next moment, Xing Zi appeared in front of Shark Demon and the rest. Come, let me introduce you, this is the famous Xing Zi. Shark Demon laughed, introducing passionately. Fang Yuan showed a bitter smile. Lord Shark Demon, please don't tease me, ugh. As he spoke, Fang Yuan's body started to crackle, like firecrackers exploding on his body. Fang Yuan's expression did not change, his body shook lightly as the hundreds of mortal Gu that were living in his body fell out. Not a single one of these mortal Gu survived, some were even shattered into pieces. He, Xing Zi, you offended Song clan, this wisdom path mortal killer move is far from being able to conceal your traces. Behind Shark Demon, an elderly Gu immortal spoke. Another thin middle-aged female Gu immortal had a cold and arrogant expression. She said with a trace of disdain, that's right. Right now, among the 3 publicly recognized strongest wisdom path immortals in Eastern Sea, one of them is Song Clan's Song Jiadan. If you only have these methods, he will deduce you sooner or later. The final unfamiliar face was a man wearing a golden robe. He was fat like a rich man. He smiled as if he was showing goodwill towards Fang Yuan. Dual polar plate armor Dan, Huan is hidden in Nangong, and Dragon Head Tortoise is hidden in Adversity Sea. He was talking about the 3 publicly recognized wisdom path experts of Eastern Sea. Among them, Song Jiadan was ranked first. He was willing to sacrifice himself for his clan, fusing himself into Eastern Sea. As long as it is someone or something in Eastern Sea, he can deduce them accurately. He is very terrifying. Even if you hide in someone else's immortal aperture, you will only be stalling for time, you will be deduced sooner or later. Xing Zi nodded, cupping his fists towards the 3 Gu immortals. I have learned a lot, thank you for your guidance. These dead mortal Gu on him were wisdom path defensive methods, they were used to prevent others from deducing him. But the moment Fang Yuan stepped into Eastern Sea, these defensive methods self-detonated. From this, one could see how terrifying Song Jiadan was. Alright, brother Xing, let me introduce them to you. Shark Demon gestured to the elderly Gu immortal who spoke earlier. This is the demonic path Gu immortal 9 Ghost Finger. He cultivates soul path and wisdom path as a secondary path. Shark Demon gestured to the cold and arrogant middle-aged female Gu immortal. This is the wisdom path Gu immortal Xie Shufang, Master Xie. Finally, the smiling fat Gu immortal introduced. This is Big Bag Lu Tan Xian. He cultivates space path and has wisdom path attainment. It is my honor to be able to meet all 3 of you. Fang Yuan cupped his fists again, showing a humble attitude. The middle-aged female Gu immortal Xie Shufang said coldly, it is my misfortune to meet you. You offended Song clan, don't think you can escape. You are still at large now because Song clan is going all out to fight for ascending heaven plane, they are ignoring you for now. I advise you to turn yourself into Song clan. It is a small matter if you implicate me, but if you implicate everyone else and cause Lu blessed land's invasion to be obstructed, you will be in big trouble. These words were said without mercy. Many Gu immortals heard it and their expressions changed. They were not worried about what Xie Shufang said, but they were worried that Xingxiang would lose face and cause internal strife. Tai Bai Yuncheng's expression sank, while Budan saw Fang Yuan's setback and was secretly happy. Fang Yuan sized up Xie Shufang, thinking that this Gu immortal was not fond of him. She was probably from the righteous path. Fang Yuan was not angry, he was happy instead, following Xie Shufang's words. Master Xie is right, Song clan is a super force with huge assets, how can I resist such an existence? Thus, I came here after thinking it through. Lord Shark Demon, I need your help. If I join Zombie Alliance, will I be able to avoid this calamity? Xie Shufang was stunned. In her impression, Northern Plains Gu immortals who like to fight should have a strong will. Why were they so soft? Shark Demon was the first to react. He laughed. Of course. Brother Xing Xiang has great talent, joining Zombie Alliance is the best choice. I can guarantee you that you can join Zombie Alliance smoothly. Don't worry, as long as you do not do anything to Song Yishur, Zombie Alliance can support you and negotiate with Song clan. Then I will have to thank Lord Shark Demon. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly and helplessly. Lord Shark Demon, don't worry, I entered the underwater volcano by mistake and saw Fairy Yishur bathing. In the end, I caused this storm. Sigh. Fang Yuan sighed deeply. He had a bitter expression as if a calamity had fallen from the sky. Budan's expression became extremely gloomy. Shark Demon laughed loudly. I trust Brother Xing Xiang. Let's go and destroy the Fighting Soul battlefield first. After entering Yulu Blessed Land, the immortals fell into the Fighting Soul battlefield again. In a dark and empty space, dark clouds covered the sky, a thunderstorm was approaching, intense winds blew and sand filled the sky. Soul beasts formed in the sand, their numbers increased rapidly. Without any pause, they immediately attacked Fang Yuan and the rest. The moment Fang Yuan, Budan and the rest entered, they had already started to destroy it, using their own methods and abilities. Because of the probing earlier, they were already clear that there was no difficulty or trap in destroying the hidden Gu worm, it was just a race against time. Chapter 9-11. This was a race against time. If Shark Demon and the rest could not defend against the Soul Beast's attacks, this plan would end in failure. Greater than over equal to if the Gu immortals unraveled the battlefield killer move before that, they would obtain victory. Boom! Fang Yuan waved his sleeves, a Wisdom Path Mortal Killer move was thrown out, blasting 7 to 8 hidden Gu worms into smithereens. Earlier, when he unraveled the battlefield killer move Battle Soul Battlefield, he could only destroy 5 to 6 hidden Gu worms, but now, he could destroy 7 to 8. This showed that during this period of time, he had been holed up in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, practicing and studying, his Wisdom Path methods had improved. But Fang Yuan was still not satisfied. This kind of self-training has limited improvement. To increase my ability to unravel battlefield killer moves, I need Immortal Gu. Unfortunately, even though I have a Wisdom Path Immortal Gu, Unravel Mystery, I cannot use it to unravel battlefield killer moves. Unravel Mystery Immortal Gu's effect was to help Gu immortals think and solve puzzles. If battlefield killer moves were treated as riddles, then Unravel Mystery Immortal Gu was very close to unraveling battlefield killer moves. Just using Unravel Mystery Immortal Gu had no help in unraveling battlefield killer moves. Fang Yuan used the light of wisdom, using Unravel Mystery Immortal Gu as the core to deduce a simple immortal killer move to unravel battlefield killer moves. But it was a pity that Fang Yuan had been working tirelessly. In the end, before Fang Yuan came to Eastern Sea, he did not succeed. It was very difficult to deduce an immortal killer move. Normally speaking, even if a rank 8 Gu immortal wanted to design a brand new immortal killer move, they would need years as the unit of measurement. And most of the time, there would also be a lack of thinking and a lack of foundation. As a result, the Gu Immortal would not be able to complete the immortal killer move even at death's door. Thus, Fang Yuan's inheritance contained so many incomplete immortal killer moves. Even though Fang Yuan's star path attainment level was ordinary, he used Wisdom Gu to perfect some incomplete immortal killer moves, creating star fire escape that reflected star thoughts. But now, he had to create a Wisdom Path killer move on a blank foundation. It was beyond Fang Yuan's capabilities. Even with the help of the Light of Wisdom, his Wisdom Path attainment level was only ordinary. This shortcoming, which he lacked the most, was a huge burden on him. Actually, Unravel Mystery Immortal Gu is very similar to Unravel Battlefield killer moves. As long as my Wisdom Path attainment reaches master level, I will be able to design a brand new Wisdom Path Immortal killer move to counter Battlefield killer moves. Fang Yuan had already calculated it in secret. But at this moment, although he felt regretful, he was not anxious at all. Since Shark Demon had already promised him in front of everyone to bring Fang Yuan into the East Sea Zombie Alliance, the possibility of him going back on his words was extremely small. Even if he managed to break the soul of the warring battlefield this time, it was still a failure, and it had little to do with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had already achieved his previous goal, which was to join the East Sea Zombie Alliance. From a certain point of view, it's to reflect my future value. If I can keep Shark Demon busy and use him, I can use battlefield killer moves similar to Battle Soul Battlefield. The later, the better. If these battlefield killer moves were all deciphered, they would be able to conquer Yulu Blessed Land. Fang Yuan would not gain much benefits. It would be better to stall for time and wait for Fang Yuan's strength to grow. He wanted to see if he could get a bigger share in the future. Fang Yuan's hands did not stop moving, but his mind was calm and leisurely. He used the corner of his eyes to observe the surroundings. Budan did not need to observe anymore. He was still the same as before, using all his strength to decipher the killer moves, but each attack could only destroy one hidden Gu worm. In terms of contribution to the overall situation, it was better than nothing. Fang Yuan focused on observing the three new Gu Immortals. These three Gu Immortals all had Wisdom Path methods. They were specially invited by Shark Demon. The one closest to Fang Yuan was that elderly Gu Immortal, the Demonic Path Gu Immortal 9 Ghost Finger. At this moment, he lowered his head to look at his hands. He had 10 fingers on both hands, but when he rapidly formed seals, there were only 9 finger phantoms. His Wisdom Path inheritance was unique. It only lacked 1 finger, which was one of the most elusive heavenly secrets. 9 ghost finger formed seals. As his 9 finger phantoms danced around, he muttered some incantations. It was unknown what he was saying. At the same time, all sorts of mortal Gu flew out of his immortal aperture. These mortal Gu flew into the air and self-detonated, destroying the nearby hidden Gu worms. Some mortal Gu could only destroy 1 spot, while others could destroy 7 or 8 hidden Gu worms. On average, his speed was slower than Fang Yuan, but his Wisdom Path attainment level was definitely higher than Fang Yuan's. Fang Yuan looked at Big Bag Lu Tan Xian. This Big Bag's name was very special. Fang Yuan guessed that since the other party was a Space Path Gu Immortal, did Big Bag mean that this person was proficient in storage methods? But normally speaking, Space Path Gu Immortals had more Space Path Dao marks. Their immortal apertures would be bigger and more spacious than ordinary Gu Immortals' immortal apertures. Right now, Lu Tan Xian's eyes had turned into vertical slits, like a cat's eyes. He was scouting. His fat hands were shining with a golden luster. The aura he exuded told others that this was a top-tier mortal killer move. Lu Tan Xian observed for a few breaths of time before attacking. He stretched out his golden hand and pointed in a certain direction. This action seemed to expend a lot of his strength. Soon, he was covered in sweat. He was gasping for breath. But with every finger, a large number of hidden Gu worms would be destroyed in the corresponding direction, turning into golden sand that drifted in the air. Every time Lu Tan Xian attacked, at least 8 hidden Gu worms would be destroyed. But his attack frequency was low. His attacks needed scouting, they needed a few breaths of time to prepare, and he was very tired. He was getting more and more tired, his attack frequency was falling. Thus, overall, Lu Tenxian was below 9 Ghost Finger. It could be seen that Shark Demon's evaluation was on point. When Shark Demon introduced Lu Tenxian to Fang Yuan, he said that he had Wisdom Path attainment. And when he introduced 9 Ghost Finger, he said that 9 Ghost Finger also cultivated Wisdom Path. Then, the person that Shark Demon introduced, the Wisdom Path Gu Immortal Xia Shufang, was undoubtedly the strongest among the three. Fang Yuan looked at Xia Shufang. As expected. Xia Shufang stood proudly in the air, 2 streams of light, one yellow and one white, were being breathed out continuously. The yellow and white streams of light were extremely fast, they tore through the air and destroyed 100 hidden mortal goo. After destroying these goo worms, the yellow and white streams of light weakened, but when they returned to Xia Shufang's nose, they regained their vigor, and when they breathed out again, they had a majestic aura. A solemn light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. These 2 streams of light had extraordinary power, they were clearly immortal killer moves. The power of immortal killer moves was truly different from Fang Yuan's mortal killer moves. Fang Yuan sighed internally, my Wisdom Path attainment level is not high enough, unravel mystery immortal goo cannot be used properly, so be it, attainment level is something that needs a long time to accumulate. But if I had Star Thought immortal goo, according to Dongfang Naganori's Wisdom Path inheritance, I would have at least 3 Wisdom Path killer moves that can break the battlefield killer move. 2 of them are at least 5 to 6 times stronger than this yellow and white stream of light. The Wisdom Path inheritance that originated from Dongfang Naganori was clearly more outstanding than the Wisdom Path inheritance that Xia Shufang had. What Fang Yuan wanted the most now was Star Thought immortal goo. On one hand, he had a huge need for Star Thought itself. Fang Yuan's stone nest in Hu Immortal Blessed Land had been refining Star Thought mortal goo for many years. If he had Star Thought immortal goo, this stone nest could be used to increase the production of air sac goo. Fang Yuan's immortal Yuan stone would earn more. On the other hand, Star Thought immortal goo was one of the 2 cores of the immortal killer move Star Fog Concealment. Star Fog Concealment had a similar effect to immortal goo Dark Limit. It could allow the goo immortal to resist other people's deductions, causing others' deductions to be vague and unclear. Dongfang Naganori's Wisdom Path inheritance also had many top-tier mortal killer moves. Fang Yuan had used them before, but against the deductions of people like Song Jiadan, they had almost no effect. Fang Yuan's true body stepped into Eastern Sea, the mortal goo that he had set up on his body self-detonated, the defense of the mortal killer move crumbled. Evidently, in the future, if Fang Yuan fled to the ends of the world and was chased by the entire world, all sorts of forces and people would try to deduce his whereabouts. Then, he would need at least 1 immortal killer move to protect himself and defend against other people's deductions. Facts had already proven that mortal Wisdom Path killer moves, even if they were top tier, were useless no matter how many there were. There was a qualitative difference between immortals and mortals. But there are many difficulties in refining Star Thought immortal goo. Firstly, funds. I had just spent 2,000 immortal Yuan stone, my finances are limited. Even if I have enough funds to buy all the immortal materials, I will need time and luck. Moreover, the success Dao marks on me have already been used to refine change form immortal goo. No matter how much I prepare, if I am unlucky and encounter a failure rate, I will not be able to refine Star Thought immortal goo. As for other people obtaining Star Thought immortal goo in advance, the chances are very small. After all, Dongfang Naganori detonated Star Thought immortal goo not long ago. Time passed, 15 minutes passed. In the fighting soul battlefield, ancient soul beasts appeared again. An endless army of soul beasts surrounded Fang Yuan and the rest from all directions. Compared to the dense army of soul beasts, the position that Fang Yuan and the rest occupied was like a sesame seed on a cake. However, Shark Demon and the rest did not despair, they still retained their fighting spirit and anticipation. That was because Fang Yuan and the rest had seen the light of success in unraveling the battlefield killer move. Fight! Shark Demon gritted his teeth. He knew that he had to go all out now. He activated the Remnant Profound Ice House without hesitation. The Remnant Profound Ice House enveloped everyone. It was like a white meteor that rampaged through the dense army of soul beasts. Along the way, countless soul beasts were crushed to pieces. Even desolate-level soul beasts could not block the collision of the Remnant Profound Ice House. Boom boom boom. But the ancient soul beasts had enough strength. They surrounded the Remnant Profound Ice House and attacked. Chapter 9:12. Persevere, persevere. Success or failure depends on this. As long as we persevere, we will win. Inside the Remnant Ice House, the Immortals were shouting loudly. They had already lost their composure. Outside the Remnant Ice House, soul beasts were densely packed. They were like a swarm of ants, surrounding the entire Profound Ice House. How many more hidden points are there? Shark Demon shouted. 178. Bu Dan immediately reported. Although he could not decipher it, at this moment, fighting soul battlefield was close to collapsing. Soul beasts could no longer be produced. Bu Dan's investigative ability was enough to see the whole situation. 178. Su Baiman muttered. Although his expression was unsightly, his gaze was filled with hope. This number of hidden points seemed to be able to be easily destroyed. But the truth was, there were many difficulties. Firstly, these remaining goo worms contained core immortal goo. They were hard to decipher. Secondly, the Immortals were inside the Remnant Ice House. Their methods were greatly restricted. They could not act freely like before. Immortal goo houses had comprehensive offense and defense. They could advance and retreat. They were like fortresses. They had their own specialties and had no weaknesses. As long as there were more goo Immortals inside the Immortal goo house, and their cultivation level was higher, they could provide more immortal essence to the Immortal goo house. Thus the Immortal goo house could erupt with greater battle strength. But there was a flaw in this. That was, the goo Immortals were only providing power to the Immortal goo house. The Immortal goo house's offense and defense, advance and retreat, healing and investigative methods, all depended on the Immortal goo and Mortal goo used to construct the Immortal goo house. Thus, Fang Yuan, Xia Shufang and the others' original methods could not be used because of the Immortal goo house's obstruction. From this point, ancient battle formations were much more outstanding than Immortal goo houses. Even though ancient battle formations had been eliminated by Immortal goo houses in the history of goo cultivation, facts proved that ancient battle formations still had many outstanding aspects. For example, ancient battle formations had combat methods. They were much more flexible than Immortal goo houses. The Immortal goo house's offense and defense, advance and retreat, healing and investigative abilities depended on the Immortal goo used to construct them. Their abilities were fixed. Their strength would increase along with the amount of immortal essence. Thus, they were more inflexible. But ancient battle formations were different, because even though ancient battle formations were made up of goo formations, the core was the goo Immortals inside. The goo Immortals were inside the ancient battle formation. He could use his own unique immortal killer moves. Like in the Battle of Langya Province, Fang Yuan and the Hairy Man goo Immortals formed the second ancient battle formation, Heavenly Giant Solar. This silver giant would change its appearance according to the goo Immortals' killer move. The killer move's power would also be amplified greatly. Anyway, if it was an ancient battle formation, the Immortals would have already destroyed all the hidden points and obtained victory. But now that it was an Immortal goo house, his movements were restricted. It was like climbing a mountain. There was only a short flight of stone steps left before he could reach the top. However, this short distance had become an obstacle that was difficult to overcome. In the eyes of the Immortals, time seemed to have slowed to a crawl. Every minute and every second was torture. Are we going to fail again this time? Su Baiman muttered in disappointment. Shark Demon clenched his teeth and remained silent. His expression was one of defeat. At this moment, Xia Shufang stood up, saying to Shark Demon with a solemn expression, "I can get rid of these hidden goo worms, but the price of my method is huge. If you can give me one of these immortal goo as compensation, I can help." Shark Demon had an unhappy expression. He snorted coldly. Su Baiman also had a fierce gaze, he had an unfriendly expression. Xia Shufang's actions. She was using the chance to extort him. But at this moment, they were already at their wits' end. If they wanted to get past this obstacle, they could only rely on Xia Shufang. But Xia Shufang immediately asked for immortal goo as compensation. Immortal goo were extremely valuable, this was an exorbitant demand. But Shark Demon quickly thought about it, he was silent for a while before agreeing, "You can only take one immortal goo. That is my bottom line." He had gone through an intense competition in Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance to snatch this mission to attack Yulu Blessed Land. Other than a portion of the benefits that he would give to Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance, the rest would belong to Shark Demon and Su Baiman. This immortal zombie couple had invested more and more in the early stages, they were already suffering a huge loss. The immortal goo and Yulu Blessed Land were part of their assets. It could be said that Xia Shufang's words were like digging a hole in their hearts. But undeniably, Shark Demon was someone who could do great things, he could adapt to the situation and was able to size up the situation. He actually endured this and agreed to Xia Shufang's request. Fang Yuan praised him inwardly for this. Xia Shufang heard Shark Demon's concession and nodded without hesitation, smiling, "Sir Shark Demon, I am not such a greedy person. It is just that one of the immortal goo and the battlefield killer move is very suitable for me. No matter how many immortal goo there are, I do not dare to take them. I owe you a favor this time. Then let's ask Master Xia Shufang to make a move." Su Baiman crossed his arms, speaking in a stiff tone. This immortal goo was not so easy to obtain. Everyone was waiting, Xia Shufang's expression was solemn as her aura rose steadily. At the same time, a dazzling black and white light appeared on her body. The black and white light continued to revolve, quickly condensing into a huge ball. The huge ball used black, white, and gray to depict a vivid image of an intense battle. In the image, the remnant ice house was a white dot at the center, the surroundings were pitch black and filled with soul beasts. And the hidden goo worm's location was in the middle of this soul beast army, it was like a star, flickering, its location was clearly marked. Wisdom Path Immortal Killer Move, Clear Image. Xia Shufang breathed in deeply, she slowly stretched out her finger into the image. She used her index finger and thumb to pinch a hidden spot, then exerted a little force as the fingertips of the two fingers moved closer to each other. All the immortals could hear was a slight cracking sound, as if something had been crushed. After that, Xia Shufang twirled her two fingers, and when she retracted her hand, the goo worm at the hidden point had already been destroyed by her. At once, the immortals gasped in shock. Xia Shufang's Wisdom Path Killer move could actually launch a profound attack through the remnant ice house, and it was so precise. The soul beasts outside could not disturb it at all, it was truly amazing. Even Fang Yuan felt like his horizons were broadened. This female immortal, Xia Shufang, might not have a friendly attitude towards Fang Yuan, but Shark Demon called her master, she was indeed skilled. Even though Fang Yuan relied on his outstanding Wisdom Path inheritance to surpass Budan, Lu Ten Xian, and Nine Ghost Finger, there was still a huge gap between him and a goo immortal like Xia Shufang who mainly cultivated Wisdom Path. Eventually, Xia Shufang used the killer move Clear Image to destroy most of the hidden goo worms, and successfully captured an immortal goo. When she took out this immortal goo from the split brightness map, the other goo immortals were shocked. After losing an immortal goo, Fighting Soul Battlefield quickly broke apart, the remaining immortal goo and a small number of mortal goo disappeared, retreating on their own. Countless soul beasts roared and growled as they launched their final frenzied attack. Remnant Ice House was an immortal goo house after all, it firmly blocked the final retaliation of the soul beasts. Eventually, the soul beast army dissipated along with the battlefield killer move, Shark Demon, and the rest obtained the final victory with much difficulty. But soon, they fell into a brand new battlefield killer move. Oh heavens, how many battlefield killer moves are there in this Yulu blessed land? Budan held his forehead in dejection. After fighting Soul Battlefield, the Immortals fell into a brand new battlefield killer move, 8 Doors Labyrinth. In this battlefield killer move, the sky and ground were all orange, other than the 8 huge doors, there was nothing else. But the strongest wisdom path Gu Immortal, Xia Shufang, showed a troubled expression as she reminded the Immortals, be careful. This 8 Doors Labyrinth is used to trap people. Even though it does not have the killing intent of fighting Soul Battlefield, it is harder to deal with. Nobody objected. 8 Doors Labyrinth was very famous in history. Gu Immortals would have a huge sense of direction once they got inside. Moreover, these 8 doors could only allow one life form to enter. After entering, the open door would disappear. That was to say, the 8 doors in front of Shark Demon and the rest meant that there were only 8 chances to explore. After entering the door, the Gu Immortals would have to fight alone, they would be isolated and without help, there would be no other Gu Immortals to help them. It is said that after entering this door, the Gu Immortal will enter a second space and face another choice of 8 doors. 8 Doors Labyrinth has a total of 8 spaces, each space has 8 doors. There is only one correct choice. Otherwise, they can only move around inside. This is a classic labyrinth battlefield, it is very powerful in trapping people. Without wisdom path Gu Immortals skilled in deductions, there is no way to break it. Gu Immortals skilled in fighting will find it hard to move forward, they might even be trapped to death inside. Xia Shufang sighed. Even though she was a wisdom path Gu Immortal, she was not skilled in deductions. The Immortal Killer move map earlier had already exposed her background. She was a wisdom path Gu Immortal who was skilled in reconnaissance and long-range attacks, she was more inclined towards fighting. Fang Yuan's wisdom path inheritance was skilled in deductions, but unfortunately, he did not even have the most basic star thought Immortal Gu in the inheritance. Even the cleverest housewife could not cook without rice, his situation was very awkward. This is only the first space, there is still time to return. Xia Shufang reminded. The battlefield killer move earlier could still be used to probe. But against the 8 Doors Labyrinth, the Gu Immortals probing would be throwing away their lives, they could not even probe. Yulu Blessed Land's battlefield killer moves are getting harder and harder. I think we are close to opening it. Shark Demon sighed, he wisely chose to retreat. Using the remnant Profound Ice House, the Immortals forcefully left Yulu Blessed Land. In this trip, even though Shark Demon and the rest successfully unraveled the battle's soul battlefield, they paid a huge price, it could only be considered a Pyrrhic victory. The one who truly benefited the most was Xia Shufang. She was very happy to obtain an Immortal Gu as her spoils of war. Chapter 9:13. Even though they unraveled fighting Soul Battlefield, because of the battlefield killer move 8 Doors Labyrinth, Shark Demon's group had no choice but to leave Yulu Blessed Land. After parting ways with the other Wisdom Path Gu Immortals, Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing followed Shark Demon and Su Baiman to Shark Sea, where they were entertained by Shark Demon and his wife. Brother Xing Xiang, how confident are you in unraveling 8 Doors Labyrinth? During the banquet, Shark Demon asked bluntly. Fang Yuan's expression changed slightly, he shook his head with a solemn gaze, I am ashamed, I do not have any confidence. Even you do not have confidence? Su Baiman said in disappointment. Fang Yuan pondered, if I can refine a wisdom path Immortal Gu, I will have 30% confidence. Unfortunately, even though I have been accumulating immortal materials, I am still far from the Immortal Gu refinement standard. Refining Immortal Gu, is too difficult. Shark Demon heard Fang Yuan's words and his eyes brightened, but soon dimmed. He had cooperated with Xianxia more than once, he could see Fang Yuan's foundation, he indeed lacked a wisdom path immortal killer move. After unraveling the battlefield killer move, Shark Demon had a better idea. Big Bag Lu Tan Xian and the demonic path Gu Immortal 9 Ghost Finger could not compare to Fang Yuan in wisdom path methods. There was no need to mention Budan. Xia Shufang was quite amazing, far surpassing Fang Yuan, but she was a righteous path Gu Immortal. Not only was she incompatible with Shark Demon's group, her appetite was also too big. This time, Shark Demon and the rest did not get anything, while Xia Shufang obtained an immortal Gu, taking the biggest share. No matter how magnanimous Shark Demon was, losing an immortal Gu still made him feel great heartache. Even though he unraveled Fighting Soul Battlefield, he still had a huge grudge against Xia Shufang. He was just restraining himself. With Shark Demon's personality, he would sooner or later seek revenge. Fang Yuan observed his expression. Looking at the chairman, Shark Demon's eyes brightened and dimmed. He said slowly, "I won't hide it from the two lords, my wisdom path inheritance is still complete. If I have that wisdom path immortal Gu, I will be able to use several powerful immortal killer moves and my strength will rise greatly. Even if she's weaker than Xia Shufang, she's not that far off." Shark Demon nodded his head and changed the topic. He did not continue on this topic. Fang Yuan did not finish his words, he did not go overboard. But how could Shark Demon not understand what Fang Yuan meant? Xiangxia's words have a deeper meaning, he wants me to help him refine wisdom path immortal Gu. However, in this kind of transaction, I will suffer the greatest loss. It's fine if I can refine it, but if I can't, I'll have wasted a large amount of my investment. That's one disaster after another. Shark Demon pondered and rejected the idea of funding Fang Yuan to refine immortal Gu. In fact, he had been under a lot of pressure recently. In attacking Yulu Blessed Land, he and Su Baiman had invested a lot of effort and money, but so far, there was little effect. This time, they invited 3 wisdom path helpers. They even bled a lot. Even if Shark Demon and Su Baiman were veteran experts with deep foundations, they were showing signs of exhaustion at this point. Refining immortal Gu. It might be a bottomless pit. Unless he had no other choice, Shark Demon would never choose this. Towards Shark Demon's attitude. Although Fang Yuan felt some regret, he had expected it. There was not even a trace of disappointment. In order to relocate the Blessed Land, he had spent most of his immortal Yuan stone. With his current wealth, it would take a long time to gather the standard immortal materials to refine Star Thought immortal Gu. It doesn't matter if Shark Demon didn't take the bait, the important thing is to infiltrate Zombie Alliance. Fang Yuan did not forget his main goal. Shark Demon was also willing to let Fang Yuan join Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. Why? Because once Fang Yuan joined Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance, he would be on the same side as Shark Demon and Su Baiman. This way, with the restriction of Zombie Alliance, Shark Demon would be able to use Fang Yuan's help more easily when attacking Yulu Blessed Land, he would be able to use him more easily. This was very helpful to Shark Demon's current development plans. Helping Xiangxia was helping Shark Demon himself. Thus, after the shark fishing banquet, Shark Demon brought Fang Yuan to Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's headquarters. 2 days later. In the air, Shark Demon and Fang Yuan were flying rapidly. This is the Yellow Spring Sea area. Shark Demon pointed at the sea below as he introduced. In fact, even without his indication, Fang Yuan had already noticed the special sea area below. Yellow Spring Sea area, the seawater was an earthy yellow color, it was like a large river mixed with sand and sand, the waves were rolling and undulating. But in fact, there was no sand floating in the Yellow Spring Sea area, the seawater itself was a light yellow color. Yellow Spring Sea area is a very special sea area. The closer you get to the center of the sea area, the fewer living beings there are. This is the largest zombie farm in the 5 regions. Shark Demon introduced. Fang Yuan nodded, using his investigative method, his gaze pierced through the sea surface and reached the depths of the sea. He saw countless corpses floating in the sea, large numbers of zombie fish, zombie cuttlefish, jellyfish, sea turtles and others were swimming in the water, killing each other. At the bottom of the sea, there were gray-white rotting corals. They emitted an intense stench that polluted the surrounding seawater. The seaweeds were pale white bandages of seaweed, they floated with the currents like white silk used to hang people. These last 2 days, we used 4 undercurrents to fly for a day and a half, passing through more than 10 sea areas before arriving at Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's headquarters, the Yellow Spring Sea area. Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance is indeed worthy of being the headquarters of the 5 regions, to be able to control such a huge territory in Eastern Sea. Fang Yuan sighed sincerely. Shark Demon laughed heartily. In the other 4 regions, Zombie Alliance is inferior, but in Eastern Sea, this is Zombie Alliance's headquarters. It is powerful and can suppress other super forces. Brother Xianxia, it was a wise decision for you to join such a powerful force. Different from Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's Dark Flow Giant City, Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's headquarters had a public blessed land as their headquarters. This public blessed land was called Undying Kingdom. In Eastern Sea's Gu Immortal world, it was located at the center of Yellow Spring Sea area. Under Shark Demon's lead, Fang Yuan successfully entered Undying Kingdom Blessed Land. Contrary to Fang Yuan's estimation, Undying Kingdom Blessed Land was filled with birds and fragrant flowers. It was a scene of vitality. This was a stark contrast to the death energy and decay of immortal zombies. Immortal zombies are already living dead, their immortal apertures are also dead lands. How can they gather such a large public blessed land? Is it a blessed land for living Gu immortals of Zombie Alliance? Fang Yuan was puzzled. Shark Demon chuckled. Xianxia, don't worry. Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance has never forced any living Gu immortal who joins Zombie Alliance to contribute a portion of their immortal aperture. Of course, Zombie Alliance encourages you to contribute your blessed land. There is a huge corresponding reward. You can see this when you look at the missions in the inner hall. Undying Kingdom is a public blessed land that mainly comes from immortal zombies. Or more accurately speaking, it comes from old Gu immortals who are about to reach the end of their lifespan, or for other reasons, they are preparing to turn into immortal zombies to prolong their lifespan. Do you know why this blessed land is called Undying Kingdom? It is because Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance has a unique method to allow the combined blessed lands to maintain their youth and vitality. Fang Yuan heard this and his gaze brightened, revealing an extremely interested expression. Shark Demon observed his expression and laughed. Xianxia, you are also interested in this method? That's right. Our Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance has gone through countless predecessors' research and accumulation. We have already developed some results, how to maintain the vitality of the immortal aperture while maintaining the immortal zombie body. Fang Yuan was greatly moved. He had always wanted to revive and get rid of his immortal zombie body. Why? Wasn't it because the immortal zombie's immortal aperture was a dead aperture, it did not have the potential to advance further? But now, Fang Yuan heard Shark Demon's words and his thoughts towards reviving changed. The reason I want to get rid of my immortal zombie body and revive is so that my immortal aperture can survive and continue to raise my cultivation level. But if I can really become an immortal zombie while maintaining the vitality of my immortal aperture, there is a possibility of advancing further. Wouldn't that be the best of both worlds? Immortal zombies were living dead, they did not need to consider lifespan limitations, it could be considered a different kind of longevity. Fang Yuan used this advantage and continuously used the light of wisdom to develop and rise rapidly. But if Fang Yuan became a living person again, his lifespan would decrease sharply under the light of wisdom. How many times could he use wisdom Gu? The immortal zombie body had its advantages and disadvantages. But even if Fang Yuan had wisdom Gu, the disadvantages were greater than the advantages. Thus, Fang Yuan had to find a way to revive and get rid of the immortal zombie body no matter what. If there really is a method to maintain the immortal zombie body while reviving the immortal aperture and raising my cultivation level, that would be my best choice. But now, it seems that although Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's research results are outstanding, they are still far from perfection. If they really had such a method, Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance would have dominated Eastern Sea long ago, right? The 5 regions are no longer the same as they are now. After Fang Yuan calmed down, he also guessed the truth of Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. Humans will die eventually, there will be a day when their lifespan runs out. Brother Xianxia, after you join Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance, you can make contributions to Zombie Alliance. You can use these contributions to exchange for this research result. Shark Demon patted Fang Yuan's shoulder and said with a smile. Fang Yuan nodded, showing a fervent expression on his face, but he was calm inwardly. He knew that Shark Demon was tricking him. Fang Yuan had joined Northern Plains Zombie Alliance before. He already knew that to exchange for this level of research success, he would have to make huge contributions to Zombie Alliance. Shark Demon brought Fang Yuan to the center of Undying Country. There was a mountain range of corpses there. On top of dozens of mountain peaks were tens of palaces or halls. Shark Demon led Fang Yuan into one of them. Half a day later, Fang Yuan and Shark Demon walked out of the palace. Fang Yuan had an identity token in his hand, as well as information path Mortal Goo. He could use it to transmit all sorts of information in Zombie Alliance. With Shark Demon's guidance, Fang Yuan successfully became a member of Zombie Alliance. Floating Astronomy. Chapter 914. Compared to the first time Fang Yuan joined Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, Fang Yuan was much more relaxed when he joined Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. Originally, Fang Yuan was worried that his identity would be exposed. After all, Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance had several rank 8 immortal zombies. Because of this, Fang Yuan had used the light of wisdom in Hu Immortal Blessed Land and expended a large amount of star thoughts to fuse star mark Immortal Goo into vaguely familiar face. With each strength, change form, and star mark as the cores, Fang Yuan could transform into a star path Goo Immortal or star path Desolate Beast. It would be much more realistic. But after joining Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance, Fang Yuan did not see any rank 8 Goo Immortals. Even the investigation of his identity as Xianxia was just a formality. The reason for this, other than rank 8 immortal zombies having their own tasks, Shark Demon's status in Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance is not low. Living Goo Immortals cannot enter the higher-ups of Zombie Alliance. The main reason is that Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance is strong. They have sufficient confidence and a huge psychological advantage. Fang Yuan analyzed. 7 days later. BC. Countless bee groups flew out of the sea, landing on the boat flowers on the sea surface. In Eastern Sea's May month, the waves of BC would cause countless boat flowers to flow towards it. These flowers were of all colors, they were as large as small boats, they were tightly intertwined like a huge painting, spreading out from the flower sea. BC was a sea area that was connected to the flower sea. There were large numbers of water bees living in the BC. This special bee group only had the ability to fly for a short period of time. They were more proficient at swimming in the sea. Every year in May, when countless boat flowers flowed along the sea. When they reached the BC area, it was the best opportunity for the water bees to collect honey once a year. Right above the sea. Fang Yuan, Shark Demon, and the rest set up their formation, engaging in an intense negotiation with Song Clan's Goo Immortals. Finally, after the time it took for 2 incense sticks to burn, the two sides finally reached an agreement. Song Yishur and the rest would not pursue Xianxia's mistake. Even though it was an unintentional mistake on Xianxia's part, it was still a mistake. Not only did he have to publicly apologize, he also had to compensate Song Yishur with 600 immortal yuan stones. Xianxia currently did not have the ability to repay them all at once, but at most he could repay them in 6 installments. The first installment was 100 immortal yuan stone. The second time, he would have to pay 120 pieces of immortal yuan stone. The third time, 140 immortal yuan stone. According to the contents of the agreement, Fang Yuan would undoubtedly suffer a great loss if he were to compensate in batches. Therefore, after the agreement was reached, Fang Yuan borrowed a sum of immortal yuan stone each from Tai Bai Yunsheng, Shark Demon and the others, making up a total of 600 pieces. He gave them to Song Yishe on the spot. With an ashen face, Song Yishe took the immortal yuan stone and glared fiercely at Fang Yuan. His tone was cold and stiff as he said, "Apologize." Fang Yuan was a flexible person. He smiled bitterly and apologized sincerely. "I did not mean to offend Fairy Yishe, it was rude of me to offend such a beautiful lady. I deserve to die 1,000 deaths, please forgive me." "Then why don't you go and die?" Song Yishe retorted. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly again. "If I had seen Fairy Yishe's face, it would have been hacked to pieces. But Fairy, you should understand. Back then, there was thick fog in the hot spring, and you used an isolated immortal killer move. How could I have seen it clearly?" Song Yishe snorted coldly. She remembered the situation clearly. In the underwater volcano, she was not vigilant at all. How could she have set up any immortal killer move? Even if there was some fog, Song Yishe had cleared it in advance. She did not like her vision being blocked. But Song Yishe did not refute Fang Yuan's nonsense. Even if this wretched old man in front of her really saw her naked, Song Yishe would deny it and not admit it. Song Clan's two Gu immortals had relaxed expressions. They even pitted Wuxia Xianxia inwardly. Fang Yuan had explained it clearly earlier. In fact, after this matter was exposed, Song Clan had already investigated Li Clan village thoroughly. This undercurrent had only formed in the last few years. And because Song Yishe did not inspect the underwater volcano carefully, it was exposed. Wuxia Xianxia only took a glance, and because of the fog, he did not see anything, but he had to pay 600 immortal yuan stones. This price was too high. In the end, Song Clan was a super force. They had a lot of assets. If Wuxia Xianxia had offended others, it would have been fine, but the problem was that he offended Song Yishe. Song Yishe was not a problem, but behind her was Song Clan's first supreme elder, Song Qi Yuan. If not for Shark Demon representing Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance in this negotiation, if not for Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance being slightly stronger than Song Clan, Fang Yuan would not have had to pay 600 immortal yuan stones to settle this matter. Wuxia Xianxia, even though this matter is over, you better not appear in front of me again. Song Yishe said these words before flying away resolutely. The other two Gu immortals from Song Clan had a much more relaxed attitude. They cupped their fists politely. "Lord Shark Demon, Lord Su Bai Man, we will be taking our leave. Take care." Shark Demon returned the greeting. At this point, this storm finally subsided. Shark Demon invited Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng to visit Shark Sea again. But Fang Yuan declined. He told Shark Demon that he wanted to see if there were any missions in Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance that could give him good rewards. He could use them to earn immortal yuan stones to repay his debts. Shark Demon sensed Fang Yuan's dejection. He consoled him, saying that Zombie Alliance's structure was loose, it would not restrict his freedom too much. Fang Yuan's acting was on point. It really made Shark Demon believe that he was a rogue cultivator who valued personal freedom the most. Since Fang Yuan refused, Shark Demon and Su Bai Man did not insist. The couple also needed time to prepare for the next attack on Yulu Blessed Land. After parting ways with Shark Demon and the rest, Fang Yuan accepted some divination quests from the East Sea Zombie Alliance. He was cautious by nature. Even if he was going to put on an act, he had to go all the way. He would never leave any flaws in these minor details. Fang Yuan had the mission token and an information path Mortal Gu for communication. It was very convenient for him to take missions. He did not need to go to Undying Kingdom Blessed Land personally. In fact, Fang Yuan did not intend to personally enter the Undying Kingdom's blessed land. After all, there was a rank 8 immortal zombie guarding that place. In front of such an existence, Fang Yuan was not confident in his vaguely familiar face-killer move. It was also because he lacked confidence. Even though I spent 600 immortal yuan stones, as long as I can successfully enter Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, I will be able to use them. It is worth it. Next, I have to wait patiently for Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance to give me some missions related to Northern Plains. For example, a mission to collect resources unique to Northern Plains. Or a mission to inspect Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's branch. Fang Yuan planned. Fang Yuan's plan was progressing smoothly. At this point, he only needed to wait. Next, Fang Yuan used fixed immortal travel to secretly return to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Tai Bai Yunsheng parted ways with him. He used landscape as before to make friends everywhere in Eastern Sea's Gu Immortal world. Using the light of wisdom, Fang Yuan only spent a short time to complete the Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance deduction quests. They were all completed. If it were in the past, these deduction quests would have taken Fang Yuan months. But now, Fang Yuan only used a few days. Fang Yuan gradually felt that his wisdom path attainment had increased by leaps and bounds. In his previous life, the 500 years of suffering, glory, and ups and downs had turned him into a person skilled in scheming and scheming. Thus, Fang Yuan's nature was very compatible with wisdom path cultivation. Adding on his excellent wisdom path inheritance and rank 9 wisdom gu, how could Fang Yuan's wisdom path attainment not increase by leaps and bounds? After completing these quests, Fang Yuan did not hand them over immediately. This speed was too shocking, it did not match his wisdom path attainment. As for the immortal Yuan stone that he owed Tai Bai Yunsheng and Shark Demon, Fang Yuan did not care about it. Tai Bai Yunsheng's debt, Fang Yuan did not even need to pay it back. Shark Demon's debt, Fang Yuan would be able to pay it back in a few days. Guts Gu were in short supply, it was still very popular. His other businesses were also operating normally. Even though Star Form Blessed Land had been moved. As a result, the 4 great resources of Star Form Blessed Lands were damaged. But Fang Yuan's monthly profit was still close to 1,000 immortal yuan stone. But even so, Fang Yuan still lacked money. Be it the large-scale reconstruction of Star Form Blessed Land or the refinement of Star Thought Immortal Gu, they needed funds, a huge amount of funds. Besides that, there was the feeding of Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan had a large number of Immortal Gu that needed to be fed. If the Immortal Gu really starved to death, Fang Yuan's losses would be too great. Searching for lifespan Gu, teaching Fangzheng, interrogating the captives, constructing the 4th Fang Yuan stone nest, modifying immortal killer moves, cultivating wisdom path methods for the next attack on Yulu Blessed Land, purchasing Gu worms, purchasing strength path desolate beasts and desolate plants, the experience of raising hairy men, investigating the spring dream fruit tree, all these matters were complicated. Fang Yuan had to deal with them. Even though his immortal zombie body did not rest, Fang Yuan still felt that he did not have enough time. Fang Yuan was very clear about his situation. Maybe one day, the matter of him toppling 88 Shenyang Tower would be found out and exposed. Thus, he had to use this final opportunity to develop and get rid of his flaws. Fang Yuan wanted nothing more than to split time, or even split himself into 2 halves to use. While he was busy, Fang Yuan paid attention to the external situation. Fang Yuan paid less attention to Western Desert and Southern Border. Central Continent was still affected by the aftermath of the Refinement Path Convention. In Northern Plains, after old ancestor Shui who defeated Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Baizu, Northern Plains was very calm. But Fang Yuan had experienced the Battle of Langya Valley. He knew about Kanyang Laojun and these Central Continent investigators. Thus, the calmer Northern Plains was, the more Fang Yuan felt that there was a hidden vortex within. In Eastern Sea, the most eye-catching matter was Song clan and the other super forces fighting for the supremacy of ascending heaven plane. A few days later. Western Desert. Fang Yuan had changed his appearance, he was transacting with Shao clan's Gu immortals. These are the goods, check them. Fang Yuan threw out the regretful spiders he had brought. This time, Shao clan's Gu immortal was Shao Shirang. This person had a calm personality and was very astute. Together with Shao Huqi, they were known as Shao clan's civil and military duo. After Shao Shirang inspected them, he nodded in satisfaction. There are no problems. Catch! He threw an immortal Yuan stone to Fang Yuan. But different from before, other than the immortal Yuan stone, there was also a token and an information path mortal Gu. This was Shao clan's transaction token. Floating astronomy. Chapter 9:15. It is a pleasure to do business with you. Our Shao clan hopes to continue the trade of regretful spiders as much as possible. The token in your hand is Shao clan's transaction token. With this token, you will be Shao clan's trading partner. You can enjoy many preferential policies. The details are recorded in the information path mortal Gu. Of course, you can reject this token. Shao Shirang said. Fang Yuan received the transaction token, feeling joyful. In fact, his transaction with Shao clan, other than selling regretful spiders to earn immortal Yuan stones, the other reason was this transaction token. Western Desert was the most developed region in the 5 regions. Every super force would issue their own transaction token. However, the Shao clan's trade token was the most valuable one among them. Because among all the super forces in Western Desert, Shao clan and Tian clan had the largest business, they had the most trading partners. If Fang Yuan wanted to enter Western Desert's market, he could easily do it with Shao clan's transaction token. Especially with Shao clan's other trading partners, he could get along well. Of course, there were pros and cons to this. Shao clan and Tian clan were the biggest competitors. If he accepted Shao clan's transaction token, he would have to get closer to Shao clan. Fang Yuan and Tian clan, as well as the Gu immortals with Tian clan's transaction token, would find it hard to do business. With this transaction token, I can officially sell dragonfish and eerie fire dragon pythons. His monthly income of immortal meta stones would once again break through the 1,000 mark. When my other resources recover, my monthly earnings will be close to 2,000. Fang Yuan did not conceal his joy, he accepted the token with a smile. Shao Shirang also had a smile on his face. Even though in Shao Shirang's opinion, Fang Yuan was very mysterious, after Shao clan appeared. Even after many investigations, they could not find out Fang Yuan's identity. But Fang Yuan did not hesitate, he accepted Shao clan's transaction token. This was a move to get closer to Shao clan. Shao Shirang naturally had to show more goodwill. With the transaction token, Fang Yuan spent the next few days roaming Western Desert's Gu immortal world. Using the transaction token, even though it was his first time meeting, Fang Yuan successfully made several transactions of dragonfish and eerie fire dragon pythons. These transactions were mostly short-term, only 1 or 2 were long-term. However, Fang Yuan believed that with the passage of time, he would not be able to do so. As the number of transactions increased, this kind of long-term trade would increase and become more and more stable. Filled with joy, Fang Yuan left the Western Desert. But just as he stepped into Hu immortal blessed land, he received a shocking piece of news. What? Song Yishur was furious. They even razed the island of the Li family village to the ground? As it turned out, the contest for ascending heaven plane was getting more and more intense. Initially, only 3 forces were contending, but when the situation reached a stalemate, many other forces and Gu immortals saw an advantage and joined in. During this process, Song Yishur met the demonic path female Gu immortal, 7 Seas Snake Lady. She was ridiculed by the latter, saying that Song Yishur's worth was only worth 600 immortal Yuan stones. Throwing dirty water at Song Yishe. After Song Yishe suffered a loss, in a fit of anger, she went to that nameless island and killed all the mortals and beasts on the island. Then, she caused a tsunami and flooded the entire island 5 to 6 times. On this nameless island. Naturally, no one survived. To other people, this was an insignificant matter. Thus, the shock in Fang Yuan's heart was not something ordinary people could understand. This way. What about Li Xiaoyao? Song Yishe and Li Xiaoyao were supposed to be a heroic couple, but because of me, Song Yishe killed 8 generations of Li Xiaoyao's ancestors. Is this the same as killing Li Xiaoyao? In his previous life, Li Xiaoyao, who had shaken the world, no longer had a chance to step onto the stage of history. It is a pity. I was preparing to use Connect Luck to contact Li Xiaoyao in the future. Speaking of which, he is a person with strong luck. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. Because of him, Eastern Sea's future situation had undergone a huge change. And Fang Yuan had no idea how wide and deep the influence of this change would be. A few days later, something that shocked Fang Yuan even more happened. What? Starry sky grotto heaven shattered, countless grotto heaven fragments fell like meteors, causing countless forces and Gu immortals to fight over them. Fang Yuan was speechless. According to his previous life's memories, the shattering of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven should have happened hundreds of years later. Why did it happen so early in this life? Don't tell me. Because of me, I took advantage of Star Lord Wanxiang and Immortal Monkey King Shirlei, causing Immortal Zombie 7-star child to wake up from his dream realm, causing Shirlei to fall into Starry Sky Grotto Heaven and have no choice but to seek help from Combat Immortal sect. So, when 7-star child fought against Combat Immortal sect, even though he had the terrain advantage, Combat Immortal sect was too powerful, causing 7-star child to see that the situation was bad and detonate Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, causing them to perish together? Fang Yuan's guess was not wrong. In fact, it was exactly so. In Fang Yuan's previous life, 7-star child had been trapped in star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm for a long time, unable to wake up. Although Star Lord Wanxiang died, Shirlei inherited this fortuitous encounter. He did not inform the sect, but instead sneaked in every time the crack opened and plundered it wantonly. But after 7-star child was awakened by Fang Yuan, tragedy befell Shirlei. He was chased around by 7-star child and had no choice but to abandon his pride and seek help from Combat Immortal sect. In the end, Combat Immortal sect did not forcefully suppress 7-star child. Since I cannot obtain it, don't even think of obtaining it. With such a thought, 7-star child detonated Starry Sky Grotto Heaven and separated from Combat Immortal sect. Thus, the incident of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven's fragment falling to the ground happened in Central Continent 200 to 300 years in advance. After receiving this news, Fang Yuan did not know what to say. Northern Plains has already been destroyed by me, 88-point Jinyang Tower has fallen, Imperial Court Blessed Land has been destroyed. Now, Eastern Sea has also changed, Li Xiaoyao is gone. Now, Central Continent has also experienced a huge change, Starry Sky Grotto Heaven has collapsed in advance. At this rate, Central Continent and Eastern Sea will also change beyond recognition. Right now, the whole of Central Continent was in chaos because of this matter. Countless Gu immortals, Gu masters, super forces, small and large forces, all flocked towards the Grotto Heaven fragment world. What Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, they were all thrown to the back of Central Continent's Gu masters' minds. Regarding this, Fang Yuan smiled bitterly. Starry Sky Grotto Heaven had collapsed at the wrong time. If it had collapsed 200 to 300 years later, Fang Yuan would have benefited a lot. Because at that time, the 5 regions chaotic war would occur, dream realms would manifest outside, heroes would emerge endlessly, the veteran super forces would not be able to fend for themselves. It would be most beneficial to a lone cultivator like Fang Yuan. But now, the 5 regions chaotic war had yet to begin. Central Continent was ruled by the Celestial Court. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects firmly controlled the whole of Central Continent. Fang Yuan could completely foresee that the initial chaos would only last for a short time. The situation would soon be controlled by the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. The true beneficiaries would undoubtedly be the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, as well as the Celestial Court behind them. The following development was indeed within Fang Yuan's expectations. In fact, the situation changed even faster than Fang Yuan had expected. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects stabilized the situation and quickly came to an internal agreement, expelling all the other forces and Gu immortals. This made Fang Yuan deeply understand the enormous forces of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. What a pity for Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, what a pity for Seven Star Child, what a pity for that dream realm. Fang Yuan sighed in melancholy. Starry Sky Grotto Heaven was one of his long-term plans, but now, after this change, this enormous benefit was no longer fated with him. But the following development was out of Fang Yuan's expectations. A letter from He Fengyang was sent to Fang Yuan through Whole Earth Gu. In the letter, He Fengyang represented Crane Gate and invited Fang Yuan to explore Starry Sky Grotto Heaven Fragment World. Don't tell me. Fang Yuan's eyes shined brightly, the guess in his heart made him stand up in excitement. He could not help but raise his head and laugh loudly 3 times. After laughing, Fang Yuan fell into deep thought. I cannot be careless, although the possibility of it being a trap is small, I need to investigate it before agreeing. 2 days later, Fang Yuan arrived at a valley in Central Continent. This nameless valley was lacking in resources, it was unremarkable, but because a huge fragment of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven had fallen here, this place was surrounded by the alliance of the 10 great ancient sects. The surrounding 1,000 li had become a forbidden zone. Once other Gu immortals stepped into this area, they would be killed without mercy. Fang Yuan did not dare to casually barge in. He Fengyang personally welcomed him into the valley. There were already over 10 Gu immortals guarding the valley. They were from Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. Lad, be careful when you enter. Look far ahead, young man. Seeing He Fengyang bring Fang Yuan in, the other Gu immortals' expressions turned ugly. They either threatened or advised him. Sir, you are Fang Yuan. A female immortal in white clothes walked out from the crowd. So it is Fairy Bai Qing. Fang Yuan's gaze focused, his expression did not change as he greeted her. Fairy Bai Qing nodded at Fang Yuan, speaking in a warm tone. You are someone my daughter often mentions. In this contest for the Grotto Heaven fragment, I hope you can go easy on me. I will definitely repay you in the future. Even though Fang Yuan had traded Guts Gu with Spirit Affinity House many times, he had not met Fairy Bai Qing. But now, this matter concerned the safety of her daughter, Feng Kim Hong. Fairy Bai Qing had no choice but to appear and talk to Fang Yuan. She wanted Fang Yuan to give her face. Fang Yuan had his own plans. He agreed without hesitation. It has been a pleasant cooperation with you, Lady Bai Qing, you can rest assured. Fairy Bai Qing nodded in satisfaction. Many other Gu immortals snorted coldly. He Fengyang, who was at the side, had a cold light flickering in his eyes. Go in. The others have already entered. You have the highest cultivation level, you are the last. He Fengyang said solemnly. Fang Yuan nodded, walking forward. Inside the valley, there was a peculiar scene. It was like a mirage. The small valley that was originally filled with bushes was now a sea-blue ripple. The scenery did not match, it was like a broken painting that was forcefully embedded together. This was naturally not a mirage, it was a shattered Grotto Heaven world. The entrance was open for anyone to explore. Seeing that Fang Yuan was about to enter, He Fengyang was worried. He reminded, don't forget the place I gave you, you must occupy it. Don't worry. Fang Yuan waved his hand, he did not turn around. Under everyone's gazes, he entered the Grotto Heaven fragment. Chapter 9:16. Fang Yuan looked over and saw that the lake in front of him was sparkling. The surface of the lake was wide and blue. After he entered this starry sky grotto heaven fragment world, he had been in this blue lake. The blue lake was huge. There were several small islands in the center of the lake. They were verdant and lush. Looking even further, at the shore of the blue lake, there was a mountain range. It was like a trace of green, gently blending with the sky. Fang Yuan was standing on the surface of the water. It was like he was standing on flat ground. From the perspective of a mortal Gu master, this method of standing on the surface of the water would be very impressive. But now, this mortal thing was insignificant to Fang Yuan. Before entering this fragment grotto heaven, Fang Yuan took a final glance behind him. Behind him, the blue lake suddenly broke apart. It was as if there was a polished mirror that had cut the surface of the lake in half. Fang Yuan looked through the mirror and could see outside. It was indeed that nameless valley in central continent. There were also the figures of those Gu immortals in the valley. They seemed to be looking at Fang Yuan with all sorts of complicated gazes. Fang Yuan chuckled inwardly. He turned around and stomped on the lake water, flying away. The Gu immortals of central continent's 10 great ancient sects did not know, but the truth was, this was not the first time Fang Yuan had entered this starry sky grotto heaven. Starry Sky Grotto Heaven was very special. It had 7 subspaces that were isolated from each other. It was not like ordinary grotto heavens. Evidently, Starry Sky Grotto Heaven had a lot of space path Dao marks, and they were quite unique. There were many desolate beasts in Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. There were even ancient desolate beasts, the zombie dragon that guarded the 8th star hall, the walking meat tree and so on. They left a deep impression on Fang Yuan. But after the intense battle and the plunder of combat Immortal sect, there are also losses from the destruction of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. There are very few desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts left in this Grotto Heaven fragment world. Right now, in this Grotto Heaven, there are only 2 desolate beasts and 1 desolate plant. As Fang Yuan flew through the air, he recalled the information Fengyang had given him. These 2 desolate beasts and desolate plants were a desolate beast dragonfish, a scripture concealment turtle, and a netherworld grass. Dragonfish, as long as one was a Gu immortal, it was a common food used to feed immortal Gu. For most mortal Gu, if the specific food was not enough, dragonfish meat could be used, replacing the missing parts to feed the immortal Gu. Of course, immortal Gu were unique, their food was rare and strange. The dragonfish's effect was much lower. Even if it could replace part of the food, it could only be the desolate beast dragonfish meat. Among the dire beasts, the weakest is the dire beast dragonfish. According to the legends, dragonfish did not exist in this world. It was created by the Food Path sect. As for the scripture concealing turtle, this was a rare wisdom path desolate beast. Its habits were very strange. Ever since it became an adult, it had been fixed in a certain place, not moving at all. Day after day, the scripture concealing turtle's body would be covered in moss and turn into gray stones. It turned into a huge fake mountain. In addition, it was good at restraining its aura and hiding its tracks. It was not easy to find. Only when it sensed a huge calamity would it move. It would not stop until it found a suitable place to rest. Next, it would stop and shrink back into its shell, relying on wind, rain, frost, and snow to survive. If this desolate beast could be subdued, it would be more useful than killing it. The scripture concealing turtle was a pure wisdom path desolate beast. It was naturally close to wisdom path. It was a wisdom path spirit beast. It had the ability to find a safe and secluded place to live. Many wisdom path Gu immortals would use the scripture concealing turtle to help them when making deductions. Fang Yuan had inherited Dongfang Naganori's wisdom path inheritance. There was a method to use the newly killed scripture concealing turtle's shell to help him deduce. Evidently, subduing this scripture concealing turtle was more beneficial to the Gu immortal. Moreover, it did not move and had strong defense. Combat Immortal sect was not in a hurry to make a move. And the nether grass was the same. it was rooted in the ground and could not move. As long as one did not get close to it, the threat was low. A stalk of nether grass was especially beneficial to soul path Gu immortals, because the nether grass contained a large number of soul path Dao marks. As time passed, it would affect the surrounding environment. The surrounding hundreds of li around the nether grass would gradually become a breeding ground for soul path Gu worms. Nether grass had a powerful effect on modifying the environment of blessed lands and grotto heavens. Similarly, it was not convenient for combat immortal sect to take this nether grass, so they left it until today. But who could have expected 7-star child to have such a huge temper? He would rather destroy starry sky grotto heaven and cause it to fall. This situation was far beyond combat immortal sect's control. This fragment world of starry sky grotto heaven was discussed and agreed upon by the 10 great ancient sects of central continent to collect the resources inside. He Fengyang represented Crane Gate. Before entering the grotto heaven fragment world, he had given Feng Yuan several missions. Among them, there were 3 regarding the dragon fish, nether grass, and the scripture concealing turtle. If you can capture these 3 alive, that would be the best. According to the agreement, you will get a third of their value. He Fengyang told Feng Yuan clearly. Although Feng Yuan was Crane Gate's subordinate on the surface, that was not the case. He Fengyang was the person involved, he knew this clearly. Thus, he knew that to motivate Feng Yuan, he could only tempt him with benefits. Although Feng Yuan was only a rank 6 immortal zombie, he had a huge advantage against these 3. Because Feng Yuan not only had his own immortal Gu, he also had the immortal Gu that Crane Gate had lent to him. Having immortal Gu and not having immortal Gu, battle strength was 2 completely different concepts. Although the dragon fish, the scripture concealing turtle, and the nether grass were powerful life forms, they did not have immortal Gu. If they had immortal Gu, they would have already been attacked by Gu immortals because of their greed. If it was not 7-star child immortal zombie, it would be combat immortal sects people. How could they still be here? Normally speaking, in blessed lands and grotto heavens, there were basically no wild immortal Gu. Because once wild immortal Gu were produced, they would be taken away by the Gu immortal for their own use. After all, wild immortal Gu were not only useless to the management of the blessed land, it would also cause the Gu immortal to have insufficient control over the blessed land. If the desolate beasts went berserk in the future, it would be troublesome. Moreover, Starry Sky Grotto Heaven's owner, 7-star child, was awakened by Feng Yuan long ago. He was also the owner of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. He knew that there were no wild immortal Gu in the Grotto Heaven. How could he not know? Even if 7-star child was occupied, and Starry Sky Grotto Heaven was taken over by combat immortal sect, there were no wild immortal Gu. Unless it was an extremely special immortal Gu that could conceal itself, it would not exist until now. According to the map, the dragonfish is in this blue lake, near the small island at the center of the lake. Feng Yuan flew in the air, his gaze shining. Among the dragonfish, nether grass, and the scripture concealing turtle, he was most interested in the desolate beast dragonfish. Of course, dragonfish lived in groups. Beside the desolate beast dragonfish, there were large numbers of ordinary dragonfish. These, to Feng Yuan, were not a small amount of tempting wealth. To think that I would have a second desolate beast dragonfish so quickly. Since I can take away a third of the harvest, I will choose this group of dragonfish. Feng Yuan thought of this. He could not help but feel happy. At this time, on the small island at the center of the blue lake, a group of Gu masters from Heaven's Envy Manor was looking at the lake in front of them. They were in deep trouble. This group of Gu masters had 5 people. Almost all of them had rank 5 cultivation level, only one young Gu master had the lowest cultivation level. But he also had rank 4 peak stage cultivation level. This young man's name was Wei Wuxiang. He was the leader of this generation's elite disciples in Heaven's Envy Manor. Because he loved Fairy Bai Lian. He had once sparred with Feng Zheng, but lost. Fangzheng gave him a way out. It was a draw. Wei Wuxiang saved his face. He felt some gratitude towards Fangzheng. He felt that he owed Fangzheng a favor. He was originally rank 4 middle stage, but because of this competition for resources, Heaven's Envy Manor specially raised his cultivation level to rank 4 peak stage. On one hand, it was to train the rising stars of the sect. They were the hope of the future. On the other hand, they were lacking manpower. This time, the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent had started an intense competition for the fragments of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. 7-Star Child was very sinister. He self-detonated Starry Sky Grotto Heaven with great propriety. Gu immortals could not enter the fragment worlds. They could only rely on the disciples of the sect to explore them. As mentioned earlier, these Grotto Heaven fragment worlds had sparse Dao marks. They were like dilapidated houses on the verge of collapse. They could only last for a short period of time. And Gu immortals with Dao marks were like giants. Forcefully entering these fragment worlds was like a giant squeezing into a small house. The result would be the house breaking and the resources inside would be destroyed. In his previous life, Fang Yuan became a blood path Gu immortal and created the Bloodwing Demon sect. When Starry Sky Grotto Heaven shattered and fell, he commanded the demonic sect's mortal Gu masters to enter the fragment worlds in his place and plunder resources. But now, why could Fang Yuan enter? Speaking of which, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. Because Fang Yuan had the lowest cultivation level among Gu immortals, he did not have many strength path Dao marks, and because of vaguely familiar face, he was constantly losing strength path Dao marks. One of the core immortal Gu of vaguely familiar face was Eat Strength Immortal Gu. Using Eat Strength Immortal Gu in reverse, expending strength path Dao marks to change the Gu immortal's regional aura. There were pure strength path desolate beasts like the large horned sheep, whose flesh and blood could increase Fang Yuan's strength path Dao marks. But because of his frequent disguise recently, even after adding and subtracting, the increase in strength path Dao marks was limited. Thus, Fang Yuan could enter while other Gu immortals could not. He had just reached the upper limit of the fragment world. There were very few Gu immortals who had such a miserable cultivation level like him. Most importantly, his identity allowed Crane Gate to make use of him. This was the competition and plunder of the 10 great ancient sections. If Fang Yuan did not have the status of a subordinate of Crane Gate, as an outsider Gu immortal, he would never be acknowledged by the 10 great ancient sections. This was the righteous path. They paid attention to rules. Unlike the demonic path, where it depended on whose fist was bigger, they fought head-on or were sinister and vicious. The greatest rule of the demonic path was that they did not follow rules. Chapter 9:17. This damned ancient soul sect, they actually alerted the desolate beast dragonfish to stop us. At this moment, on the island in the lake, Heaven's Envy Manor's group was trapped, their path was blocked. In front of them, the lake water was rumbling, creating huge waves. The water was huge and dangerous. Heaven's Envy Manor's 5 Gu masters frowned deeply. They looked at the lake with anger and helplessness. Through the lake water, they could vaguely see that in the depths of the lake, there was a huge monster's body swimming around like a mad demon. Every time it swung its tail, it would create a turbulent undercurrent and set off monstrous waves. Sometimes, the sturdy fish head would even hit the bottom of the island. Boom boom boom. Every time the dragonfish hit, there would be an intense explosion. The island below them shook again and again. Heaven's Envy Manor's group was trapped on the island. They looked at the huge waves with pale expressions. They were helpless and helpless. The desolate beast dragonfish had a gentle nature. It rarely went crazy. But earlier, ancient soul sects Gu masters used a method to make this desolate beast dragonfish go crazy. It entered a berserk state. It lost all rationality and nature. Heaven's Envy Manor's Gu masters might have the ability to walk on water, but they were mortals after all. They had limited primeval essence. In this situation, it was like a heavenly moat. They could not get past it. Ancient Soul sect can actually influence the desolate beast dragonfish. They must have used an immortal method given by the sect. Our Heaven's Envy Manor is also one of the 10 great ancient sects. We cannot lose to Ancient Soul sect. Elder Zhu Ning, let's use an immortal method too. Just when they were at a loss, a Gu master from Heaven's Envy Manor suggested. Hearing an immortal method, the other Gu masters' expressions shook, their eyes shining. Elder Zhu Ning, who had the method, frowned. He sighed bitterly. If I could use an immortal method, would have done it long ago. Why would I wait until now? He continued to explain his difficulties to everyone. It turned out that before Zhu Ning came here, his sect's supreme elder had given him an immortal Gu and some immortal essence. It was a pity that this immortal Gu could be used defensively, but it could not be used here. To solve the problem of the dragonfish, it was not suitable. Master gave him an immortal Gu? What does an immortal Gu look like? I have never seen one before. Quick, take it out and let us broaden our horizons. Zhu Ning's confession made everyone curious. For a moment, they forgot about the problem in front of them. They all wanted to see the glory of the immortal Gu. Zhu Ning smiled bitterly again. I won't hide it from everyone. I only took a glance at this immortal Gu before Supreme Elder planted it in my body. Right now, even I do not know where the immortal Gu is in my body, not to mention taking it out. Everyone was greatly disappointed. He sighed deeply. Only Wei Wuxiang's eyes shined brightly as he said with yearning, if I can have my own immortal Gu one day, that would be wonderful. The other 4 old Gu masters looked at Wei Wuxiang. He would either shake his head or smile bitterly. Wei Wuxiang was too young. It was normal for young people to dream. But only with enough experience. For example, these 4 old Gu masters would understand the difference between reality and dreams. Who did not want their own immortal Gu? Who didn't want to become a high and mighty immortal? However, the difference between immortals and mortals was like a chasm. The cruel reality. Countless people's youths were destroyed, countless people's dreams were shattered. How many people could truly become immortals? The leader, Zhu Ning, sighed, there is no good solution now, we can only wait. When the dragonfish calms down, we can set off. But this way, the good things will be taken away by the other 9 sections. We will only be left with leftovers. A Gu master said worriedly. What else can we do? Zhu Ning shook his head, but he did not forget to raise morale, but this is not entirely a bad thing. Let them fight for it, we can use this chance to conserve our energy. Even though immortal Gu are powerful, they need immortal essence to activate them. Immortal essence is limited, let them exhaust each other. Later on, the strength we have left behind will be even stronger. Once he said this, everyone's expressions eased up, they regained some of their morale. However, there is one thing that I have to seriously remind you of. Zhu Ning's expression turned solemn. No matter how much strength we have left behind, there are 2 parties that we should not provoke. One is Spirit Affinity House's Feng Kim Hong, the other is Crane Gate's Feng Yuan. Why? Even though Feng Kim Hong and Feng Yuan are elites of my generation, they are only one person. Right now, our 10 sects have 5 people each. Their immortal methods are all mysterious and unfathomable, why should we be afraid of them? Wei Wuxiang did not know the truth, he retorted with some dissatisfaction. That is because you do not know the inside story. Zhu Ning's gaze was solemn as he looked at the 4 Gu masters around him, saying, I only learned of this shocking news from the sect before we left. Feng Kim Hong was born into a noble family, her parents are both Gu immortals, and they are extremely powerful existences among immortals. How shocking do you think the immortals' methods would be on someone like this? So it is like this. Wei Wuxiang was shocked. The others also showed expressions of shock. Zhu Ning continued, however, compared to Feng Kim Hong, that Feng Yuan is even scarier. Could it be that his background is even more noble than Feng Kim Hong? Everyone was bewildered. Zhu Ning frowned. I am not sure about the specifics. But this was specially told to me by the sect. Fang Yuan is much scarier than Feng Kim Hong, we should avoid him and not fight with him. Even though Fang Yuan is the #1 genius of our generation, he shouldn't be so terrifying, right? Wei Wuxiang said in a doubtful tone. Could it be that he has the immortal method that Immortal Crane's sect gave him, and it is the strongest among the 10 sects? The other Gu masters tried to analyze. Zhu Ning shook his head. I only know that Crane Gate only sent Fang Yuan this time. Think about it, what does this mean? It seems that Crane Gate is very confident in Fang Yuan, and thinks that he alone can deal with all of us. Arrogant. They are looking down on us. Crane Gate is not a fool. The sect also told us to avoid Fang Yuan, it seems there is a reason. I think we should follow the sect's instructions. That might not be the case. As the saying goes, 2 fists cannot fight against 4 hands. If Fang Yuan is the strongest, the other sects will definitely join forces to resist him. The result is still uncertain. The Gu masters discussed. One word, one word. One word, one word. Some were conservative, some were indignant, some wanted to ally with other sections. At this time, a sharp sound could be heard from the sky. Everyone frowned, Wei Wuxiang even covered his ears. The 5 Gu masters raised their heads and saw that in the sky, a figure was flying across the sky. This figure was extremely fast, directly piercing through the air. A long sound could be heard. In just a breath's time, it had flown over from afar. When he arrived above the small island, his figure suddenly stopped. From extreme movement to extreme stillness, the 5 Gu masters of Heaven's Envy manner felt extremely abrupt. Who is it? He's actually flying at such a high altitude. He's so fast. Is he a human or a ghost? Judging from his appearance, he seems to be Fang Yuan. Everyone was shocked and their mouths fell open subconsciously. A strong gust of wind blew over. It poured into their mouths and even forced them to close their eyes. This wind was formed by the impact of Fang Yuan's rapid flight. Fang Yuan stood in the air. He swept his gaze across the crowd. The huge wave, the island, the dragonfish, the Gu masters, the surrounding situation, everything was under his control. He immediately focused his attention. They focused on the arowana. The 5 Gu masters trapped on the island were of no value to him. The wind was just a gust. It came and went quickly. The 5 Gu masters quickly opened their eyes. Looking at Fang Yuan in the air, they were very nervous. It seems that this arowana went berserk because it was hit by some soul path or wisdom path method. Fang Yuan guessed as he looked at the direction and stretched out his hand, grabbing downwards. Boom! Under everyone's shocked gazes, a strength path giant hand tore through the air, smashing into the lake with great force. But strangely, when the strength path giant hand entered the lake, it did not create huge waves. Instead, wherever the giant hand passed, the water split apart, as if the lake water was cooperating with Fang Yuan. This was the effect of the strength path immortal Gu pulling water fusing into the strength path giant hand. The lake water did not obstruct Fang Yuan from capturing the arowana, it helped him instead. Adding on the fact that the arowana had gone berserk and lost its rationality, it did not try to escape, it made it easier for Fang Yuan to capture it. Roar! The arowana opened its mouth, letting out a dragon-like roar. On both sides of the fish's mouth, there were long dragon whiskers that moved like whips. The entire body of the fish struggled intensely, but the strength path giant hand was as steady as a mountain, like it was made of steel, it did not move. Under Fang Yuan's will, the strength path giant hand struck, capturing the raging arowana and bringing it out of the lake. Heaven's Envy Manor's 5 Gu masters were stunned, they watched in horror as Fang Yuan captured the arowana and stored it in his immortal aperture. After capturing this desolate beast arowana, Fang Yuan was not satisfied. He turned his attention to the other ordinary arowanas. Arowanas were social animals. There were arowanas everywhere in this lake. This time, Fang Yuan used pulling water immortal goo, pulling up lumps of lake water that carried countless arowanas into his immortal aperture. Heaven's Envy Manor's group was dumbfounded. They would never forget this scene for the rest of their lives. Only after Fang Yuan finished harvesting and flew away for a while did these goo masters regain their senses. All of them were covered in cold sweat. Wei Wuxiang's legs went limp as he sat on the ground. They finally understood the sect's intention in instructing them, as well as the helplessness behind it. Such a person is not someone we can deal with. Oh heavens, I was just trying to ally with others to deal with Fang Yuan. With such overwhelming power, has he already become an immortal? Everyone was shaken. The arowana was gone, they could set off now. But the scene earlier was too shocking. There was no intense movement, they were just watching, but Heaven's Envy Manor's goo masters were breathing heavily, feeling extreme fatigue in their body and mind. Chapter 9:18. Close to 600,000 ordinary dragonfish, and one desolate beast dragonfish. Fo, Fang Yuan flew rapidly as he paid attention to his immortal aperture's gains. He had come to this fragment world of starry sky grotto heaven, and the first time he made a move, he had great gains. The only flaw was that many ordinary dragonfish died. Because the desolate beast dragonfish was violent and could not differentiate between friend and foe, many ordinary dragonfish around it died. Otherwise, Fang Yuan's gains would have been even greater. But this time, Fang Yuan was satisfied. Back at Dongfang tribe's headquarters, he had only collected over 900,000 ordinary dragonfish, and one desolate beast dragonfish. Now, his gains were more than half of that. If they were replenished to Immortal Blessed Land's Dragon Scale Lake, the original Dragon Scale Lake would not be big enough to contain these dragonfish. In the future, when the truth of 88-point Jianghu Tower's collapse is exposed, Immortal Blessed Land will have to be abandoned. There is no need to expand the Dragon Scale Lake anymore. It seems that after I return, I need to reconstruct Star Form Blessed Land first. At least I need to place these dragonfish inside. Fang Yuan thought as he looked around. He had unlimited primeval essence, he had many mortal investigative methods, and recently, he even had an investigative immortal killer move, Star Perception. Thus, he did not need to worry that he would miss out on anything along the way. But along the way, Fang Yuan rarely made a move. When Starry Sky Grotto Heaven was still intact, it had already been plundered by combat immortal sect many times. Right now, the remaining resources that could catch Fang Yuan's attention were few and far between. Moreover, he still had to hand over 2/3 of his gains to Crane Gate. He could only get 1/3. This dealt a heavy blow to Fang Yuan's enthusiasm. This time, the 10 sects will send their disciples to compete. There is limited time to compete for the resources inside. There are only 7 days and 7 nights. After this time, the resources inside will be split up, the 10 sects will start their own plundering. There is nothing left for me to do. Thus, during this period of time, I only need to collect the desolate beast dragonfish, hidden essence turtle, and that nether grass. Most of my energy and time will be used to explore that dream realm in the central area. As soon as he thought of the dream, Fang Yuan's eyes lit up and his heart burned. Before leaving, Fengyang had told Fang Yuan to stay. Let him occupy the central area as soon as possible. In the center of this fragment world, there was an external dreamscape. The 10 great ancient sects had already started researching Great Dream Immortal Venerable's prophecy. Feng Kim Hong had Dream Wings Immortal Goo, it allowed Spirit Affinity House to hold the lead. More importantly, this dreamland had a great origin. It was Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm. Even though Crane Gate's Dream Path research was far behind Spirit Affinity House, as long as they snatched this dream realm, they could stop Spirit Affinity House's development. they could even use this dream realm in their hands. Negotiate with Spirit Affinity House and exchange benefits. In the entire fragment world, the most precious resources were not desolate beasts or desolate plants. Instead, it was this small piece of externally manifested dream. Therefore, before Fengyang left, he specially reminded Feng Yuan of this matter. But how would he know? Where was the excitement in Feng Yuan's heart? Feng Yuan did not have a dream path immortal gu like Feng Kim Hong. But he had the wisdom path immortal gu, unravel mystery. And the dream path killer move that was formed, unravel dream. Fengyang invited Feng Yuan to represent Crane Gate. It was like opening the door to a thief. Bringing the weasel into the chicken coop. Crane Gate did not have enough strength after all, they sent me out this time, but the other 9 sects resisted strongly. Even though Crane Gate got what they wanted, I set off far later than the other 9 sections. I need to hurry and occupy the central area to prevent any problems. Catching dragonfish was just something he did on the way, the most important thing was the external dreamscape in the central area. However, when Feng Yuan arrived at his destination, someone had already arrived. Feng Yuan, I have been waiting here for a long time. Feng Kim Hong led the 4 Gu Masters of Spirit Affinity House, protecting the beautiful dream realm behind them. She looked at the greatest enemy of this trip, her features were picturesque, her skin was white as snow, she smiled sweetly and seemed very confident. Feng Yuan was not anxious, he also smiled. According to the rules set by the 10 great sects, if your Spirit Affinity House wants to occupy this area, you will have to face the challenge of any sect. Only after winning 2 out of 3 rounds can you remove the right to occupy this area. The 10 great ancient sects were the righteous sects of Central Continent, they had the same origin, Celestial Court. Thus, even though there was a competition, it was not as cruel as the demonic path, it was more gentle. Feng Kim Hong shook his head, even if I have the immortal gu and immortal essence left behind by my mother, I cannot defeat you, Feng Yuan. I waited for you to make a deal. Oh. Feng Yuan's brows rose, he said coldly, you want to make a deal with me again? Last time at the Refinement Path Convention, you cheated me quite a bit. The method you told me to get rid of an immortal zombie was actually immortal ascension from one of the 10 extreme physiques. You still want to make a deal with me this time? Feng Kim Hong quickly said, deals are always mutually beneficial, Feng Yuan, you have obtained a lot of benefits from my Spirit Affinity House. Don't worry, I will not let you suffer a loss in this deal. Chapter 919. After Feng Yuan flew far away, he landed on the ground. He let out a large number of rock men from his immortal aperture. Be it who immortal blessed land or star form blessed land, they both had a group of rock men. Feng Yuan took most of them and brought them with him, he let them out now to act as subordinates. We pay respects to Upper Immortal. When the rock men saw Feng Yuan, they knelt on the ground in unison. Feng Yuan grunted, he had a cold and aloof expression. After ordering these rockmen to collect resources, Feng Yuan left, concealing his figure and secretly returning to the dream realm. These rockmen were elites, they had many goo worms on them. These were specially prepared by Feng Yuan. These rockmen were equipped by Feng Yuan, their battle strength rose greatly, they moved in groups of 10, thus, even if they encountered other sex groups, Feng Yuan was not worried that the rockmen would be at a disadvantage. In the worst-case scenario, even if the rockmen were lost, Feng Yuan would not feel any heartache. This was just a disguise. The manifested dream realm was the size of a small hill. Feng Yuan concealed his figure, he cautiously went to the back and entered the dream realm. Previously, Feng Yuan had almost died when he reached the boundary of star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm in the 8th star hall of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. He had to detonate his bat wings before struggling out. This time, he took the initiative to enter. Because he had the killer move Unravel Dream, his strength had risen sharply, he was no longer the same as before. His vision changed. Fang Yuan had entered star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm. Dark night. A huge bonfire was burning. Countless tall and sturdy beast men surrounded the huge bonfire. They were jumping and dancing. Howl, 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 howl. Some of these beast men had tiger faces and human bodies. They opened their bloody mouths and roared at the sky. Some had eagle beaks that resembled iron. They roared loudly. Some had leopard tails on their backs. They danced wildly, creating a series of afterimages. This is the beastman race that went extinct during the Olden Antiquity era. Fang Yuan regained his senses. He recognized the origin of these beastmen. Beastmen were a branch of the mutant race. During the Primordial Era and the Primordial Era, they were known as the strongest of the variant humans. The beastmen were very powerful. They worshipped ferocious beasts, and their folk customs were fierce and savage. Especially since they could attract wild transformation path goo worms to live inside them, allowing them to transform into a half-human half-beast appearance. It possessed a portion of the beast's talent and strength. However, as time passed, the human race gradually rose. In the remote Antiquity era, Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable appeared. They led humanity to resist the rule of variant humans and establish the human regime. In the ancient times, 3 human demon sovereigns emerged one after another. They expanded their war achievements and completely exterminated the beastmen race, confirming the ruling position of the human race. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was a rank 9 goo immortal of the remote Antiquity era. At that time, it was the time when the human race and countless other races fought fiercely for supremacy. This is indeed Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan could not help but feel slightly excited. He looked around. Soon, he realized that he had become a human boy in this dream. He was tied up by a hemp rope, and one end of the rope was tied tightly to a tree trunk. More than 10 other humans were tied up together with Fang Yuan. They were all young children. Oh no! Beastmen were bloodthirsty. They were also known as cannibals. According to history, beastmen's favorite food was the flesh and blood of human children. Beastman tribes treated the surrounding humans as food. They would go out to hunt once in a while. After hunting successfully, they would hold a grand celebration of the flames. Fang Yuan sensed the situation and struggled, but the hemp rope became tighter and tighter. His whole body was covered in blood marks from the ropes. The intense pain spread throughout his body. It is useless. The more you struggle, the more pain you will feel. We are finished. We are dead. Sob, sob, sob. I don't want to be eaten. The surrounding human children saw Fang Yuan struggling. Some advised him coldly, while others cried in despair. Just as the celebration of the flames was going on, the beastman leader suddenly shouted, "Men, bring out our most delicious food." Howl, howl, howl. The other beastmen raised their heads and shouted in unison. A 2-meter-tall elephant man who was sitting on the ground stood up. He stretched out his long and powerful trunk and uprooted the tree trunk that was tied to the hemp rope. The tree trunk was raised high in the air. The children tied up by the hemp rope were like a string of tiny beads, and they were hung up amidst panicked screams. The beastmen shouted again. The elephant man who had successfully displayed his valiance laughed loudly, loosened his trunk, and smashed the tree trunk onto the ground. The children couldn't help themselves and fell to the ground. Some unlucky children were smashed to death by the tree trunk on the spot. The stench of blood spread out. Some beastmen could not suppress their bloodthirst and jumped into the field, fighting over the corpses of the children, and chewing them. Delicious. The flesh of human children is so tender and smooth, ha ha ha. Their words revealed the savagery of the beastmen race. The bonfire crackled and burned fiercely. The orcs around them opened their blood-red eyes and looked excitedly at the children who had survived. Some growled, some bared their jagged fangs, and some stuck out their scarlet tongues and licked their lips. Sticky saliva flowed down their mouths, reflecting amber light in the fire. The children screamed in fear, and some fainted on the spot. But Fang Yuan discovered that only one of the girls was expressionless. Although her body was trembling, and her face was as pale as paper, she pursed her lips tightly, and did not make a sound. "Don't tell me she is." Fang Yuan had a flash of inspiration in his mind. Before he could catch this light, the beastman leader walked towards Fang Yuan and the others with an intense stench of blood, looking down at these weak children at his feet from a high vantage point. The fire swayed, and under the terrified gazes of many children, the beastman leader's face was pitch black, and he bared his fangs. He spoke slowly, according to our tribe's tradition, "Those who untie the wind not grass. Those who receive the blessings of heavenly deity will be spared from death. They cannot untie the wind not grass. Gaga, they will have the honor of becoming our great beastman's food." As soon as he said that, the beastman leader swung his tail. A bright light flashed in the fire. The ropes were cut, and the human children regained their freedom of movement. Wind not grass. Looking at the pile of dried grass brought by the beastmen, Fang Yuan's interest was piqued. The wind not grass was shaped like a lantern, it was round and round in the shape of a grass cage, it was rarely seen in the modern era. There was no wind not grass in the 5 regions, this was the green heaven of the immemorial 9 heavens. Only grass could be found. Renzu's 10 children destroyed the immemorial 9 heavens, causing the immemorial green heaven fragments to scatter all over the 5 regions. During star constellation Immortal Venerable's era, there were many immemorial heaven fragment worlds scattered all over the 5 regions. Beastmen worshipped heavenly deity, they had tribal beliefs, they believed that whoever untied the wind not grass would receive heavenly deity's favor, they could not offend heavenly deity's beloved children. So, as long as I untie the wind not grass, I can avoid death. Fang Yuan thought rapidly. He entered this dream realm and turned into one of the children, he was not even 13 years old. He had not even opened his aperture, he was unarmed, he wanted to escape this dangerous situation. It seemed like he could only follow the rules of the beastmen and untie a wind not grass by himself. Even though he knew it was a dream. Dying tragically in a dream realm was not a good thing. This meant being devoured by the dream realm. Every time it was devoured. Even though it would not result in true death, the soul would be heavily injured. If the soul was injured too many times, the soul would weaken. When it reached the limit of endurance, the soul would dissipate, even if it was still alive, the person would die. This was the danger of exploring dream realms. Soon, every child received a piece of wind not grass. Knowing that this was their only chance to save themselves, the children opened their eyes wide, they used every second to untie the wind not grass in their hands. The surrounding beastmen either laughed coldly, or bared their teeth, or licked their lips, or sharpened their claws, they surrounded Fang Yuan and the rest, looking at them with ferocious expressions. The human children were surrounded in the center, surrounded by layers of brutal beastmen. In this bonfire, the children held their breaths and focusing all their attention on the grass cages in their hands. Fang Yuan observed carefully. These grass cages were made up of all kinds of grass stems, roots, and leaves intertwined together, forming a strange grass ball. Only in the immemorial green sky, the wind blows all year round, and the direction of the wind changes. Countless plants are either uprooted, or have their branches cut off. These roots, branches, and leaves, under the stirring of the wind, gradually formed this spherical grass cage. Because time was limited, the surrounding children had already started to untie the wind not grass. Only Fang Yuan, it was his first time seeing the wind not grass, he quietly looked at it, and did not immediately take action. His uniqueness not only attracted the attention of some beast men, it even attracted Feng Kim Huang's attention. Feng Kim Huang also entered the dream realm, like Fang Yuan, he turned into one of the children. Fang Yuan looked very calm, he gave off a confident aura, and because he was covered in dust and could not be identified as male or female, Feng Kim Hong could not help but misunderstand. What's going on with this kid? Is she star constellation immortal venerable? Roar! Right at this time, a tiger-headed beast-man suddenly roared in excitement. He stretched out his monstrous claws, quickly grabbing a human boy and throwing him into his mouth. Crack crack. He opened his bloody mouth, chewed a few times, and swallowed a large half of a child. What are you looking at? He destroyed a wind not grass stalk, he has already failed. It is only right and proper for me to eat him. Seeing the malicious gazes around him, the tiger-headed beast-man growled. As he spoke, the boy's flesh and blood could still be seen between his fangs. With this provocation, the surrounding beast-men became restless, the fierce light in their eyes intensified as they looked at the other children. Daddy, Daddy, where are you? Come and save me. A girl broke down on the spot, holding the wind not grass and wailing loudly. Damn it, why is it so difficult to get this wind not grass? No, I must succeed. I can do it. I often play with this wind not grass toy. The surrounding beast-men were naturally not willing to see the children successfully untie the wind not grass, they gradually moved closer and closer. They had evil intentions, purposely shouting, threatening words, or rough breathing to disturb the children. Bastard, stay away from me, you stink. Feng Kim Hong was furious, shouting at the crocodile tail beastman behind him. The crocodile tail beastman growled angrily, his blood-red eyes staring at Feng Kim Hong. He could not believe that this food in front of him had such an arrogant attitude. Feng Kim Hong was not afraid. What are you shouting for, you bastard? Bam! Chapter 920. Once Feng Kim Hong died, her soul flew into the night sky, giggling. On the back of her soul, there was a pair of rainbow-colored wings. It was the scene of Dream Wings Immortal Goo activating. I have Dream Wings Immortal Goo, I can enter and exit dream realms freely. Even if I fail this time, I can just wait for the next cycle of the dream realm and start again. Feng Kim Hong snorted in her heart. She had tried earlier, but the wind knot grass in her hand was already messed up by her, the knots in the grass roots were even more complicated than before. But when Feng Kim Hong was about to flap her wings and fly away, an eagle-bodied beastman pounced down from the sky. Feng Kim Hong screamed in fear, she wanted to dodge. But the usual rapid flapping of wings seemed especially sluggish in this dream. Feng Kim Hong had underestimated the difficulty of star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm. Before she could escape, her soul was crushed by the eagle-bodied beastman's claw. Just this attack heavily injured Feng Kim Hong's soul. At the next moment, Feng Kim Hong left the dream realm, her soul returning to her body. Guh. The moment she opened her eyes, she coughed out a mouthful of blood. Spirit Affinity House's Goo Masters were pale with fright, they hurriedly came to reinforce her. Such an amazing dream realm. If I had taken that attack a second time, I would have died in the dream. Feng Kim Hong's gaze was filled with shock and fear, cold sweat flowed down her face. I was careless. Although I have Dream Wings Immortal Goo, against an Immortal Venerable's dream realm, it is far from safe. But thankfully, I prepared a lot of Guts Goo for this trip, I brought them with me. With Guts Goo, my soul can rapidly recover. In half a day, I will be completely healed. Feng Kim Hong wiped the cold sweat off her forehead, she cherished every bit of time she had. She quickly started to recuperate. In the dream realm, Feng Yuan's gaze landed on the wind not grass in his hand again. The appearance of Feng Kim Hong earlier. This allowed Feng Yuan to obtain a lot of information. The scale of this dream realm is not big, this is only the surface of the dream realm. But this is an Immortal Venerable's dream after all, even rank 6 Dream Wings immortal goo cannot escape immediately. Now, it seems that the key to this dream lies in the wind not grass in my hand. Fang Yuan's mind flashed with realization. After his observation, he began to dismantle the wind not grass in his hand. Starting from the surface, Fang Yuan carefully peeled it off. He felt as if he were facing the devil. It was a complicated ball of tangled threads. He needed to find the ends of the threads and pull them out one by one. When he reached the third layer, Fang Yuan found it hard to continue. The small hole in front of him was a mess. The roots were entangled with each other, making it impossible for him to remove it. Don't use brute force to destroy it. If you want to dismantle the wind not grass, not only do you need confidence in your observation, you also need to use your brain to calculate. You also need to be patient, and more importantly, have enough time and some luck. Fang Yuan sighed to himself. A small hole appeared on the wind not grass in his hand. However, this small hole was stuck at the third level. The only path in front of him was to retreat to the first 2 layers and find other openings. Then, he would continue to dismantle it. If it were anyone else, they would have to do the same. But there was an exception. Fang Yuan looked around. Soon, he noticed the girl who seemed to be star constellation Immortal Venerable. She had dismantled it to the 7th layer. The wind not grass had shrunk by more than half in her hands. Without using any wisdom path goo worms, she can reach such a level with just her brain power? Fang Yuan was inwardly shocked. Even though he had started to dismantle the wind not grass after some time, the gap between the two was too huge. Fang Yuan squinted, concealing the bright light in his eyes. In terms of dismantling ability, Fang Yuan was only above average among all the children. In terms of progress, he was at the middle to the back. And more than half of the time had passed. According to the progress of all the children, the only one who had a chance of escaping was probably that girl who seemed to be star constellation Immortal Venerable. But Fang Yuan had ample confidence. He believed that not only could he dismantle it, he could even surpass everyone and obtain first place. What gave him confidence was none other than the immortal level dream path killer move, Unravel Dream. Unravel Dream activated. The tangled roots in front of him slowly melted, breaking apart on their own. Many of the surrounding beastmen saw this, especially the snakemen behind Fang Yuan, who had witnessed the entire process. But they did not say anything, nor did they make any strange movements. This was the effect of Unravel Dream. It was not a pure offensive killer move, but a specific transformation that was produced according to the dream realm. For example, when Fang Yuan fought in the dream realm, Unravel Dream was a powerful offensive method. If the dream realm was weak, it could directly dismantle the enemy. For example, right now, the dream realm's rules required Fang Yuan to dismantle the wind not grass. Thus, Unravel Dream's effect was to help Fang Yuan dismantle the wind not grass. This dismantling was done according to the rules, it was not done through brute force. In the eyes of the surrounding children, as well as the beast men who were observing Fang Yuan did not cheat at all. Instead, he used his brain and succeeded in removing the third layer of the wind not grass with his bare hands. Thus, they did not move. Even the snakeman who wanted to devour Fang Yuan only had a slightly surprised expression. He felt that Fang Yuan breaking the third layer was somewhat unexpected. Unravel Dream. Unravel Dream. Unravel Dream. Fang Yuan did not stop at all. The wind not grass in his hand was quickly dismantled, reaching the center. At the center of the wind not grass, there was a seed. This was the self-preservation method of plants in immemorial green heaven. It was also a method to use the wind to reproduce. Fang Yuan took out the seed, standing up and raising it in his hand. He succeeded. This is too fast. Please, help me, can you? The surrounding people became restless. Even the little girl who was suspected to be star constellation Immortal Venerable cast a surprised gaze. You are free, little thing, I will give you 3 days to escape. Get lost. The tribe's beastman leader snorted angrily, kicking Fang Yuan away. Fang Yuan's small body flew across the air. He flew for more than 10 steps in the air before crashing on the ground. What surprised Fang Yuan was, he was kicked. Even though he felt suffocated, there were no injuries on his body. Even though the beastman leader was strong and straightforward, his martial arts had already reached the level of combining strength and gentleness. Since Fang Yuan dismantled the wind-not grass, the beastman tribe had really let him go. Fang Yuan took a glance at the little girl. The latter had already focused on the wind-not grass in her hand. Fang Yuan hesitated for a moment before turning around and leaving. He left the bonfire and walked into the dark forest. He only walked for a dozen steps. A trace of light shone in the darkness. The further he walked, the brighter the light became. Eventually, all of the darkness was pushed aside, there was complete light. The light gradually faded, revealing the scene of reality. Fang Yuan realized that not only had he opened his eyes, his body had unknowingly walked more than 10 steps away, leaving the manifested dream realm. Looking at the dream realm behind him, Fang Yuan frowned deeply. He was very puzzled. What happened? I left the dream realm for no reason. He carefully sensed his surroundings. This time, he did not fail in exploring the dream realm. His wisdom path attainment level had risen by a level. This shouldn't be. According to the scale of this dream realm, there should be at least 3 acts. I successfully passed the first act. Why didn't I enter the second act? Fang Yuan stood on the spot, falling into deep thought. The radiance of the manifested dream realm shone on his face. He left the dream realm. He went back the way he came. Through the dream realm, on the other side. It was Spirit Affinity House's group, as well as Feng Kim Hong, who was urgently healing himself. Thus, Fang Yuan was still not exposed. But if he could not figure out the reason for leaving the dream realm, he could not guarantee that the next time he left the dream realm, he would return to Spirit Affinity House. If others found out that Fang Yuan was exploring the dream realm, it would be troublesome. After a long while, Fang Yuan's frown gradually eased. He walked forward again, letting the dream realm devour him. His vision changed. Fang Yuan entered star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm again. Dark night, bonfire, beastmen, children, wind not grass, the same scene repeated. Using Unravel Dream, Fang Yuan cheated and was the first to unravel the wind not grass. But this time, he did not leave directly. He walked towards the girl who was suspected to be star constellation Immortal Venerable, wanting to help her unravel the wind not grass. The beastman leader did not object. He said, "Little rascal, you still want to help others? Humph. You can help, but if you can't unravel it, you will have to pay with your life." It seems I guessed correctly. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. He unraveled the wind not grass within the time limit and escaped with the girl. What? Or did I escape? Fang Yuan looked back in surprise. The second attempt ended in failure. Fang Yuan did not enter the second scene. Like the first time, he was thrown out of the dream realm. Dream realms had all kinds of strange rules. Because every dream realm was unique, it was hard to accumulate experience in exploring dream realms. Even with Fang Yuan's previous life's experience, his advantage was still very small. This time, after saving the girl, my wisdom path attainment level increased more than the previous time. Fang Yuan muttered. He fell into deep thought. Looking at the current situation, there were 2 possibilities. One was that the girl he saved was not the real star constellation Immortal Venerable. The second was that he had to save more children. After reaching a certain number, he could enter the second scene. Before entering the dream realm for the third time, Fang Yuan rested for a while. He took out Guts Gu and healed his weakened soul. Even though he successfully left the dream realm and explored it, his soul was not unharmed, he still expended a lot of energy in the dream realm. Of course, Fang Yuan's soul expenditure was much better than Feng Kim Huang's injuries. The former was a success, the latter was a failure, the two could not be mentioned in the same breath. Third time. Fang Yuan encouraged himself as he entered the dream realm again. Everything in the dream was repeating itself. The moment he distributed the wind not grass, Fang Yuan activated Unravel Dream. After a few breaths of time, the wind not grass in his hand was split. Fang Yuan grabbed the seed in the center of the grass and raised his right hand, shouting, "I succeeded." At once, be they beastmen or children, they stared at Fang Yuan with wide eyes. Chapter 921. Let me help you. Fang Yuan untied the wind not grass in his hand and walked to the nearest child. Hee, little bastard, you want to save the others? You can. But you. The beast-man leader sneered. But before he finished, Fang Yuan interrupted him. I know. If I cannot save them, I will not leave, just eat me. Fang Yuan waved his hand and said casually. The beast-man leader choked, he could not say anything. The surrounding children looked at Fang Yuan as if he was a hero, they looked at him with hope and admiration. Little bastard, if you can save everyone, I will not be the leader anymore. The beast-man leader laughed sinisterly. But after a while, he could not laugh anymore. Fang Yuan did not play by the rules, he continued to use Unravel Dream at an astonishing speed. The captured children were saved one after another. If he had to untie the wind not grass by himself, he would not even be able to save himself. But after using Unravel Dream, the difficulty fell to the extreme. For example, it was like playing mahjong, others would grab the tiles one by one, but Fang Yuan would directly turn the tiles into the ones he wanted. But this kind of blatant cheating, in the eyes of the surrounding people, was Fang Yuan's fingers flying, no matter what kind of wind not grass it was, after spinning it a few times in his hands, it would be cut down at a visible speed, eventually reaching the core and the seeds would be extracted. Easy as pie. Easy as pie. This was the power of Dream Path Killer move Unravel Dream. The children's eyes shone with tears. Looking at Fang Yuan's figure, they were filled with endless gratitude and admiration. The beastmen opened their mouths wide, they were dumbfounded. Unbelievable. They are all saved, I succeeded. Fang Yuan said calmly to the beastman leader. After a while, the children seemed to wake up from a dream, they erupted in cheers, some were crying tears of joy, some were jumping around. The beast-man leader was speechless. He stared at Fang Yuan with bloodshot eyes. The surrounding beast-men were either growling or baring their fangs. They were restless. Fang Yuan was not worried that the orcs would go back on their word. Generally speaking, this kind of primitive tribe was quite strict with their beliefs, customs, and traditions. Of course, everything can't be generalized. In reality, there was also the possibility that the beast-men would go back on their word. But here, it was a special dream. It was not reality. As expected, just as Fang Yuan expected, no matter how angry and unwilling the orcs were, they could only watch the delicious food right in front of their mouths and leave leisurely. Passing through the gloomy forest, Fang Yuan led a rather large group of children, leaving the orc tribe and the bonfire behind them. The children clustered around Fang Yuan. As they walked together, they gradually became silent. In the darkness, the ray of light continued to expand. Finally, it filled his field of vision again. Fang Yuan's soul returned to his body and he opened his eyes. Taking a closer look, Fang Yuan had a surprised look on his face. He looked at the external dream behind him in shock, and his heart was full of doubts. How is this possible? I've already saved all the children and done my best. But why was I still thrown out of the dream and didn't enter the second act? Fang Yuan frowned deeply. Could it be that my previous guess was wrong? Untie the wind knots and save these children. Is it not the correct way to pass the first act of the dream? What other clues did I miss? Fang Yuan pondered and racked his brains. The exploration of the dream world was just that difficult. Even if Fang Yuan had the experience of his previous life and had the advantage of being ahead of this era, it was not easy to grasp when exploring dreams. Every dream was unique. The methods of exploring dreams were almost all different, and it was difficult to sum up the experience. Right now, Fang Yuan could only keep guessing and then try one by one. Only by perseverance and patience could there be a possibility of passing through the dream. Of course, in Fang Yuan's previous life, there were many examples, such as people exploring dreams for decades without any results. Fang Yuan's head was aching from thinking about it. He had some new guesses, but even he did not have much confidence in them. In that case, I should go somewhere else and subdue the hidden essence turtle. Fang Yuan hit a wall in this dream realm, but he did not persist. Even though this dream realm of star constellation Immortal Venerable was his main target, the dragonfish, hidden essence turtle, and that desolate plant were all things that he had to obtain. With a thought, Fang Yuan decided to leave this place and go somewhere else. 2 hours later, Feng Kim Huang's pale face finally turned rosy. She opened her eyes. His clear eyes shone with a bright light. Guts Gu is too helpful in healing soul injuries, it works so quickly. She felt a sense of relief. Seeing that she was safe and sound, the 4 Gu Masters of Spirit Affinity House let out sighs of relief. They were here to accompany the Crown Prince. If anything happened to Feng Kim Hong, they would not have a good time when they returned to the sect. Feng Kim Hong looked at the desolate beast shark fin wolf left behind by Fang Yuan, her gaze focused. She asked the other Gu Masters and found out that no Gu Masters came here while she was healing. She relaxed slightly. Finally, she checked her condition and confirmed that she was completely healed. She stood up and faced the dream realm again. Earlier, I used Dream Wing's Immortal Gu to show off and gained refinement path attainment. But this time, I am facing an Immortal Venerable's dream realm. The difficulty is like heaven and earth. I cannot make the same mistake again. Why does the dream realm seem to have shrunk? Feng Kim Huang's expression suddenly focused, suspicion flashed in her eyes. Once the dream realm was successfully explored, it would vanish completely. Even though Fang Yuan did not succeed completely, she gained a lot and her wisdom path attainment rose sharply. As the saying goes, there are gains and losses. Fang Yuan gained something, but the dream realm naturally lost something. Externally, the dream realm's size had shrunk. It has indeed shrunk. How could this be? Feng Kim Hong confirmed it again and again. She became increasingly suspicious. Is this the special aspect of the Immortal Venerable's dream realm? It will continue to shrink as time passes? Feng Kim Hong did not guess anything else. In this era, people's understanding of dream realms was still at a primitive stage. And Feng Kim Hong was deeply convinced that her unique Dream Wing's Immortal Gu had an early advantage in the aspect of dream path. Even though she was suspicious, Feng Kim Hong could not verify it. She was filled with a deep sense of defeat. Whenever she thought about the appearance of the wind not grass, this genius would have the urge to vomit. At this moment, Fang Yuan was secretly approaching the dream realm. He had already kept the hidden essence turtle and the nether grass. The rest of his time and energy was spent on the Immortal Venerable's dream realm. After thinking for a while, Fang Yuan had a new guess. Even though this was not in accordance with the Beastman tradition, it was still an exception. The Elephant Trunk Beastman was a famous warrior in the Beastman tribe. The Beastman leader and the rest tolerated his actions. When Fang Yuan subdued the hidden essence turtle and nether soul grass, he understood this and saved all the human children. He finally succeeded and entered the second stage of the dream realm. After passing the first stage, my wisdom path attainment level is likely to reach master level. Earlier, I used Unravel Dream frequently and expended a lot of Dream Path mortal goo. I need to save them carefully. It is a pity that I went to that spring dream fruit tree based on the information I obtained from Mo Yao's will. But half a year ago, this tree was cut down by an ignorant mortal. Otherwise, with this tree, I would have at least 10 times more Dream Path mortal goo now. The first stage should be derived from star constellation Immortal Venerable's childhood memories. It might have been a regret in her entire life. By saving all the children, I have made up for this regret, thus I successfully passed the first stage. Then, what will happen in the second stage? Feng Yuan suppressed his thoughts as he looked at the dream realm around him. This was a mountain. In the silent night sky, sparse starlight shone. It was like summer, warm winds blew gently, bringing with them the fragrance of the lush forest. The sound of the mountain stream, the rustling of the wind, and the singing of the nightingales mixed together, forming a heavenly melody that could not be described with words. Compared to the bloody, cruel, and dangerous first stage, the second stage was gentle like water. It was like a gentle breeze and drizzling rain. Let's go, what are you waiting for? As long as we make it past 6 steps in the starboard chessboard, we will obtain Lord Immortal Venerable's personal inheritance. If we become Lord Immortal Venerable's disciples, we will learn skills and become experts. At that time, we will take revenge for our loved ones and kill all of those damned beast men. The surrounding children saw that Feng Yuan had stopped and urged him to hurry up. The surrounding children saw that Feng Yuan had stopped and started to urge him. There are records of this in history as well. The first rank 9 Gu Immortal in human history, known as Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable. He knew the drawbacks of the tribe system. In order to create a sect system, he set an example. He had set up starboards in many places. As long as I make 6 steps in the starboard chessboard, I will become his personal disciple. Feng Yuan recalled as he followed his companions. They climbed to the peak together. There, he saw the famous starboard chessboard. The astrolabe chessboard was carved on a huge, flat boulder. On the rock surface, there were lines that cut horizontally, cut vertically, or inserted diagonally. All the Gu masters who entered the fragment worlds came out, returning to their respective sects Gu immortals to report. Soon, the immortals' gazes gathered on Feng Yuan and He Fengyang. In this competition, Crane Gate took the lead. Not only did they get the meat, they did not even leave any soup for others. In such a situation, Feng Yuan did not want to stay for long. After completing the transaction with He Fengyang, he left this valley with the dragonfish. Other than attacking Yulu Blessed Land, they were at the most crucial juncture. They could not afford any mistakes and needed Feng Yuan's help. The two of them had another layer of meaning. That was to befriend Feng Yuan. After all, Feng Yuan's wisdom path potential was completely worth their investment. Wisdom path Gu immortals were rare. The friendship of wisdom path Gu immortals was extremely precious. But just as Shark Demon was about to agree, suddenly a change occurred. The vast sea water shook intensely, there was a thunderous explosion, the endless chaotic sea current surged towards the underwater palace. Next, there was a blinding light. Fire shot down from the sea surface, it had an earth-shattering might. It directly landed on Shark Demon's underwater palace. Rumble. There was a loud sound. The magnificent underwater palace shone with the radiance of a defensive goo formation. The radiance lasted for less than a breath of time before it was torn apart by the fire. In an instant, rocks and bricks flew everywhere, the palace turned into ruins, the fire was still burning and could not be extinguished even by the seawater. The pleasant banquet earlier was completely ruined, boundless seawater surged over. All the decorations in the banquet were washed away, and Fang Yuan and the others were quickly drowned. But the four of them were goo immortals, they had no problem surviving in the depths of the sea. Shark Demon was an immortal zombie, he did not need to breathe in the sea. He was stunned for a moment before he suddenly stood up and raised his head to look at the sea and the sky. He shouted furiously, "How dare you? Who dares to attack my Shark Demon sea area?" Su Baiman also stood beside Shark Demon, also looking up. His expression was dark. Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng looked at each other, feeling very puzzled. Shark Demon had extraordinary strength, and with Su Baiman by his side, he could advance and retreat at will. This group was already very difficult to deal with, and most importantly, they had Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance as their backing. Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance was the headquarters of the 5 regions zombie alliances, it had great strength. It was a huge force, surpassing even super clans. It could be called the overlord of Eastern Sea's cultivation world. Who was it that directly attacked Shark Demon of Zombie Alliance? Ha ha ha. Shark Demon had just shouted when a voice resounded in everyone's ears, "This is just a small appetizer. I will not only tear down your palace, I will also beat the two of you until you can't even stand up." The tone was extremely arrogant and domineering, and from the voice, it was a female immortal? It's her? Su Baiman was the first to hear the voice, his eyes opened wide, revealing a shocked and solemn expression. A bright red figure descended from the sky, descending into the sea and pressing towards the 4 people at the bottom of the sea. Fang Yuan raised his head and saw that this female immortal was descending at an extremely fast speed. Her whole body was burning with raging flames. The flames flickered in the water. As for the female immortal's true appearance, it was hidden in the flames and could not be seen clearly. This surging aura, a rank 8 goo immortal. Tai Bai Yunsheng cried out involuntarily. Fang Yuan squinted, adding in his mind, more accurately speaking, this is a rank 8 female immortal zombie. Immediately after, Shark Demon shouted and exposed the female immortal's identity. Blazing Heaven Demoness, have you gone mad? You dare to attack your own people in Zombie Alliance? You are challenging the authority of Zombie Alliance, you will definitely be punished severely. Blazing Heaven Demoness. Fang Yuan's eyes brightened, he had heard of this name before. In fact, it was already very well known. Blazing Heaven Demoness, rank 8 goo immortal from Northern Plains, she was the leader of the Northern Plains Zombie Alliance branch. When Fang Yuan infiltrated Northern Plains, he had heard other Zombie Alliance members talking about or discussing her, they all praised and admired Blazing Heaven Demoness' fierce battle strength, as well as her domineering style. To think that he would meet this person in such a manner. Blazing Heaven Demoness, who was shrouded in flames, raised her head and laughed loudly, "Shark Demon, don't make things up. The matter between us is an internal conflict between Zombie Alliance members. Speak. What is your intention in stealing this old mother's immortal materials?" Su Baiman was just about to reprimand Blazing Heaven Demoness, but Blazing Heaven Demoness was the first to accuse him, he could not help but be shocked. Shark Demon shouted, "Bullshit. When did I steal your immortal material? If you want to frame me, find a more reliable reason. These days, I have been working hard for Zombie Alliance and attacking Yulu Blessed Land, where would I have the time to steal your immortal material? You are purely looking for trouble. Blazing Heaven Demoness was not flustered, she was instead full of confidence as she laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, I naturally brought a witness and material evidence this time. Shark Demon, you cannot deny it. He said to the three beside him, you three retreat for now, I will deal with this first move. Before Fang Yuan and the others could reply, Shark Demon took a step forward, saying loudly, what a good angry bird move. Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness, please. Blazing Heaven Demoness was stunned, she squinted and said in a doubtful tone, are you sure you want to take this move? Let's retreat. Su Baiman's eyes shined with brilliance as he said to Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng. Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng were very surprised. Blazing Heaven Demoness killer move was extremely powerful, even if the four of them worked together, there was no hope. But now, Shark Demon was taking the initiative to fight, he was alone and did not need anyone's help, but his wife, Su Baiman, had so much confidence in him. What was he relying on? Alright, I want to see where your courage comes from. Blazing Heaven Demoness hesitated no longer, with a thought, the fire bird pierced through the water and flew towards Shark Demon. But just as it entered the sea, a powerful aura surged, it was able to resist Blazing Heaven Demoness. Shark Demon revealed a smile as if his plan had succeeded. During this period, he used Myriad Beast King, Thousand Beast King and others to indirectly control the wolf army. After all, his sole foundation was limited. Enslavement Path Gu Masters could not bring all wild beasts under their direct control. The larger the scale of the beast group, the weaker the Enslavement Path Gu Masters' control, and the greater the burden on the soul, making it harder for them to perform exquisite control. But this was not absolute. Gu were the essence of heaven and earth, while man was the spirit of all living beings. Man's intelligence was undoubtedly the leader of all living beings. In the long history of Gu cultivation, there had once been such an enslavement path grandmaster. His early years were full of ups and downs, he was born as a slave and had a low status. He used every opportunity and every risk to continuously grow, finally climbing to the peak of his life. He was 180 slaves. A genius of a generation. Ordinary enslavement path would have the upper enslaving the lower. But he did the exact opposite, subduing the upper. This was not without reason. For example, the emperor was the ruler of the world, he had power over life and death, he was high above. But sometimes, the people were united, the emperor would also be bound by the will of the people, and would have no choice but to do things that went against his will. Facing Blazing Heaven Demoness guess, Shark Demon nodded and frankly admitted, you guessed correctly, that is indeed the case. I have been managing the shark group in this sea area because I wanted to use the shark group to subdue the one-finger flow shark. Unfortunately, my enslavement path attainment level is insufficient, and I do not have the immortal Gu to form the killer move lower subduing the upper, so I have not succeeded until now. Hearing this, Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng could not help but glance at each other. Shark Demon's goal was huge, and his ambition was not small. He was only a rank 7 immortal zombie, but he wanted to subdue an immemorial desolate beast. Sure enough, none of those who could become Gu immortals were simple. If he really succeeded, then with such a subordinate, Shark Demon would be equivalent to half a rank 8 Gu immortal. His status would rise with the tide, and fame and benefits would come rolling in. At the current stage, although he had not succeeded, he had some results. At least, after this one-finger flow shark appeared, it did not even look at Shark Demon's side, and instead directed its hatred and anger towards Blazing Heaven Demoness. Shark Demon continued, moreover, this one-finger flow shark is not only an immemorial desolate beast, it also has several time path immortal Gu in its body. He said this to make Blazing Heaven Demoness retreat in the face of difficulties. This could not be considered exposing information. Chapter 928. The One-Finger Flow Shark Flew Over. Blazing Heaven Demoness was not a Strength Path Gu Immortal, but a Fire Path Gu Immortal. She knew she could not resist it. She had abundant battle experience. The sacrifice of the Fire Bird was very valuable. Fang Yuan and the others could see a lot of information. Blazing Heaven Demoness was no exception. Fire Path Killer Move, 5-Finger Flame Chain. In an instant, Blazing Heaven Demoness had already made the wisest choice. Her figure flew back, and at the same time, her right palm opened, her 5 fingers turning into 5 thin and long flames, like whips or chains, twisting towards the One-Finger Flow Shark. The 5 flame chains were just about to wrap around the One-Finger Flow Shark when the previous scene happened again. Around the body of the One-Finger Flow Shark, time suddenly became extremely slow. As a time-path desolate beast, the One-Finger Flow Shark relied on its abnormal adaptability as well as its own deep time-path Dao marks, but it was not restricted much. The 5 flame chains intertwined. But the One-Finger Flow Shark moved its nimble body and swam through the small gaps. Using an inconceivable posture, it successfully got rid of all of them. Next, it caught up to Blazing Heaven Demoness and directly pierced through her forehead. The small shark body pierced through Blazing Heaven Demoness' head like a silver arrow. Success? Su Baiman was pleasantly surprised. Shark Demon's eyes shone with ominous light. He could not help but become restless. Although the immortal zombie body did not have the fatal weakness of ordinary Gu immortals, it still had its drawbacks. The mind was one of them. Immortal zombies' thinking speed was very slow, so they had to rely on wisdom path Gu worms to generate thoughts in their minds. To assist in thinking. Blazing Heaven Demoness' head was pierced. Although it was not fatal, it was still a heavy injury. If the 4 of us take the chance to attack. Shark Demon had such a thought as the One-Finger Flow Shark turned around and shot back. It once again pierced through Blazing Heaven Demoness' chest. Aeon fire burned, and in the blink of an eye, the holes on Blazing Heaven Demoness' forehead and chest were restored to normal. Seeing this scene, Fang Yuan was speechless. Such a powerful killer move, it can actually recover so quickly. Blazing Heaven Demoness clutched her chest and stared fixedly at the One-Finger Flow Shark. She had suffered a heavy injury. At this moment, he smiled and said, "Ha ha ha, interesting. So there are 3 time-path immortal Gu. 1 immortal Gu can slow down time, 1 immortal Gu can accelerate time, and 1 immortal Gu can change my perception of time." Even though she did not know what the time-path immortal Gu was or what its limit was, Blazing Heaven Demoness had a rough guess. Before. When the One-Finger Flow Shark collided with the Fire Bird and escaped from the 5-finger flame chain, it used its first time-path immortal Gu to delay time. As for accelerating time, he used the tip of his nose to poke the little fiery bird. The small flaming bird could not be maintained for a long time. After a part of it was hit by the One-Finger Flow Shark, the time became faster, reaching the point of disintegration. Following that, the explosion of this point triggered the explosion of the other parts of the flaming bird. In the end, the stable structure of the flaming bird was destroyed, causing the flaming bird to self-destruct, which almost dried up the sea within a radius of 10 miles. Finally, the Finger Flow Shark pierced Blazing Heaven Demoness' forehead and chest. It used a time-path immortal Gu to affect Blazing Heaven Demoness' sense of time, causing her to be unable to dodge in time. Only then did he fall for it. Shark Demon could not help but frown, feeling something was amiss. There were indeed only 3 immortal Gu auras on the One-Finger Flow Shark. He said, "Do you know Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's origin? He is not someone from the 5 regions. He is from beyond heaven, an otherworldly demon. So, the inheritance he left behind only had one requirement for the inheritor, that was that the inheritor must be someone from beyond heaven. Of course I am not, and it is even more impossible for Brother Qin. If he was, he would have already inherited this inheritance. Why would he wait until now? Are the 2 of you?" Before Ling Mei and Ao Shui could reply, Qin Baisheng waved his sleeves and smiled coldly, denying it. "Impossible. None of the Gu immortals in the 100 Days battle are otherworldly demons. Otherwise, why would I have brought you all here? Otherworldly demon? Are there really otherworldly demons? I have never seen one in my entire life. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable is actually an otherworldly demon?" Ling Mei and Ao Shui were both shocked. Feng Jioge nodded. "Although otherworldly demons are rare, they exist. Since they come from beyond heaven, then there must be a whole new world outside of the 5 regions and 9 heavens. It is a pity that no one has explored the world outside of heaven." Ling Mei and Ao Shui looked at each other, saying, "Other than the 5 regions, are there really other worlds outside of heaven? Even if we can't meet the conditions for the inheritance is dead, while the people are alive. Could it be that with Lord Feng Jioge's power, he can't forcefully break through it?" They did not give up in the end. This was Thieving Heaven's true inheritance after all. "You eat the meat and I drink the soup." The 2 female immortals did not want the bigger share, they only wanted a share. Qin Baisheng chuckled coldly, wishful thinking. Back then, even Giant Sun Immortal, who became rank 9, had to return empty-handed after encountering Thieving Heaven's true inheritance. Not only did he not obtain it, he even suffered a double loss. His face was covered in dust. Thus, Giant Sun Immortal is especially fearful of otherworldly demons. You want to get a share of such a true inheritance? There is actually such a thing? This is too exaggerated. Giant Sun Immortal is also a rank 9 Gu Immortal. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable is already dead, but he actually cannot even deal with a true inheritance. Ling Mei and Ao Shui stared with wide eyes, half believing and half doubting. Feng Jioge did not refute them. He explained, "Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's space path attainment is unfathomable, it is beyond everyone's imagination. There is a saying, he is an otherworldly demon. Once he becomes a space path Gu Immortal, he will have special space path Dao marks. These Dao marks originate from the world outside of heaven, they are completely new and unfamiliar to the 5 regions and 9 heavens. The space we are in now looks ordinary, but it has already transcended the world outside, it is not in the 5 regions and 9 heavens." The former was a supreme elder of Black Heaven Temple. The reason why he was sent here was because Black Heaven Temple wanted to use him to restrain the sound path Gu Immortal Feng Jioge. In contrast, on Shadow Sect's side, the mysterious black-robed Gu Immortal was strong, but Fairy Jianghu was slightly weaker. After more than 10 rounds, Kanyang Laojun and Old Man Tianlong had the upper hand. They found a good opportunity to attack. Immortal killer move. Life-chasing fire. Oh no! Fairy Jianghu's soul almost left her body. She wanted to dodge but it was too late. Retreat, let me do it. At the crucial moment, the mysterious black-robed Gu Immortal used a method to switch with Fairy Jianghu, using his body to block the life-chasing fire. Strange. Kanyang Laojun was slightly stunned. The mysterious black-robed Gu Immortal was hit by the life-chasing fire, but he seemed to be unaffected. Sneaky fellow, show your true appearance. Old Man Tianlong shouted. He pushed his palms together, causing blades to fly in the sky. The mysterious black-robed Gu Immortal blocked them in a sorry state. His black robe was torn apart, his true appearance was finally revealed. Kanyang Laojun was stunned. You actually have the blazing glory lightning brilliance physique. One of the 10 extreme physiques, blazing glory lightning brilliance. What are you afraid of? He is just an immortal zombie. Old man Tianlong shouted, his attacks becoming even more intense. The mysterious black-robed Gu Immortal's true identity was a rank 7 immortal zombie. But different from other immortal zombies, he had a special identity. He was an immortal zombie with the blazing glory lightning brilliance physique, one of the 10 extreme physiques. Humph. Since I am discovered, there is no point in continuing my disguise. The mysterious black-robed Gu Immortal tore off his tattered black robe and pounced at Kanyang Laojun. Kanyang Laojun was a fire path Gu Immortal. He was countered by the blazing glory lightning brilliance physique. He was at a disadvantage. Old man Tianlong wanted to help, but Fairy Jianghu risked her life to stall him. Quickly leave. Fairy Jianghu screamed. The blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie snorted angrily. After forcing back Kanyang Laojun, he did not even look back as he left Luopa Valley, escaping. Where do you think you are going? Kanyang Laojun shouted. He wanted to chase, but Fairy Jianghu, who was covered in blood, miraculously blocked him. It seems that you do not want to live anymore. Is this immortal zombie your lover? He is worth your sacrifice. Old man Tianlong had a cold expression. He descended from the sky and hit Fairy Jianghu's back with both palms. Boom! Fairy Jianghu was already at the end of her rope. She could no longer defend. Her chest was blasted apart. A huge hole was exposed. One could see her back from the front. Her beautiful eyes dimmed slightly, her purple dress fluttered in the wind. She was like a butterfly, descending from the sky. Chapter 933. Who Immortal Blessed Land, Underground Cave. The Blood G forest had already grown. Unknowingly, it had expanded to around 50 square meters. At the center of the Blood G forest, the dark red light that was emitting from the G forest had already been pushed away by the dazzling light of wisdom. At this moment, Feng Yuan was bathed in the light of wisdom, sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. His expression was calm. He was like a statue, but his mind was moving rapidly. Countless thoughts were colliding with each other. It was like a meteor shower or a volcano eruption. A muffled snort. Feng Yuan's body shook. He slowly opened his eyes. The storm of thoughts in his mind stopped abruptly. He frowned. He did not speak. 2 streaks of blood slowly flowed down from his nostrils. The blood of an immortal zombie was a pale green color. There was no warmth at all. It was extremely cold. Feng Yuan wiped the 2 traces of blood off his nose indifferently. He evaluated. It seems that my newly created Gu formation still has many flaws. Ever since he became a Wisdom Path Grandmaster, he had countless inspirations. He had many new ideas on how to use Wisdom Gu. This Gu formation was something he had created not long ago. Previously, his Wisdom Path attainment level was insufficient. He could only use the light of wisdom directly. But with this Gu formation, he could accelerate the process of thoughts colliding in his mind. Even though it could not increase the efficiency of deductions, it saved a lot of time. Wisdom Gu was rank 9, Feng Yuan was just a rank 6 immortal zombie. It was already very difficult for him to use the light of wisdom. This Gu formation. It could already be considered a rare and precious breakthrough. And this Gu formation was no longer the original version. It had been modified several times. The previous few times, it showed all sorts of flaws. Once, the Gu formation even exploded in Feng Yuan's body. This time, it was used. Feng Yuan suffered the backlash of the Gu formation. He was lightly injured. The Gu formation still needs to be modified, but that is not the main point. The problem now is the modification of Star Thought Immortal Gu's recipe. Feng Yuan's frown deepened. Many days ago, Blazing Heaven Demoness summoned Feng Yuan. Fang Yuan used this chance to request to refine star-thought immortal goo. Both sides came to an agreement. Blazing Heaven Demoness funded Fang Yuan. It was very generous and straightforward. The materials needed to refine star-thought immortal goo. She even took the initiative to find it for Fang Yuan and sent Budan to deliver it. These immortal materials were extremely rare. Not only would it cost a lot of money, but if Fang Yuan were to personally collect them, it would definitely take a lot of time. Only Blazing Heaven Demoness had rank 8 cultivation level and her position in Zombie Alliance. He also had an extremely deep foundation to be able to help Fang Yuan gather a total of 3 sets of immortal materials in such a short period of time. Fang Yuan had everything prepared. He started to refine goo. However, he tried 3 times in a row, and all of them failed. Fang Yuan was already mentally prepared for failure. After all, he did not have the help of the Refinement Path Convention success Dao marks, he could only rely on his own strength and luck. Relying on strength was understandable. Why did he have to rely on luck? Take Star-Thought Immortal Goo for example. During the refinement process, there was a step that required 2 sets of immortal materials. One was Pale Flame White Bones, the other was Green Beetle Water Lotus. The former was a Fire Path Immortal material while the latter was a Water Path Immortal material. At this step, these 2 immortal materials needed to be processed at the same time. Water and fire fused, turning into a clear liquid. But this step was very difficult. Pale Flame White Bones had Fire Path Dao marks, while Green Beetle Water Lotus had Water Path Dao marks. To successfully process and form a clear liquid, the amount of Fire Path Dao marks and Water Path Dao marks had to be the same. Even if they were not the same, the difference had to be extremely small. Only then could the water and fire offset each other. If one side had more than the other and exceeded the allowable limit, the liquid would be extremely turbid. This turbid liquid could not be used. But the liquid could not be stored for too long, it needed to be processed immediately. Fang Yuan did not have a time path immortal goo that could freeze the time of the liquid. This caused Fang Yuan to have to process the immortal materials and synthesize the liquid during the process of refining the immortal goo. And the difference between Dao marks was too small. Even if Fang Yuan used his methods and thought, he could not see through everything, he could only make a rough estimate. Fang Yuan was not a Fire Path or Water Path Goo immortal, he had already reached the limits of his investigative abilities. Precisely so, the immortal goo recipe strictly stipulated the age of the Green Beetle Water Lotus, as well as the amount of Pale Flame White Bones. But even so, Green Beetle Water Lotuses of the same age would have different Water Path Dao marks depending on their growing environment. If the Pale Flame White Bones were damaged, the Dao marks would fade. All of the goo refinement materials had been inspected by Fang Yuan, they met the requirements of the immortal goo recipe. But failure was unavoidable in practice. In order to refine a crystal clear liquid, one had to have a bit of luck involved. And in the entire process of immortal goo refinement, there were many examples of water and fire fusing. It was not difficult to do it well once and succeed twice. What was difficult was that these examples had to succeed every time. Thus, the success rate of immortal goo refinement was extremely low. Many goo immortals spent their entire fortune to refine immortal goo without success. Immortal goo were extremely beneficial to goo immortals. Because of the existence of heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities, goo immortals had an intense need for immortal goo. But in the history of goo cultivation, failures in immortal goo refinement were everywhere, there were bloody lessons and pitiful outcomes. Currently, many rank 6 goo immortals did not even have a single immortal goo. Goo immortals would rather capture wild immortal goo than take the risk of refining immortal goo themselves. Of course, there was another reason, the refinement path attainment of goo immortals was uneven. Many goo immortals did not have the confidence to refine immortal goo themselves. Especially the higher the rank of the immortal goo, the less confidence the goo immortals had in refining it. Back then, Giant Sun and Thieving Heaven had to ask Long-Hair Ancestor to refine immortal goo and immortal goo houses for them. Fang Yuan modified the immortal goo recipe by modifying these areas. When he became a Wisdom Path Grandmaster, his Star Path attainment level also rose to Grandmaster. This gave him the ability to modify Star Thought immortal goo's recipe. Including this deduction, he had already modified many areas of the original immortal goo recipe. There were at least 11 steps like the fusion of fire and water. They were all replaced with more stable and easier methods. Looking at the time, Blazing Heaven Demonis is about to send the 4th batch of goo refinement immortal materials. With Blazing Heaven Demonis' help, Fang Yuan's financial predicament was completely dispelled. Blazing Heaven Demonis wanted to take down Yulu Blessed Land. She had the attitude that she would not give up until Fang Yuan refined Star Thought immortal goo. However, she was not easy to fool. If Fang Yuan wanted to use the excuse of failure to deceive Blazing Heaven Demonis and cheat her of the goo refinement immortal materials, that would be impossible. Even though Blazing Heaven Demonis agreed to help Fang Yuan, they had made an agreement earlier. The immortal materials that she used were what Fang Yuan owed to Blazing Heaven Demonis. Whether Fang Yuan succeeded in refining the immortal goo or failed, Fang Yuan had to repay the debt. And the longer it dragged on, Blazing Heaven Demonis would have to collect interest. If Fang Yuan succeeded in refining the immortal goo but did not repay the debt within 100 years, Blazing Heaven Demonis would take any immortal goo from Fang Yuan as compensation. If it were Shark Demon, Fang Yuan would not agree to such conditions. He would ask for more benefits. But facing the domineering Blazing Heaven Demonis, Fang Yuan wanted to refine Star Thought immortal goo as soon as possible. He could only accept it. Thus, Blazing Heaven Demonis' help was not so easy to obtain. Fang Yuan had failed 3 times. It was his loss. He already owed Blazing Heaven Demonis a huge debt. Fang Yuan knew a thing or two about Blazing Heaven Demonis' scheme. Even if Fang Yuan could not repay the debt in the future, he would still have his Wisdom Path attainment. Blazing Heaven Demonis could use this to threaten Fang Yuan and make Fang Yuan work for her. After all, Wisdom Path goo immortals were rare. A Wisdom Path goo immortal with Fang Yuan's attainment would be an excellent subordinate. If Fang Yuan succeeded in refining Star Thought immortal goo, Blazing Heaven Demonis would be even happier. Because she could use this to take down Yulu Blessed Land. All in all, Blazing Heaven Demonis would not lose anything. After failing 3 times, the pressure was all on Fang Yuan. With my current situation, I can refine 7 times at most. I have already failed 3 times, I have 4 chances left. In terms of goo refinement, I have already reached the limit. I can only put in more effort in the aspect of luck. Fang Yuan started to think. He had connect luck immortal goo. It could connect to people with strong luck and raise his own luck. But this had its drawbacks. Even though Fang Yuan had connect luck, he did not have break luck immortal goo to use it. He could only connect, not break. If the target of connect luck got unlucky, they would drag down Fang Yuan's side. Thus, Fang Yuan had chosen some targets carefully. These people's luck was extremely strong, and it was continuous and unending, lasting for a long time. But such people were few and far between. In the entire 5 regions, there were only a few of them left in his previous life. Fang Yuan calculated in his mind, most of the remaining few have yet to be born. Among them, Li Xiaoyao on the Nameless Island has already been killed by Song Yishir. His ancestor cannot appear in this life. The closest target is Fairy Black Moon. Fairy Black Moon was very impressive. It seems that in this life, because of my rebirth, my influence has increased, everything has changed. Old Ancestor Shui who has suffered because of me. Old Ancestor Shui whose suffering was an unexpectedly good thing for Fang Yuan. Dark Flow Giant City was guarded by 3 rank 7 immortal zombies, Yin Lu Gong, Dragon Commander Yi Cha, and Huang Quan Wang. How could they be Old Ancestor Shuehu's match? After the incident, they could only watch as Old Ancestor Shuehu flew away. This matter could not be tolerated. The 3 immortal zombies could only request reinforcements from Zombie Alliance's headquarters. Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's headquarters were furious. They decided to send 3 rank 8 immortal zombies and 10 rank 7 immortal zombies to punish Old Ancestor Shuehu and maintain their prestige. Among these 3 rank 8 immortal zombies, Blazing Heaven Demoness was among them. They needed her. Why? Because Blazing Heaven Demoness was the leader of the Northern Plains Zombie Alliance branch. She should have been guarding Dark Flow Giant City. Now that this matter happened, Blazing Heaven Demoness, who was in Eastern Sea, naturally had to take responsibility. Something happened to the Northern Plains Zombie Alliance branch. She had to return and carry out her duties. Once Blazing Heaven Demoness left, the mission of attacking Yulu Blessed Land fell back to Shark Demon and Su Bai Man. The mysterious and unpredictable changes of fate were truly unexpected. They were caught unprepared. Originally, Shark Demon and Su Bai Man had no hope, but after Old Ancestor Shuehu's matter, Zombie Alliance placed their focus on maintaining their prestige. Blazing Heaven Demoness returned to Northern Plains. The ones most suitable for attacking Yulu Blessed Land in Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance were Shark Demon and Su Bai Man. After Blazing Heaven Demoness forcefully took away the mission of attacking Yulu Blessed Land, Shark Demon and Su Bai Man's days were not good. They were deserted by everyone. But now, the situation was reversed. After all, Yulu Blessed Land only had one last round left. Shark Demon and Su Bai Man's rise was imminent. Many Gu Immortals took the initiative to befriend them, trying to mend the previous cracks and so on. This made Shark Demon and Su Bai Man feel deeply moved. Fang Yuan had no time to care about their feelings. Shark Demon hated Fang Yuan for joining Blazing Heaven Demoness so decisively. This time, he did not even invite Tai Bai Yunsheng. Fang Yuan did not care. Attacking Yulu Blessed Land would not give him the main benefits. It was not as important as refining Star Thought Immortal Gu. And refining Star Thought Immortal Gu was just icing on the cake. It was not as important as sneaking into Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. After all, long ago, Fang Yuan had been thinking about the inheritance in Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. Chapter 936. Redx, the huge Dark Flow Giant City lay on the desolate land. Darkness shrouded it. The giant city was like a sleeping beast, silent and silent. Ever since Old Ancestor Shuehu wreaked havoc in the immortal zombie graveyard, Dragon Commander Yi Cha and the other 2 leaders sealed Dark Flow Giant City, acting like they were waiting for reinforcements. Dark Flow Giant City was heavily guarded. No matter how hard the other forces tried to investigate, they could only obtain some information from the periphery. Night fell. Blazing Heaven Demoness led the Eastern Sea immortal zombies back to Dark Flow Giant City secretly. Subordinates Yin Lu Gong, Dragon Commander Yi Cha, Huang Quan Wang, greet leader, greet the 2 lords, greet our comrades. The 3 leaders of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance bowed, unable to conceal their excitement and unease. Get up. The other party is Old Ancestor Shuehu. It is not your fault. Blazing Heaven Demoness spoke first. Yin Lu Gong and the rest let out sighs of relief. A huge burden was lifted from their hearts. These last days had been very difficult for them. On one hand, they were waiting for reinforcements from Zombie Alliance's headquarters. On the other hand, they were worried that the headquarters would punish them for their negligence. Old Ancestor Shuehu is too arrogant. we must make him pay the price, our zombie alliance is not easy to bully. Another rank 8 immortal zombie said. The surrounding immortal zombies looked at him in awe, agreeing with him. This rank 8 immortal zombie was called Corpse Detonation King. He was most proficient in using the smallest price to detonate his immortal zombie body, causing a terrifying explosion. He had a bad temper and was ruthless. When he passed through the regional wall, he attacked wantonly, killing all those who opposed him. Of the 4 rank 7 immortal zombies that died, 3 were killed by him. Their corpses were all blasted to smithereens, forming a huge explosion that destroyed the regional wall, opening a path for Corpse Detonation King. Leader, when will we counterattack? When we counterattack, please let this old man be the vanguard. Yin Lu Gong and Huang Quan Weng saw the large-scale reinforcements from Eastern Sea. Their morale surged as they asked for permission. Blazing Heaven Demoness was not anxious, she spoke slowly, "This matter is important, let's investigate the scene first. Seeing is believing, let's collect the evidence. Right, through these traces, we might be able to deduce some of old ancestor Shui Hu's methods." Another rank 8 immortal zombie, Pu Wan Dao, nodded in agreement. Although they had the advantage in numbers. But they were immortal zombies after all, they had many disadvantages compared to living Gu immortals. More importantly, the other party wasn't an ordinary person that could be easily bullied. His opponent this time was a terrifying person who fought 1 against 2, forcing Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu to retreat. He was the publicly recognized number 1 demonic path Gu immortal in Northern Plains Gu immortal world. Next, the immortal zombies did not stop. He secretly went to the earth trench to survey the battlefield. The battlefield was well protected by Yin Lu Gong and the others. The immortal zombie graveyard was in a mess, large amounts of frost covered the surface, some of the holes were still burning with flames. Everyone displayed their abilities and began to scout. Fang Yuan was also among them, but his mind was elsewhere. His eyes scanned the surroundings, but his mind drifted into the distance. The treasure that he was searching for was not hidden in the immortal zombie graveyard, but deeper in the earth trench. How can I do it without anyone noticing? How to open this treasure? I have a feeling that this inheritance will be of great help to me. I will be able to get rid of my immortal zombie body and revive. I will have to rely on it. Fang Yuan watched coldly from the sidelines. Even Blazing Heaven Demoness was kept in the dark about this secret. She was a Northern Plains Gu immortal after all, even though she had been in Eastern Sea for many years, there was still a gap between her and the true core of Zombie Alliance headquarters. At the same time, Fang Yuan came to a sudden realization. Zombie Alliance mobilized such a huge force not only to teach old ancestor Shui Hu a lesson, but also to save this blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie. Fang Yuan watched the show as he laughed internally, hee, if this blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie is a spy sent by Zombie Alliance headquarters to monitor the Northern Plains branch, that would be fun. Earlier, what Yin Lu Gong wanted to ask was this, right? Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness, as expected of the pillar of Zombie Alliance. If the others had the same resolve as you, why would Zombie Alliance not be able to prosper and even dominate the 5 regions? Ha ha ha. Corpse Detonation King Wang De laughed. Blazing Heaven Demoness was kept in the dark, only now did she know the true content of the mission. But she was shrewd, she did not show any dissatisfaction, instead saying, "Next, let us discuss how to teach old ancestor Shui Hu a lesson and save the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie." Corpse Detonation King immediately said, "The blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie has abundant and profound fire and lightning path Dao marks, they are most suitable for Gu refinement. There is no time to lose, it is best to directly attack them. Attacking them is just a reckless move." Blazing Heaven Demoness retorted directly, not giving any face to Corpse Detonation King. Corpse Detonation King stared and was about to say something, but Pu Wandao also supported Blazing Heaven Demoness. "That's right. Since they captured the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie, they have hostages. If we attack them and suppress old ancestor Xuehu, they will use the hostages to threaten us. We will have to hold back. No matter how big our advantage is, we will lose everything. Then we will sneak into snowy mountain blessed land and save the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie. Corpse Detonation King added. Blazing Heaven Demoness snorted coldly. There are countless spies outside Dark Flow Giant City. There are definitely snowy mountain blessed land spies among them. Just this point is enough to prove old ancestor Xuehu's vigilance. Snowy mountain blessed land's defenses are definitely tight. Sneaking in is not realistic, it is like walking into a trap. Of course. Corpse Detonation King, you are extraordinary, you are more skilled. Since you are interested, why don't you go? I believe with your strength, it will be easy. You. Corpse Detonation King was speechless. He showed a look of anger and embarrassment. Then what do you think we should do? Pu Wandao placed his hand on Corpse Detonation King's shoulder. His gaze was like lightning as he asked Blazing Heaven Demoness. Blazing Heaven Demoness smiled proudly. Old ancestor Xuehu is strong. Even though snowy mountain blessed land has tight defenses, it cannot conceal his greatest weakness. Someone asked, oh? What weakness? Blazing Heaven Demoness looked around, saying, Fortune Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan was not interested in how to deal with old ancestor Xuehu. While the immortal zombies were excitedly discussing their schemes, he was thinking about how to take away the treasures deep in Earth Trench. After a verbal exchange, Blazing Heaven Demoness regained the authority to command. The immortal zombies decided on a plan overnight, each going to their own tasks. Blazing Heaven Demoness did not let Fang Yuan go out. The only task she gave to Fang Yuan was to continue refining Star Thought Immortal Gu. Whether he succeeds or fails, what does it have to do with me? He immediately calmed the matter down, remaining silent. But Fang Yuan was not willing to let the matter rest. He crushed the information path Gu worm in his hand. His hands were behind his back, his head lowered as he paced. At the same time, he mumbled, damn it. Why is it still not working? Why do I keep failing? I have already failed 4 times, why is it like this, why? Dr. Yin Xian and landlord Lei Yu glanced at each other, tactfully not going to provoke Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, however, was getting more and more anxious. He clenched his fists and cursed fiercely. His words were extremely vulgar, and he occasionally mumbled. He did not know what he was talking about. Dr. Yin Xian tried his best to decipher it, but could only hear some fragmented content. Do I really have to use that method? No, the price is too high, damn it, this damned immortal Gu. Why can't I succeed? Fang Yuan showed an expression of endless hesitation, as if he had fallen into an important and difficult decision. Right now, his eyes were bloodshot. He looked like a gambler who had already lost most of his assets, but decided to stake it all on one throw, trying to make a comeback. Damn it, I will go all out. I can definitely succeed this time, I can definitely do it. Right, I can definitely succeed. The 3 immortal zombies looked on coldly. Seeing Fang Yuan's restless expression, the disdain and disgust in their hearts dissipated a little. Instead, they felt a trace of pity. Many Gu immortals were in such a situation. In order to refine an immortal Gu, they paid a huge price, but still gained nothing, and even went bankrupt. It was like stepping on a path of no return, seeing the resources they had accumulated for decades, or even centuries, go to waste. Inevitably, their eyes turned red from the loss, and they wholeheartedly pursued success. In the end, there was no turning back, and they walked further and further down the path of failure. Fang Yuan suddenly stopped and turned around. his gaze like lightning staring at Dr. Yin Xian and Landlord Lei Yu. I have decided, you two pack up and follow me into Earth Trench. Fang Yuan's words shocked the 3 immortal zombies present. Enter Earth Trench? Dr. Yin Xian's expression changed. Earth Trench was a dangerous place, fierce beasts roamed freely inside, the terrain was treacherous, and countless lives were buried there. Blazing Heaven Demonis had told them to look after Fang Yuan, it was naturally to protect him. Hearing Fang Yuan say he wanted to enter Earth Trench, how could Dr. Yin Xian agree? Landlord Lei Yu also did not agree, saying stiffly, "What immortal materials do you need? We will gather them, sir, you don't need to take the risk." What do you know? Fang Yuan raised his voice and glanced at them, showing an arrogant expression. We have received orders from our leader to protect Sir's safety. If Sir enters Earth Trench and something happens, how can we explain it to our leader? Please don't make things difficult for us. Dr. Yin Xian smiled bitterly, his expression sincere. Fang Yuan did not care about his sincerity, he waved his arms and shouted, "Your difficulties have nothing to do with me. I only care about refining goo, I only know I need Earth Shell Snail Star Night Mucus." Earth Shell Snail Star Night Mucus? Sir, don't be impatient, let me check. Dr. Yin Xian immediately said. He also had information path goo worms in his possession, which covered most of Zombie Alliance's immortal materials. Very quickly, a hint of joy flashed across Dr. Yin Xian's face. He retracted his mind and said to Fang Yuan, "Earth Shell Snail's mucus is the body fluid left behind by the desolate beast Earth Shell Snail as it slowly crawls on the ground. We have it, we have it." Currently, we have 3 tails of it in warehouse number 6, is it enough? If not, we will immediately issue a mission and gather immortal zombies to collect it. Fang Yuan shouted angrily, pointing at Dr. Yin Xian's nose and scolding, "Are you deaf, or is there a hole in your brain? Didn't you understand what I said earlier? Earth Shell Snail Star Night Mucus, Star Night Mucus. It is not ordinary mucus, do you understand?" He then shouted anxiously, "Earth Shell Snail's mucus needs to be collected and sealed within 10 breaths of time, otherwise, the mucus will dry up and lose its effectiveness. Star Night Mucus will be processed on the spot, I have to use my unique method to process ordinary mucus. The processing process will take 7 breaths of time. Even if it is processed into Star Night Mucus, there is a complicated sealing method that needs to be completed within 3 breaths of time. That is why I have to enter Earth Trench, can you do it without me? If you can, I will read my name backwards. Chapter 938. Earth Shell Snails lived in the deepest parts of Earth Trench, they were only suitable to live there. According to Fang Yuan, to collect the Star Night Mucus, one had to go deep into Earth Trench and find the Earth Shell Snail, then immediately work behind it and process the mucus left behind by the Earth Shell Snail after it crawls. After processing, one had to collect the Star Night Mucus in a short time. The difficulty of this was very high, and the danger was also very high. Earth Shell Snails had a docile nature, it was not hard to get close to them, one could even stand on their back and make light attacks, this desolate beast would not get angry. The danger was that the Earth Shell Snails were not the only creatures in Earth Trench. The deeper one went into Earth Trench, all kinds of fierce beasts, strange plants and wild goo worms were everywhere. Earth Trench was unfathomably deep, the place where the Earth Shell Snails lived was at least 10,000 li away from the surface. Beside the Earth Shell Snails lived many strong fierce beasts, groups of desolate beasts and even ancient desolate beasts were not rare. These fierce beasts and plants were the main threat. I will definitely go into Earth Trench. Since Lady Blazing Heaven Demonis wants you two to protect me, I will leave this to you. If you die, I have to live, do you understand? Fang Yuan used a matter-of-fact tone as he ordered. Landlord Lei Yu and Dr. Yin Xian gritted their teeth in anger, but they could not do anything to Fang Yuan. Now that Fang Yuan brought out blazing heaven demoness, these two immortal zombies could do nothing. The two discussed for a while. Dr. Yin Xian said to Fang Yuan with a gloomy expression, "This is a serious matter. We need to report to Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness first, we cannot decide." In the end, they could not get around Blazing Heaven Demoness. However, this was within Fang Yuan's expectations. Thus, he waved his sleeves, shouting, "Then go quickly." He was not afraid of Blazing Heaven Demoness investigation. In fact, Star Night Mucus was indeed a matter. This was one of the results of Fang Yuan's recent modifications to Star Thought Immortal Gu's recipe. The Starry Night Mucus was developed by Fang Yuan himself. It had a wide range of uses and great potential. Not only could it be used to refine Star Thought Immortal Gu, it could also be used to refine other Star Path Immortal Gu. It was a rank 6 immortal material that was easier to obtain but had great effects. If I have an environment suitable for the survival of Earth snails, he could make an issue out of this and continuously refine more Starry Night Mucus. If this immortal material were to be sold in jewel yellow skies, it would definitely be sold for a good price. In the short term, the benefits are comparable to the Guts Gu. Fang Yuan calculated in his heart. But after a long period of time, the Starry Night Sticky Saliva's processing method would definitely be seen through and even imitated. After all, these processed immortal materials could not compare to Guts Gu. In the hands of Refinement Path or Wisdom Path Gu immortals, it could be easily broken. A monopoly business would not last long. Dr. Yin Xian stayed behind to accompany Fang Yuan. As for Tower Master Lei Yu, that unlucky fellow. With a heavy and uneasy mood, he went to a certain Gu formation in Dark Flow Giant City, using the Information Path Gu formation. Using the Information Path Gu formation, he sent a message to Blazing Heaven Demoness. Fang Yuan was not worried that Blazing Heaven Demoness would obstruct him. In fact, Fang Yuan was quite confident. He believed that Blazing Heaven Demoness would agree. After all, refining Star Thought Immortal Gu would be of great help to Blazing Heaven Demoness. Fang Yuan still owed Blazing Heaven Demoness a debt. If Blazing Heaven Demoness did not want Fang Yuan to die, she might even send other immortal zombies to protect him. The deeper they went, the wider the earth trench. There were steep cliffs on both sides, there was a huge space in the middle, birds could move freely here. At this time, birds flew out of Lin Danyao's immortal aperture from time to time, flying in all directions. Enslavement Path was very convenient. Ever since they went deep into the earth trench, Lin Danyao took on the responsibility of scouting. The inheritance is in that direction, but we cannot go there directly, our goal is too obvious and we will attract suspicion. Fang Yuan did not change his expression, he was very patient. After a while, Lin Danyao suddenly said, "There is a Yiksha octopus on the left, but it is injured." Dragon Commander Yicha's expression did not change, "Ignore it, we will go around it." Fang Yuan's group of 6 was very strong, a rank 6 Yiksha octopus could not compare to them. But this trip was to go deep underground and find earth shell snails to collect immortal materials, that was their true goal. By then, battles would be very frequent. If they could save immortal essence now, they had to do so. Earth shell snails were very deep in the earth trench, they crawled slowly but were actually very fast. They did not have a fixed residence, they were everywhere, it was hard to track them. The stronger the ferocious beast, the more stubborn its sense of territory would be. In the depths of the earth trench, all sorts of fierce beasts and plants occupied their own territories. Earth shell snails were rare desolate beasts that could cross territories without incurring the enmity of lords. Maybe the earth shell snail's gentle nature had already made other strong beings realize that they were harmless. But Fang Yuan and the rest could not enjoy such good treatment from the earth shell snails. Thus, battles were unavoidable. If anything happened to Fang Yuan, how would they explain it to blazing heaven Demonis? Their attacks were extremely fierce. The mouth earthworm was sent back into the heavy earth zone. This strange ancient desolate beast's body was extremely large when it hunted for food. Once it swallowed its prey, its body would be like a leaking balloon, it would shrink rapidly. The densely packed sharp teeth on the walls of the body would spin continuously, mincing the prey into mincemeat and blood. But once Fang Yuan entered its stomach, he used a star path killer move to stop the walls from shrinking. Next, he activated fixed immortal travel. He had memorized the scene earlier. After 3 breaths of time, fixed immortal travel brought him out of danger and he escaped. Dragon Commander Yi Cha and the rest thought that Fang Yuan was still trapped in the mouth earthworm. They attacked furiously. Fang Yuan got away from Dragon Commander Yi Cha and the other immortal zombies, but fixed immortal travel's commotion also alerted the large group of Yiksha octopuses. Fang Yuan smiled lightly, he turned into a Yiksha octopus and attacked furiously. A moment later, he successfully lured the furious Yiksha octopuses and led them back to Dragon Commander Yi Cha. Dragon Commander Yi Cha and the rest could not see through Fang Yuan's transformation. They thought that the Yiksha octopuses were fighting among themselves and chasing out their weakest members. They felt unlucky, but Xianxia was trapped in the mouth earthworm's stomach, he could not leave. Thus, the battle between the Yiksha octopuses, Northern Plains immortal zombies, and the mouth earthworm began. Chapter 940. In the chaotic battle, Fang Yuan quietly escaped. He returned to the habitat of the Yiksha octopuses. There were still half of them left. Fang Yuan used the same trick, luring the remaining Yiksha octopuses away. Oh no! Another ancient Yiksha octopus and 10 desolate beast octopuses had arrived. They seemed to have come out in full force. Dragon Commander Yi Cha was trapped in the chaotic battle. Seeing the reinforcements of the Yiksha octopuses, he felt miserable. What enmity was this? What grudge was this? The other immortal zombies felt wronged. What was going on? But they had to save Xianxia first. Persevere. Dragon Commander Yi Cha shouted. He was no longer stingy with his immortal essence, crazily expending it. Blazing Heaven Demonis was very powerful. The immortal zombies did not dare to disobey her orders. They could only grit their teeth and persevere in the chaotic battle. What made them rejoice was that this Ko-Ho did not hide under the heavy soil belt. Instead it went berserk. Its enormous body twisted and turned, creating waves of wind. The immortal zombies did not dare to fight it head-on. They could only attack from afar. As time went by, the Ko-Ho's flesh was torn. Originally, the situation was very clear. Even though the Ko-Ho was an ancient desolate beast, it was not Dragon Commander Yi Cha and company's match. But the Yiksha octopuses came to disrupt the situation. It became a 3-way battle. You fight me, I fight you. They restrained each other. The situation was chaotic. The Yiksha octopuses had the most numbers. They surrounded the immortal zombies and the Ko-Ho, forming a thick layer of encirclement. Xianxia, you must persevere. You must hold on no matter what. Landlord Thunder Rain shouted. Even though he was very unhappy with Fang Yuan, but thinking about Fang Yuan dying here, he broke out in cold sweat. Fang Yuan's safety. The immortal zombies were worried. At the same time, the person in question, Fang Yuan, was sneaking into the camp of the Yiksha octopuses. The Yiksha octopuses usually lived on the cliffs on both sides of the earth trench. On the cliff in front of him, there was a huge protruding mountain rock. This large group of Yiksha octopuses dug out caves on this mountain rock, turning it into their home. Fang Yuan hid himself. He crawled into a relatively large hole. The entrance of the cave was very wide. After all, it was for the Yiksha octopus to enter and exit. A desolate beast Yiksha octopus. Its size was already enormous, much less the ancient desolate beast Yiksha octopus. As soon as Fang Yuan entered the cave, a strong oily smell assailed his nostrils. The underground cave stretched forward. Looking into the cave, there was only darkness. However, Fang Yuan's investigative methods were extremely rich. This bit of darkness was not a problem for him. He reached out and touched the walls of the cave. The walls of the cave were covered in black oil, which was extremely sticky and slippery. Why would there be black oil in a cave that was originally dry? This had to be explained from the habits of the Yiksha octopus. The Yiksha octopus was a ferocious beast that liked to play and hunt in the earth trench's black oil river. So on them. It was covered in sticky black oil all year round. When they entered and exited these underground caves, the black oil rubbed off their bodies and onto the cave walls. It was the oily smell that Fang Yuan had smelled earlier. It was emitted from this black oil. In the black oil, there were many strange weeds or thorny rotten trees. They were rooted in the cave walls, and the black oil provided them with sufficient nutrients. Gulp, gulp. Just as Fang Yuan touched it and pulled out a long string of black oil, a voice suddenly rang out. Not far from his hand, the surface of the black oil stuck to the cave walls. Suddenly, bubbles appeared. At the next moment, Fang Yuan vanished on the spot, appearing in the giant goo formation. Outside the goo formation, Yiksha octopus was lying on the ground. But because of the goo formation, it did not know what was going on. I'm finally here. Fang Yuan was extremely vigilant. He quickly looked around. This was indeed the corner he had explored earlier. Barging into a goo formation was a very dangerous thing. It was normal to be attacked by the goo formation. But Fang Yuan was not attacked. This meant that the goo formation was not being controlled by anyone. He let out a sigh of relief, but was still extremely vigilant. The goo formation without anyone controlling it was still operating. Maybe there was a will left behind by a goo immortal in the core of the goo formation. Like in 88 Jianghu Tower, Giant Sun Immortal had left behind a will. This was a giant goo formation that focused on space path. It was specially created to create a space. In this vast space, there was a ground made of purple sand and an egg-yellow sky. The purple sand seemed to be very fertile. Dense vegetation filled Fang Yuan's vision. It was like he was in a tropical rainforest. Great history grass, plentiful origin peach, immortal bean, blood-tide flower. Fang Yuan took a quick glance and saw dozens of immortal materials. Even someone as steady as him could not help but feel shocked. Most of these immortal materials were rank 6, with a few rank 7 immortal materials, but the density was astonishing. These immortal materials come from the 5 regions. They are not limited to Earth Trench or Northern Plains. What is the origin of the great expert immortal zombie who created this place? To gather such a large amount of immortal materials, how much manpower and resources would it take? Moreover, immortal materials were not cabbages sold on the streets. The gathering of immortal materials was often inseparable from battles and bloodshed. If the collector was not strong enough, they could not do it. Don't forget the 5 regional walls. The stronger the goo immortal, the harder it would be for them to pass through the regional walls. Don't tell me. Fang Yuan had a guess. He had thought that this was the inheritance of a great expert immortal zombie, but now it seemed that such a huge expenditure was not something a single person could make. It needed at least an organization. And this organization had to be huge. Because a small organization with 2 or 3 Gu immortals simply did not have so much money and energy. Looking around, as far as his eyes could see, there were countless layers of immortal materials. Fang Yuan's heart pounded with excitement. Such a huge amount of wealth, it is simply unimaginable. It is enough for me to refine immortal Gu dozens of times in the future. Over 100 times. Maybe in my previous life, Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's branch had obtained this huge amount of cultivation resources and rose to prominence. It even suppressed Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's headquarters. The immortal materials here were like warehouses, directly stacked together. The total value was hard to estimate. Fang Yuan only knew that this number was huge, extremely huge. If he relied on his current monthly income of 2,000 immortal yuan stone to accumulate, he might not have such a result even if he spent 1,000 years. After all, he still had to consider the expenditure from his cultivation. The higher the Gu immortal's cultivation, the more terrifying the calamities and tribulations. But compared to the countless immortal materials, this huge Gu formation's value is even higher. This huge Gu formation's value is even higher. Fang Yuan's eyes shone with brilliance. He had great ambitions. He was very knowledgeable. After reacting, he realized the value of this huge Gu formation. In this Gu formation, there were countless immortal materials from the 5 regions. They coexisted harmoniously and did not interfere with each other. Fortunately, I did not rush to dismantle this huge Gu formation, otherwise it would be too late for regrets. With this Gu formation, I can plant countless immortal materials. It is even more useful than an immortal aperture. Fang Yuan could not help but feel admiration towards the great expert immortal zombie who set this up. An immortal zombie's immortal aperture was already dead, but this predecessor could actually set up such a Gu formation. To a certain extent, it could replace the function of an immortal aperture. However, this Gu formation's defense is weak. It cannot be moved. It is far from being as convenient and safe as an immortal aperture. The purple sand here seems to be quite strange. Fang Yuan bent down. He grabbed with his hand, immediately grabbing a large amount of purple sand. This sand was very fine. Some flowed down from the gaps between Fang Yuan's fingers. They looked like they were made of crystals. As they fell, they fluttered and emitted a bright light. But the thing I am looking for, where is the method to revive? Where is the method to regain life? Fang Yuan threw away the purple sand in his hand, thinking about his main objective at all times. He was not in a hurry to collect immortal materials. He started to fly in the air, searching. Time passed minute by minute. The joy on Fang Yuan's face slowly faded. The feeling of uneasiness was getting stronger. Something is wrong. He suddenly stopped, floating in the air, looking at the vast amount of immortal materials below him. After inspecting it again, he found something unnatural. This place is too quiet. There is no wind, no sound at all. It is even quieter than my immortal zombie's dead aperture. And there are many places that are very strange. For example, the immortal bean needs to grow in extremely clear spring water, but it is actually growing in the purple sand here. Also, where the Feng Yuan peach grows, there must be snake tail monkey groups. Every immortal material has a harsh living environment. But here, there are only immortal material plants. There is not even a worm. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with cold light. He descended and landed on the ground again, trying to collect a stalk of great history grass. At the next moment, Fang Yuan's body shook. When the great history grass was growing in the purple sand, it was fine. But once Fang Yuan pulled it out, it immediately withered, turning into fine sand in the blink of an eye. And this sand was exactly the same as the purple sand under Fang Yuan's feet. How can this be? Fang Yuan squinted, trying to collect other immortal materials. The result was that once the immortal materials left the sand, they would turn into purple sand. These immortal materials were all problematic. They could no longer be used. Strange. Strange. The reason why immortal materials are called immortal materials is because they contain abundant Dao marks. Chapter 942. Swoosh. Fang Yuan was like an arrow that had left the bow, creating a huge shockwave in the air as he flew forward rapidly. Below him were immortal materials as far as the eye could see, but Fang Yuan did not even look at them. These dead, immortal materials were worthless. Suddenly, Fang Yuan's eyes narrowed. A desolate beast suddenly appeared on the horizon. This wild beast was as big as a hill. It lay motionlessly on the ground. It was a scripture turtle. Fang Yuan was no stranger to this wild beast. Not long ago, he had successfully captured one in the central continent's starry sky grotto heaven fragment world. Slowing down, Fang Yuan bent his body slightly and flew toward the scripture turtle. When he got closer, Fang Yuan found that it was a scripture turtle that had been dead for a long time. It lay on the ground with its head hanging down. A small part of its head was almost buried in the soft purple sand. The scripture turtle's state of death was as if its spine had been broken. Looking at its limbs, one could clearly see that its flesh was extremely loose. But when it died, its expression was very calm, even serene. Fang Yuan could not help but feel a trace of strangeness. Among the countless dead, immortal materials, there's a wild beast's corpse. Fang Yuan tried to collect the scripture turtle's body. A moment later, his heart sank. He looked at the hard corner of the turtle's shell turn into purple sand in his hand and sprinkle down with the wind. Fang Yuan's eyes flickered. After a few breaths, he left and continued to explore in the air. Soon, he saw a second wild beast. This was an earth chief. It had a human body and a snake's tail. Its face was like a bat's with a pointed nose and ears. Its body was pitch black and covered in flesh armor. There were 50 to 60 flesh whips on the earth chief's chest, each more than 6 feet long. The surface of the flesh whips was densely packed with suckers. At the front of each flesh whips, there were also chrysanthemum-like holes that sprayed out milky white liquid at critical moments. The liquid was extremely corrosive and contained many parasitic worms. It could directly drill into a person's pores and enter the body to cause destruction. The Earth Chief's corpse was extremely lifelike and well preserved. But when Fang Yuan tried to collect the immortal materials from the Earth Chief's body, the scene from before happened again. Fang Yuan was no longer surprised. He only muttered, "The hidden essence turtle is a desolate beast of central continent, while the Earth Chief appears in northern plains. Let's leave this place and continue exploring." Fang Yuan soon made a new discovery. It's sandalwood holy elephants, and there are 3 of them. Fang Yuan sighed. The sandalwood sacred elephant was a level higher than the scripture-concealing turtle and the desolate beast Earth Chief. Because it was an ancient desolate beast, a mature sandalwood sacred elephant's battle strength could rival rank 7 Gu immortals. A long time ago, in the auction that Qin Baisheng organized that involved almost all of Northern Plains Gu immortal world, someone bid for a sandalwood sacred elephant egg. It caused quite a commotion. In the 5 regions, sandalwood elephants were already quite rare, and it was very difficult to see one. But now, in front of Fang Yuan, there were 3 sandalwood elephant corpses. Next, Fang Yuan found even more desolate beast and ancient desolate beast corpses. They were lying on the ground in 2s and 3s, surrounded by countless beautiful or lush immortal material plants. Howling Moon Heavenly Wolf, Star Desolate Hound, Golden Sand Dark Centipede, Ice Spike Divine Ape, White Hoof Ink Dragon, 9 Palace Crane, Iron Crown Eagle, Dragon Fish, Sharp Tusk Boar, flying in the sky, running on the ground, swimming in the water, they could all be seen here. It was like an exhibition of strange specimens. The closer he got to the center, the more corpses Fang Yuan found, the more they were in shocking numbers. Northern Plains unique coiling mountain goat king, southern borders phoenix feather lava crocodile, central continent's diamond bear, eastern seas magnificent smoke turtle, desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts from the 5 regions. It could be said to have everything. This is a ruin bat. Fang Yuan could not help but slow down. This ruin bat was a rare space path desolate beast. It could not compare to the immemorial ruin bat that Fang Yuan saw in Northern Plains Taichio. Half Moon Qilin. Fang Yuan's body froze. In the current Northern Plains Zombie Alliance branch, there was a living Half Moon Qilin. It was raised as a treasure by the entire Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. This ancient desolate beast seems to be, remnant heavenly hound? Fang Yuan confirmed it. He confirmed this answer. He had not seen remnant heavenly hound personally, he had only seen its appearance in records. This ancient desolate beast was a fierce beast that only appeared during the day. The more he saw, the more Fang Yuan became numb to it. He could be considered knowledgeable, but he did not recognize many ancient desolate beasts and desolate plants. And the space here is so vast. I have been flying for so long, but I have yet to see the edge of the Gu formation. This was out of Fang Yuan's expectations. He had tried to decipher this giant Gu formation before. He knew that this was a giant Gu formation that focused on space path. Fang Yuan had estimated the size of the space inside, but now it seemed that he had underestimated the power of this Gu formation. It seems that my deductions and decipherments have not reached the true core of the Gu formation. Who is the one who created this place? This is simply shocking. There are so many immortal materials, it is simply a vast amount. Is it the work of an immortal venerable or a demon venerable? Fang Yuan inwardly guessed. Even rank 8 Gu immortals did not have the ability to set up this alone. Because of the 5 regional walls, rank 8 Gu immortals were isolated from the other regions. This was also the reason why Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects only sent rank 6 and 7 Gu immortals for the collapse of 88-point Jianghu Tower. Of course, at rank 9, they were invincible and could look down on everything. The 5 regional walls could not obstruct them. If it is not a rank 9 venerable, then it must be a super organization that set up this place. This organization is spread across the 5 regions, only then can they gather these immortal materials. Even though there was jewel yellow skies, and Gu immortals could use jewel yellow skies to transact. But such a scale could not be made by jewel yellow skies. Because such transactions were not only huge in scale, they were also continuous, they would definitely be recorded in the history of Gu masters. It was not born with the phoenix bloodline, it was an ancient white cloud that had not been destroyed in white heaven for tens of thousands of years. After being tainted by the aura or blood of the phoenix, it gradually turned from a white cloud into a living being. Thus, its body was very special, it was not made of ordinary flesh and blood, it was like a cloud but not a cloud, like flesh but not a flesh. The cloud phoenix fragment that Fang Yuan obtained was probably not even 1/10,000th of the cloud phoenix's true body, but the cloud path Dao marks contained in it could be used as the main material to refine rank 6 cloud path immortal Gu more than 10 times. The discovery of the cloud phoenix fragment confirmed Fang Yuan's earlier guess. He continued to search. After a while, he had almost circled the entire purple sand desolate land. His gains were huge. After counting them, he found a total of 18 such immortal materials. The Dao marks covered most of the Gu paths. Among them, there were 3 immortal materials that contained rich star path and wisdom path Dao marks. They were very helpful in refining star thought immortal Gu. It could be said that with these 3 immortal materials, Fang Yuan could completely abandon blazing heaven demoness and refine Gu on his own. Of course, because of the change in immortal materials, Star thought Immortal Gu's recipe would also have to change drastically. But Fang Yuan was not afraid of this. He had the Light of Wisdom path to use. He was also a Wisdom path grandmaster. Deductions were not difficult. These immortal materials that I have collected, even though they are extremely precious, they are only a portion of the main body. The Gu Immortal who set up this place actually used so many precious immortal materials. Is he trying to refine a rank 9 immortal Gu? Fang Yuan could not help but guess. In the process of collecting immortal materials, he gradually discovered some clues. In this purple sand desolate land, there was once an extremely profound refinement path Gu formation. Combined with these fragments of immortal materials, it was very likely that the Gu Immortal here had a huge scheme. He wanted to refine an extremely powerful immortal Gu. But unfortunately, the Gu refinement failed. There was a huge explosion. Not only did the refinement path Gu formation crumble, only leaving behind some remains, most of the immortal materials used for the Gu refinement were destroyed, only these fragments were left. No matter who it was, or which organization it was that set up this place, they are likely to have died from the explosion. If not for that, this huge Gu formation would not have fallen into disrepair for so long. The fragments of the immortal materials would not have been scattered all over the place. Nobody would have picked them up. Even though they were the remnants of some immortal materials after the explosion, their value was huge. But during the Battle of Taichio, Dongfang Naganori had set up a phantom formation on the ruined bat corpse. If not for this, Fang Yuan would not have been able to recognize this Gu formation immediately. The phantom formation turns the entire Gu formation into a phantom form, to prevent external attacks from destroying the Gu formation. Maybe it is because of this phantom formation that these Gu formations survived the explosion. Refinement path Gu immortals with deep attainment have their own refinement path Gu formations. They also set up many supplementary Gu formations on top of the refinement path Gu formation. Using these Gu formations, refining Gu worms is much easier. It saves a lot of time and energy. For example, Snowy Mountain Blessed Land has an exquisite refinement path Gu formation. It is said to be the #1 Gu refinement formation of Northern Plains demonic path. It is said that this Gu formation is a compound Gu formation with a total of 12 different Gu formations. Fang Yuan's thoughts wandered. He could also set up some refinement path Gu formations. But these Gu formations were very superficial. After all, they involved formation path cultivation. Fang Yuan's formation path attainment level was very low. A person's energy was limited, time was even more limited. Fang Yuan had some accomplishments in some aspects, but in other aspects, he would definitely be mediocre. Battle strength did not mean everything. For example, old ancestor Shui who had rank 8 cultivation level, he could fight against 2, forcing Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Baizu to retreat. His battle strength could be considered very strong. But in order to set up the Gu formation, he had to invite Sun Ming Lu 7 times. Even rank 9 venerables were the same. In the history of Gu immortals, Giant Sun Immortal and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had invited Long Hair Ancestor to refine Gu. Gu cultivation paths blossomed in all directions. They were brilliant and varied. It also meant that each path had its own specialization. Even if one path was cultivated to rank 9, the other paths were still different. After all, one's energy was limited. Unless one had a lot of time, or had a fortuitous encounter. The mouth serpent burrowed into the ground to escape. The Northern Plains immortal zombies chased it relentlessly. thus the traces of the battle continued to extend. Along the way, many places could be seen, deep craters caused by intense explosions. There was a lot of blood in the ravines. It should be the blood of the mouth serpent. Other than that, there were also the corpses of the earth trench creatures that were caught in the crossfire. The mouth serpent risked its life to survive. It was a great help in concealing Fang Yuan's tracks. One side escaped, the other chased. This was a long battlefield. Looking at the traces of the intense battle that disappeared into the horizon, Fang Yuan smiled lightly. The mouth serpent is escaping. It must be panicking and will lead the Northern Plains immortal zombies to the territories of other fierce beasts. Very good. The more chaotic the situation is, the more advantageous it is for me. This is one of the situations that I expected. Next, Fang Yuan followed the traces of the intense battle and flew rapidly, his figure soon fading into the darkness. The Northern Plains immortal zombies were flying slowly with dejected expressions. Their injuries were not light, they were in a sorry state, they had defeated expressions. What should we do now? Xianxia lost his life. How can we answer to Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness? Sigh, we have already tried our best. We chased after the mouth serpent. We passed through 5 fierce beast territories, 3 of them were occupied by ancient desolate beasts. This is Earth Trench after all. I have never been as crazy as I am today. It is a pity that we failed at the last moment. That mouth serpent fell into the acid swamp moss and completely dissolved. Xianxia has no chance of survival, we cannot lose our lives for him. In my opinion, Xianxia was too careless. He was so careless in Earth Trench, he was simply courting death. The immortal zombies discussed softly, only the leader, Dragon Commander Yi Cha, was silent. He had the highest status in this group, he was the leader. Xianxia's death was his greatest responsibility. Next, Fang Yuan learned from Feng Kim Hong in the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention that using the 10 extreme physiques to undergo immortal ascension could get rid of the immortal zombie body. This method was even less feasible, it was most suitable for mortal goo masters. Fang Yuan was already an immortal zombie. If he used his first mortal aperture to undergo immortal ascension, he did not have the aptitude of the 10 extreme physiques. Even though he had blood skull goo, he had Dao marks and could not be raised by mortal goo. Finally, in the fragment world of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, Feng Kim Hong told Fang Yuan about a revival method. Using the principles of transformation path and eternal goo, he could achieve a permanent transformation. He could also revive. But how to refine eternal goo? Fang Yuan did not know. If someone else had eternal goo, it would be even worse. And transformation path was not something Fang Yuan was proficient in. Even though these methods could succeed, they all had their flaws and were difficult to achieve. But heaven would not disappoint those who worked hard. Fang Yuan worked hard and experienced many setbacks. He finally found the most suitable method in Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's Earth Trench. The obsession formed a land spirit and left behind Hu immortal blessed land, which was eventually obtained by Fang Yuan. Of course, there was also a way, and that was to transfer the cultivation resources in advance. That was what Fang Yuan had done before. But in fact, very few Gu immortals would do this. Of course, they were not idiots. But why? The reason was that heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities had specific targets. For example, a woodpath Gu immortal might move all his woodpath resources away before undergoing tribulation, but it attracted a fire path calamity and tribulation. After passing the tribulation, the immortal aperture would be greatly affected, many fire path Dao marks would appear, and the terrain and temperature would change drastically. When the wood path Gu immortal moves the cultivation resources back, many of the resources would not be able to adapt to the new environment of the immortal aperture, they could not be nurtured. On the contrary, if the wood path resources were left in the blessed land, they would attract a wood path calamity and tribulation. In the end, the wood path Dao marks in the immortal aperture would increase, and although the resources would be greatly damaged, the environment of the immortal aperture would become better. Countless examples of success and failure, as well as the experiences of countless predecessors, all pointed to one point: leaving behind resources to undergo tribulation was more sensible than moving them away, it was more beneficial to the Gu Immortal's cultivation. Fang Yuan's previous actions caused a blood path calamity, and it was not beneficial to the nurturing of the original resources. But Hu Immortal Blessed Land was not compatible with his path, it was not a big problem. Afterwards, even though Tai Bai Yunqing knew that he would lose a lot of resources, he still wanted to undergo tribulation in the immortal aperture. Because the immortal aperture that he underwent tribulation in was his fundamental immortal aperture. Only by understanding all of this could one truly understand the terrifying value of the life and death immortal aperture. Even though Gu Immortals were high and mighty, calamities and tribulations were hanging over their heads, they needed to cultivate continuously. They had to improve greatly at every stage, they had to improve more and more each time to continue surviving. But with the life and death immortal aperture, everything was different. The might of the calamities and tribulations would be reduced by 50%. The might of the calamities and tribulations would be reduced, the loss of cultivation resources would be reduced, but the gain of Dao marks would not change. All of this was enough for the Gu Immortal's cultivation to form a virtuous cycle. Chapter 947. Since he had obtained the life and death immortal aperture revival method, Fang Yuan naturally wanted to do his best. Be it his previous life or this life, cultivation aptitude had always been a regret in Fang Yuan's heart. Now that he could make up for this regret, Fang Yuan was extremely happy. Most importantly, the life and death immortal aperture of one of the 10 extreme physiques was truly tempting. It had a huge advantage in assisting cultivation. However, it was extremely difficult to obtain a great strength true martial immortal zombie. Firstly, the 10 extreme physiques were extremely rare. Even if they appeared, they were not easy to cultivate. Great strength true martial physiques that cultivated to Gu immortal level were even rarer. And in this case, after becoming an immortal zombie, there were none who still had a body left in the current era. Fang Yuan searched through records and memories, but did not find any clues. Thus, He Lulan was currently the easiest and most suitable target for him to obtain. It could also be said that she was his only target. However, the troubles in front of Fang Yuan were not few. Firstly, He Lulan was a formidable character, she was skilled in both the pen and the sword, she had left a deep mark in the history of his previous life. Such a person was not easy to deal with, she could risk her life and scheme, she was not so easy to trap. Secondly, He Lulan was not alone, she had Fairy Li Shan, a rank 7 helper. The two had deep feelings for each other, they could not be separated. If Fang Yuan wanted to deal with He Lulan, he had to get rid of Fairy Li Shan. Thirdly, Fang Yuan had signed an alliance agreement with He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan. Finally, and also the most vexing thing for Fang Yuan, He Lulan knew the truth about Imperial Court Blessed Land. If it was not handled well, she would spread the truth far and wide. By then, Fang Yuan would be chased by all the Gu Immortals in the world. The attraction of Giant Sun Immortals' inheritance. It was enough to make countless greedy Gu Immortals come wave after wave, forming a tsunami. It would drown Fang Yuan. In conclusion, He Lulan was like a hedgehog. If one tried to attack her, not only would she not be hurt, but she would also easily bite back. Hey Lulan, if it weren't for the fact that you have the great strength, true martial physique and can help me in my cultivation, I wouldn't want to do anything to you. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. In the following days, Fang Yuan was prepared for both scenarios. On the one hand, he racked his brains to come up with a way to frame He Lulan. On the other hand, he was refining Star Thought Immortal Gu. He communicated with Fairy Li Shan through letters, discussing how to go against the agreement. But as the days passed, no matter what, progress was slow. Ever since He Lulan understood her flaws, he calmed down and focused on managing his immortal aperture. Although the great snow mountain blessed land could no longer hide, she hid outside, her whereabouts unknown. After Fang Yuan returned to Dark Flow Giant City, then, he pretended to go down to the earth trench and collected all the Starry Night mucus. Next, he used the Starry Night mucus as a supplementary material. The refinement of Star Thought Immortal Gu failed again. Fairy Li Shan cultivated Earth Path in her early years. After that, she mainly cultivated Information Path, while cultivating Wood Path on the side. She had Mountain Pledge Immortal Gu. Her Information Path attainment was definitely higher than Fang Yuan's. Earlier, she took the initiative to deal with Dong Fang tribe. It was a violation of the agreement. But she was still alive and well. It could be seen that she was not only skilled in establishing agreements, she was also skilled in breaking them. Things like agreements were the specialty of Information Paths. For example, it was like a lock, a shackle that restricted both parties. Fairy Li Shan was like a locksmith. Since she was skilled in making locks, she was also skilled in unlocking them. Even though Fang Yuan, Fairy Li Shan, and He Lulan had an alliance agreement, the time limit was approaching. Thus, this alliance agreement was not a huge problem. Fang Yuan's reason for asking Fairy Li Shan was that he needed to resolve the agreement to join Zombie Alliance. Fang Yuan had joined Zombie Alliance's headquarters in Eastern Sea, thus he was restricted by the Zombie Alliance agreement. If I cannot resolve this with He Lulan, then I can only settle for the next best thing, to gather a large number of Strength Path Immortal Zombies and create a high-grade blessed land. At that time, I will need to resolve the Zombie Alliance agreement, to make it easier for me to steal corpses from the Zombie Alliance graveyard. The vigilant Fang Yuan naturally would not put all his eggs in one basket. He always had a backup plan. Thus, these last days, Fang Yuan often asked Fairy Li Shan for Information Path methods. However, the results were minimal. Firstly, Fairy Li Shan was on guard against Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's development was too rapid. This third leader of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land was already wary of him. Even though Fang Yuan offered a high price, she always used the excuse of gathering immortal materials as an excuse, rejecting him many times. Secondly, Fang Yuan did not have much understanding of Information Path. His attainment was very low. He could not learn anything in a short period of time. Thirdly, how could Zombie Alliance's agreement be easy? Hoping that Fang Yuan could resolve it after learning for a period of time was simply delusional. Even though he did not make any progress in the Information Path, through his interactions with Fairy Li Shan, Fang Yuan combined with Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's situation, he had a clear understanding of the battle between Zombie Alliance and Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Blazing Heaven Demoness strategy was indeed very wise. These last days, she had led the immortal zombies to attack everywhere, attacking the demonic Path Gu immortals of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Many demonic Path Gu immortals had bad luck to begin with. It was not easy for them to gather precious immortal materials. Now, with the interference of the immortal zombies, it was one disaster after another. They suffered many setbacks. Old Ancestor Shui Hu was helpless. There was no other reason. Even though he was a rank 8 grade expert, he was alone. On Blazing Heaven Demoness side, there were 3 rank 8 immortal zombies. If Blazing Heaven Demoness led everyone to attack Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, with Old Ancestor Shui Hu's battle strength, it was hard to tell who would emerge victorious. But Blazing Heaven Demoness avoided the main point. She focused on Old Ancestor Shui Hu's weakness, this made old ancestor Xuehu's days very difficult. If he attacked easily, snowy mountain-blessed land would be defenseless. The strongest Gu immortal left behind was only rank 7. The second leader, Lady Wan Shou, was skilled in refinement path, while the third leader, Fairy Li Shan, cultivated information path. They did not have high battle strength. If old ancestor Xuehu attacked and was held back by an expert of the same rank, and snowy mountain-blessed land was raided by another rank 8 immortal zombie, that would be the laughing stock of Northern Plains righteous path Gu immortals. Especially Blazing Heaven Demoness. This person's bottom line was very low. Back then, she even destroyed a 9 heavens fragment world. It was a hopeless situation. Snowy mountain-blessed land was only pieced together, its defense was even lower than the original blessed land. Old ancestor Xuehu had to defend against it. Thus, even though old ancestor Xuehu had high battle strength, in the process of fighting against zombie alliance, he was always at a disadvantage. He had never raised his head. Battle strength did not mean everything. Blazing Heaven Demoness was shrewd and scheming. Old ancestor Xuehu had been suffering losses, but he could not retaliate effectively. Fang Yuan had no other choice. He could only be patient and put most of his effort into refining Exert Strength Gu and Disappointment Gu. The Fang Yuan stone nest that he created had already reached a certain scale. Large numbers of hairy man slaves were refining diligently. The quantity of Exert Strength Gu and Disappointment Gu was increasing rapidly, but it was still far from the required amount. Even though Fang Yuan obtained those rare rank 8 immortal materials, he was not in a hurry to sell them. He kept them for himself. He refined Star Thought Immortal Gu. With Blazing Heaven Demoness help, Fang Yuan's monthly profits, other than using them to refine Gu worms, were mainly used to feed Immortal Gu and to construct Star Form Blessed Land. He purchased a large amount of cloud soil and ordered Star Form Land Spirit to construct it step by step. He planned to create a 3-dimensional river system in Star Form Blessed Land, using the space to nurture Star Fragment Grass. This was a huge prospect. If he succeeded, the profits would not be lower than the Guts Gu transaction. But the initial investment was huge. Fang Yuan could only take it step by step. If he wanted to deal with He Lulan, the fact that he had committed a crime might be exposed. After all, it was too easy for He Lulan to expose the truth. Even though there was an alliance agreement, if she wanted to break it. But with Fairy Li Shan's help, she had a greater advantage than Fang Yuan. All along, Fang Yuan had been worried in his heart. The Central Continent Gu immortals were investigating. It was impossible for there to be no progress. Maybe tomorrow, Central Continent Gu immortals would attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Hu Immortal Blessed Land could not be defended. Once it was lost, Star Form Blessed Land would be Fang Yuan's path of retreat. A crafty rabbit has 3 burrows. Not to mention old demon Fang Yuan. On this day, Fang Yuan was activating the refinement path Gu formation, processing a certain immortal material. In the immortal zombie's dead aperture, moving perspective cup Gu activated, bringing Fairy Li Shan's letter. Fang Yuan felt strange. Fairy Li Shan was contacting him on her own initiative. When he opened it, it was a letter asking for help. It turned out that Fairy Li Shan had discovered He Cheng's whereabouts. He Cheng was He Lulan's father. He was also the target that He Lulan had to kill in order to take revenge for her mother. Fairy Li Shan's letter invited Fang Yuan to kill He Cheng together. He Cheng's situation was not good. Chapter 948. Escape. 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 A dark shadow, like a flying snake, rapidly passed through the wormwood. A moment later, the dark shadow dissipated with a loud sound. He Cheng fell from the sky, landing in the weeds. A clear stream gurgled past, right in front of him. He Cheng breathed heavily, lying on the ground. He did not even have the strength to turn around. His current condition was extremely bad. There were countless injuries all over his body, some were deep to the bone, some were still bleeding. Pain assaulted his entire body, but He Cheng was already numb to it. These injuries were from the intense battle with He tribe's pursuers. If not for He tribe wanting to capture He Cheng alive, with He Cheng's ability, he would not have been able to escape so many times. I am almost at my limit. He Cheng felt gloomy. He gritted his teeth and got up. Looking at his reflection in the stream, he smiled bitterly. Originally, he was suave and handsome, but now, his face was pale, his lips were blue, his body was covered in blood. He was a fugitive. Suddenly, He Cheng's pupils shrunk to pin size, like a startled venomous snake. He curled up his body at lightning speed. Who is it? He Cheng's eyes shined with a sharp light. He shouted towards a certain direction in the weeds. At the next moment, with a loud sound, air currents surged, countless weeds were uprooted, a path appeared. He Lulan wore a mask. She walked out with large strides. Her eerie black eyes shone with bone-deep hatred. It's you. He Cheng was shocked. He quickly stood up, but his head was dizzy, his body shook intensely. He couldn't help but fall down again. Thankfully, he did not fall to the ground. He stabilized his body and squatted down, his muscles tensed. He had a fierce expression, but he could not conceal the anxiety in his heart. If he was captured alive by He tribe's Gu immortals, He Cheng might have a chance to live. Although the chances were slim. But if he fell into He Lulan's hands, He Cheng would die for sure. His outcome would be unimaginably tragic. He Cheng, to think you would have such a day. He Lulan stood in front of He Cheng. Her body was straight like a spear, separated by a stream. She looked down at him from above. Fate was truly unpredictable. Who could have thought that He Cheng would actually fall to such a state today? Of course, He Lulan did not expect this. Therefore, when the peerless opportunity for revenge was placed in front of her, besides hatred and rage, there was also a trace of pity in her heart. The father and daughter looked at each other. Gratitude and grudges, love and hatred, all at this moment. For a moment, time seemed to stand still. Don't look at me like that. He Cheng roared, struggling to stand up. He could accept the hatred and anger in He Lulan's eyes. However, he could not accept that trace of compassion. I, the dignified He Cheng, don't need anyone's pity. Who? A gust of wind blew, and the dark clouds in the sky flew swiftly. The surrounding wormwood swayed. The stream rippled. Fairy Li Shan's voice came from the wind, good scenery, this nameless place is the perfect place for you, He Cheng, to die. He Cheng sneered. He could naturally hear the hatred and killing intent in Fairy Li Shan's words. He reluctantly turned his head and scanned the surroundings. A tiger that has fallen to the plains will be bullied by dogs. What about the last one? Why is he not coming out? Fang Yuan was quietly hiding not far away, not moving. He was silent, as if he could not hear He Cheng's words. You are a tiger? You are just a defeated dog that is struggling on the line of life and death. Scoundrel, die. He Lulan could no longer suppress her anger. She took a huge step forward and punched. At that instant, there was a thunderous explosion in the air, an intense fist wind blew. Chapter 949. The rank 8 aura was not concealed at all, it spread out wantonly. The blazing heaven demoness was bathed in flames. She crossed her arms and stood proudly in the sky. Blazing heaven demoness shouted, "Hey Tribe's 4 elders, your ancient battle formation Green City Rampage is badly damaged, how dare you take it out? 100 years ago, because you were practicing this battle formation, you couldn't stay more than 10 feet away from each other. Now that you are willing to come out, who will guard your blessed land headquarters?" The bronze giant raised his head and stared at the blazing heaven demoness. An ancient voice could be heard from the bronze giant's body, "Sky-scorching demoness. Since you know that this is the ancient battle formation Green City Rampage, you should know that its strength can rival rank 8. He Cheng and He Lulan are members of our He tribe. Our He tribe is handling our own matters, an outsider like you cannot interfere. Don't forget that the Grand Zombie Alliance also belong to the righteous path. You are the leader of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, you have a heavy responsibility, you need to be careful." Then, another voice said, "Heaven-blazing demoness, are you not going to deal with old ancestor Xuehu? What are you doing here? Causing trouble? Ha ha ha." Blazing heaven demoness threw her head back and laughed. At this moment, Fairy Li Shan said, "Old ancestor Xuehu's matter is not something you 4 He tribe elders can worry about. Besides, this is your family's matter, isn't it our family's matter?" "What do you mean?" The shocked voices of the 4 He tribe elders came from inside the bronze giant. At this moment, Fang Yuan had a strong sense of foreboding. "Big sister!" Fairy Li Shan suddenly shouted. The tacit understanding between siblings. There was no need to use too many words to express it. The blazing heaven demoness laughter came to a stop as she stared at the bronze giant. A ball of flame ignited on the bronze giant's body, instantly turning into a raging inferno. It burned all over the bronze giant's body. In the blink of an eye, the bronze giant that was the size of a hill had become a giant orange torch. Immortal killer move, Fire Prison. Amidst the flames, the bronze giant found it difficult to move, as if it had fallen into extremely viscous black oil. The 4 He tribe elders that formed the bronze giant were astonished. "When did you get hit? This killer move is actually so powerful. Even our unstoppable Qingcheng couldn't break free for a while. The key is this move. There was no warning at all. It's impossible to guard against." However, the 4 old men were extremely experienced in battle. They only took a few breaths of time to understand. They recalled the angry bird attack that had struck the bronze giant's chest. And the place where the fire prison had just burned was the bronze giant's chest. This was an immortal combo move. The so-called consecutive immortal killer moves were formed when 2 or more immortal killer moves were used consecutively, increasing their power. Or effect resonance. Angry Bird and Fire Prison, these 2 immortal killer moves could form an immortal combo. The Blazing Sky Demoness first used the Angry Bird to bombard the bronze giant before using Fire Prison, immediately trapping Qingcheng unhindered. If a certain amount of time was exceeded, or if she activated the Fire Prison first, Blazing Heaven Demoness would need to prepare her killer move for a while. During this time, it would be easy for the 4 elders to dodge. Moreover, the power of the Fire Prison wasn't as great as it was now. The principle behind this was simple. They were Dao marks. Immortal killer moves were powerful methods that used immortal goo as the core. The reason why it was so powerful was because it had formed temporary Dao marks. The Angry Bird landed on the bronze giant's chest, leaving behind fire path Dao marks for a short period of time. Blazing Heaven Demoness used these fire path Dao marks as a foundation. She activated Fire Prison, raising its power by a level, trapping the bronze giant temporarily. A Goo Immortal who can think of an immortal combo move has to be a great grandmaster. So Blazing Heaven Demoness Fire Path attainment level has already reached such a high level. Fang Yuan was deeply shocked. Fire Path Great Grandmaster. This attainment level was not something ordinary Goo Immortals could reach. Roar. The bronze giant roared angrily towards the sky. Large amounts of green mist gushed out of its body. Wherever the green fog went, the flames were extinguished. Evidently, this mysterious green fog was a powerful immortal killer move. Blazing Heaven Demonis Immortal combo move could not last more than 10 breaths of time, it was close to collapsing. However, it was still a waste of time. Taking advantage of this chance, Fairy Li Shan had already finished preparing and used her trump card. Immortal Battlefield Killer Move, Pear Garden in Mountain. The ground started to shake. Rumble, in the blink of an eye, muffled sounds that made one's heart palpitate could be heard from deep underground. The ground started to bulge, the terrain changed rapidly. The originally flat grassland started to bulge, a mound started to rise. Soon, this mound started to rise, becoming taller and taller. On both sides of the mound, mountains started to rise as well. Eventually, the mound stopped rising, as a ring of mountains surrounded the bronze giant from all directions. The trembling of the ground finally stopped. The terrain of the surrounding 1,000 li, because of Fairy Li Shan's immortal battlefield killer move, had completely changed. Such a grand effect, it was not an exaggeration to say that the world was changing. A ring of mountains surrounded the bronze giant, it was like a huge bowl or a cage, blocking the 4 elders of He tribe. In the blink of an eye, the bronze giant was like a turtle trapped in a jar. Fang Yuan's heart jumped, even though he knew that Fairy Li Shan had such a trump card. But looking at this scene, he was inwardly shocked. In his previous life, when Fairy Li Shan used this move, it was not this powerful. How could there be such a huge improvement in this life? Don't tell me, it is because of minuscule mountain? Fang Yuan suddenly had a thought. That should be the case. Fairy Li Shan's Pear Garden in Mountain is similar to Hataru, it has extraordinary power, but the price is also huge. Every time it is used, the Gu Immortal's Dao marks are permanently expended. Thus, in history, Fairy Li Shan has rarely used this immortal battlefield killer move. In other words, this was an unconventional method. It was a forbidden move. If it was used frequently, one's foundation and cultivation level would fall sharply. He moved his shoulders and wrists, saying to Fairy Li Shan with a calm expression, "So you are on the same side, you two really hid it from me." "Same here." Fairy Li Shan smiled with deep meaning in her words. Evidently, she already knew that Fang Yuan had occupied Star Form Blessed Land and was disguised as Xing Xiangzi. "Spare me. Spare my life. I am willing to serve you, I am willing to do anything for you. Keeping me alive is more useful to you." He Qing struggled to get up, he had an anxious expression as he shouted. Blazing Heaven Demonis removed the fire chains from the others, only He Qing was tied up. The change in the situation was not only out of Fang Yuan's imagination, it was out of his imagination as well. Fairy Li Shan stared with wide eyes, pointing at He Qing as she scolded, "Scoundrel, my third sister loved you so much, but you harmed her life. If that's not enough, you even want to kill your own woman." He Qing knelt on the ground, raising his head and begging, "I am willing to do anything for you, I am willing to tell you all of He tribe's secrets. Among them is rank 8 old ancestor He Fan's time path inheritance. Didn't Su Xian Heir get close to me for this inheritance? Didn't all of you want this inheritance? I will tell you everything I know. I will not hide anything." But Fairy Li Shan was unmoved. He Qing turned to Blazing Heaven Demonis, "I have no intention of offending you. Back then, if I had found out that you were behind Su Xian Heir, I would not have killed her no matter what. This is all a misunderstanding. It is all a misunderstanding. He tribe was a super force, it had a long history, their ancestors had been rich before. During He Fan's era, He tribe had rank 8 Gu immortals, they were a powerful force in northern plains. However, their lifespan was limited. After He Fan died, He tribe weakened. Some of the other superpowers prospered. This was the norm in the Gu immortal world. Rise and fall, it was like the ebb and flow of the tide. After you sing, I will appear. He Cheng begged. He knew that this was his only chance of survival. Against rank 8 blazing heaven demoness, against He Lulan who had deep hatred for him, using He tribe as a threat was useless. Thankfully, he had He Fan's inheritance, He tribe could not inherit it. A rank 8 Gu immortal's inheritance was extremely attractive to any Gu immortal. But blazing heaven demoness smiled coldly, looking at He Lulan, she said in a gentle tone, "Your life is not mine, whether you can survive or not depends on Little Lan. Little Lan, do whatever you want. Little Lan, do whatever you want, I have already restrained He Cheng, he is as weak as a mortal now. Little Lan, listen to me." He Cheng knelt on the ground, rubbing his knees against the ground. He hurriedly crawled towards He Lulan. "You are my biological daughter, and I am your biological father. You have He tribe's bloodline in you. You have the huge advantage of inheriting He Fan's inheritance. If your mother was still alive, she would not want us to be related." Thus, under He Lulan's foot, his head smashed into the ground like a watermelon, his brain juice and blood, his skull and teeth, they were all smashed into pieces. The high and mighty He Cheng, a rank 7 Gu immortal, a hero of his generation, lost his life here. Su Xian was stunned. Next, she looked at He Lulan as she turned around, saying, "There is nothing that I cannot bear, mother. Just like how you knew back then, but still allowed him to harm you, I have my own determination. If I do this, I will die. I am not that weak." Xiao Lan. Fairy Li Shan took a step forward, holding He Lulan's hand worriedly. Xiao Lan. Blazing heaven demoness muttered, she wanted to walk towards He Lulan, but she did not do so in the end. "So that's it, I think I understand." Fang Yuan had been observing their expressions. Don't be defeated by the fear in your heart. Feng Kim Huang's body shuddered. She struggled lightly, getting out of her mother's warm embrace. Her eyes were still filled with tears, but at this moment, she showed determination. She looked at Fairy Bai Qing. She gritted her teeth, "Mother, I understand. I am going to cultivate, I will no longer have fear in my heart, no matter what happens to father, I will not be afraid. I will face it, face anything that might happen. I am Feng Kim Hong, how can I embarrass my parents? He, such a good child." Fairy Bai Qing concealed the worry in her eyes, showing a gratified smile on her face. Actually, she was panicking inwardly. Feng Jioga's disappearance. The influence was huge. Spirit Affinity House recruited Feng Jioga and became the leader of the 10 great sects of Central Continent. The other 9 sects were more or less suppressed. This was the characteristic of a society with a cultivation strength system. Expanding one's personal influence to the maximum. Now that Feng Jioga was not around, Spirit Affinity House's power had fallen drastically, the other 9 sects were getting restless. Central Continent was filled with turbulent undercurrents, there would definitely be intense turbulence in the future. It was the same outside the sect. Inside the sect, Fairy Bai Qing's days were also not good. Where there were people, there would be conflicts. Where there were sects, there would be internal strife. Feng Jiuji's disappearance caused the group of forces that had been suppressed to the lowest level to suddenly raise their heads. Feng Jiuge was truly too domineering, to the point that Fairy Bai Qing almost forgot that there were many people in the sect who opposed her. These last days, these people had worked together to ostracize Fairy Bai Qing. Fairy Bai Qing loved Feng Jiuge deeply, she naturally wanted to go to Northern Plains to save him. But she painstakingly endured and suppressed this strong impulse. She had a child, Feng Jiuge was so powerful, but there was no news of him, she could not act rashly. If she went, what would happen to Feng Kim Hong? She is still a child. This was Fairy Bai Qing's inner thoughts. In the eyes of almost every parent, their child would always be a child. Northern Plains. He Cheng's headless corpse was still lying on the muddy ground. His soul was wailing, unable to escape from He Lulan's grasp. He Lulan killed He Cheng and crushed her own father's head, but that was not enough. Right now, He Cheng's soul was also captured, he would definitely be tortured and interrogated by He Lulan in the future. Meanwhile, Blazing Heaven Demoness squatted on the ground, activating an immortal killer move. A small fiery hand appeared out of nowhere, grabbing at He Cheng's abdomen. The fiery hand easily entered He Cheng's corpse. After fiddling around for a while, it flew out with a bead in its hand. This is He Cheng's immortal aperture, I will take it out temporarily. Little Lan, this is for you. It can only last for 7 days and nights, once the time is up, my immortal killer move will break apart, and the immortal aperture will fuse with heaven and earth, forming a blessed land. It is a pity that the goo worms in the immortal aperture, be they mortal or immortal, have all been destroyed. Blazing Heaven Demoness said as she handed this fire bead to He Lulan. He Lulan received it silently. Fang Yuan and Fairy Li Shan were inwardly shocked at Blazing Heaven Demoness' method. Blazing Heaven Demoness smiled, don't look at me like that. This aperture-taking method is not my ability. It is because when I was in Eastern Sea, I accidentally found old immortal Kong Ju's inheritance, I learned his aperture-taking method and created this fire path immortal killer move. Blazing Heaven Demoness was an extremely rare great-grandmaster. Earlier, when Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Baizu worked together to fight against old ancestor Xuehu, did they really use their full strength and trump cards? No. Both sides were only probing each other. But the result was that old ancestor Xuehu won. Thus, Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Baizu stopped. Because if they continued, the battle would escalate and they would lose control of the situation, they would be in danger. Zombie Alliance and Snowy Mountain Blessed Lands battle was in full swing. But there were few casualties. It was all talk and no action. Because be it old ancestor Xuehu or Blazing Heaven Demoness, they knew their limits. This time, both sides cooperated, it seemed sudden, but that was not the case. Be it Blazing Heaven Demoness or old ancestor Xuehu, they achieved their goals. The former saved the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Physique Immortal Zombie Body. And the Immortal Zombie Bodies. They completed the mission given by Zombie Alliance's headquarters, and also defended Zombie Alliance's reputation. The latter compromised, but they plundered He Tribe's headquarters, their gains were even greater than losing these immortal zombies. The only one who suffered losses was the super force He Tribe. He Tribe's losses were severe, but who would care about it? One could say, He Tribe was the most wronged party. They paid the price for the battle between Zombie Alliance and Snowy Mountain. But who asked the 4 elders of He Tribe to fall into their trap? In this world, be it Gu Immortals or mortals, there was no question of who was wronged, only who had more strength and methods. The strong preyed on the weak, such a cruel and beautiful rule of the game. After confirming that old ancestor Shui who had left, Blazing Heaven Demoness turned around and faced Fang Yuan. "Now, let's talk about you, Fang Yuan." She had a slight smile on her face. She called Fang Yuan by his name, and no longer called him Xing Xiangzi. Imperceptibly, the pressure in Fang Yuan's heart surged. Fang Yuan, however, smiled confidently. "I am all ears to hear what you three have to say." Blazing Heaven Demoness frowned. She, Fairy Li Shan, and He Lulan had plotted for a long time. They set up this trap, not only to take revenge for He Lulan and kill He Cheng. Moreover, they schemed against He tribe, resolving the battle between Zombie Alliance and Snowy Mountain, and even forced Fang Yuan to take a step back, so that their plans would succeed. But now, it seemed that Fang Yuan did not care about such strong pressure. He was also like a slippery eel, extremely slippery. Blazing Heaven Demoness did not speak, but Fairy Li Shan said solemnly, "Fang Yuan, I respect you as a person, but please look at the situation in front of you. Today, whether you live or die, it is all in my hands." "So what?" Fang Yuan shrugged, looking at Fairy Li Shan provocatively. "At most, I will just die. Do you think that I, the great Fang Yuan, am someone who is afraid of death?" The atmosphere froze. The situation froze. Ever since the relationship between Blazing Heaven Demoness, Fairy Li Shan, and He Lulan was exposed, Fang Yuan had many questions in his heart. What did they want to do to him? Since Blazing Heaven Demoness knew Xing Xiangzi's true identity, why did she fund Fang Yuan to refine Star Thought Immortal Gu? With rank 8 battle strength, it would not be hard for her to kill a bottom-tier rank 6 immortal zombie like him. Why did she set up this trap? Next, Fang Yuan observed calmly. His rich life experience allowed him to see the true relationship between Blazing Heaven Demoness, Fairy Li Shan, and He Lulan. On the surface, these three female immortals looked like a family. They had a close relationship. But in reality? The relationship between the three was really subtle. They were not completely united. When Fang Yuan understood this, many of his doubts were resolved. What was the big deal about dying? This personality was the same as Blazing Heaven Demoness who destroyed the immemorial Nine Heavens fragment world. Thus, back then, Blazing Heaven Demoness agreed to fund Fang Yuan's immortal Gu refinement, and made an agreement with him. The immortal materials that she used to fund Fang Yuan were all owed to Blazing Heaven Demoness by Fang Yuan. Regardless of whether Fang Yuan succeeded or failed in refining the immortal Gu, Fang Yuan had to repay the debt. And the longer it dragged on, Blazing Heaven Demoness would collect interest. If Fang Yuan refined the immortal Gu but did not repay the debt within 100 years, then Blazing Heaven Demoness would take any immortal Gu from Fang Yuan as compensation. The any immortal Gu was crucial. Blazing Heaven Demoness was after the self-strength immortal Gu in Fang Yuan's possession. At this moment, seeing Fang Yuan's attitude, Blazing Heaven Demoness raised her eyebrows. She said frankly, "That's right, I want the self-strength immortal Gu in your possession. Return the immortal Gu to Little Lan, it is hers to begin with." If she could snatch it directly, Blazing Heaven Demoness would have done so long ago. It would not be so troublesome. But even as a Fire Path Great Grandmaster, she could not snatch the immortal Gu. The Gu worm was already refined by Fang Yuan. He only needed to think about it and it would self-destruct. Like old ancestor Shui Hu, his ice path attainment level was not low, but he could not take away the mysterious immortal Gu in the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie's body. Unless a wisdom path Gu immortal made a move and suppressed Fang Yuan, to the point where Fang Yuan could not even think about it. Or theft path had great accomplishment. Theft path was the path that thieving heaven demon Venerable created. His signature immortal killer move, Formless Hand, was a headache for countless Gu immortals. Blazing Heaven Demoness, Fairy Li Shan, and He Lu Lan did not have wisdom path methods. Theft path had always been non-mainstream, even though thieving heaven demon Venerable was the one who created it. Other than him, the other cultivators had never been able to use it. If Blazing Heaven Demoness and the other two immortals had theft path methods, they could directly steal the immortal Gu in Fang Yuan's aperture. The possibility of that was very small. Especially when Fang Yuan had wisdom path attainment to begin with, Blazing Heaven Demoness was even more wary of him. Blazing Heaven Demoness directly asked for self-strength immortal Gu. Fang Yuan was silent. Blazing Heaven Demoness' reason was not a reason. Fang Yuan's method of obtaining self-strength immortal Gu was very appropriate. If not for Fang Yuan saving He Lulan, she would have been trapped in the dream realm and lost her life. One could say, Fang Yuan was He Lulan's benefactor. But Fang Yuan did not want to talk about these reasons. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly in his heart. He knew that Blazing Heaven Demoness would not be so easily dealt with. But Blazing Heaven Demoness' next word surprised Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan. I am willing to sponsor you again. I will not tamper with the immortal materials this time to refine Star Thought Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan heard this and felt no joy. He squinted and became extremely vigilant. Seeing Fang Yuan's vigilant expression, Blazing Heaven Demoness laughed heartily and said, Fang Yuan, I know you have been searching for a revival method to get rid of your immortal zombie body. Take a look at this first. The moment she said that, Blazing Heaven Demoness' body started to shake. She started to burn in flames. This orange-yellow flame covered Blazing Heaven Demoness' entire body. But the strange thing was, it was not hot, but filled with vitality, giving people a feeling of warmth and hope. Even though it looked harmless, Fang Yuan cautiously took a few steps back. Next, his eyes widened as he saw an inconceivable scene. Under the burning of this flame, Blazing Heaven Demoness' immortal zombie body started to transform bit by bit. First, it was her height. The 18 feet tall Blazing Heaven Demoness shrunk to a normal person's height. Next, it was her skin. The rough and dim immortal zombie skin that resembled old tree bark dissipated in the flame, replaced by white and tender skin that resembled a peeled egg. Next, it was her hair. The original immortal zombie hair was like a bunch of messy straw, dark red and flamboyant. But now, it was soft and slender. The bright red color seemed to be brimming with passion. Finally, Blazing Heaven Demoness' entire body underwent a complete transformation. From a malevolent and terrifying tall immortal zombie, she turned into a beautiful woman in red clothes with fair and tender skin, sharp eyebrows, spirited eyes, and fiery red lips. Her chest was huge, almost bursting out. Her legs were long and slender, tall and voluptuous. The most eye-catching thing was her long hair that hung down to her waist. Her hair was like fire, vigorous and dreamy, overflowing with colorful lights. Within this mystical flame, Blazing Heaven Demoness put on a show of transforming into a living person in front of Fang Yuan. She turned from an immortal zombie to a living person. Her aura became even stronger. Like a silently burning flame, the fire became even more intense, emitting loud noises. Other than giving people a lively feeling, she also became even more domineering. Blazing Heaven Demoness' face was red and radiant, but Fairy Li Shan was worried. Big sister, be careful of your injuries. Blazing Heaven Demoness naturally understood that the price of this was not small, but when she saw Fang Yuan's expression of desire and his shining eyes, she felt that this was worth it. Thus, She extinguished the flames on her body and used goo worms to grow taller, turning from a beauty into a monster, turning back into blazing heaven immortal zombie body.